Stick in the hole. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Nothing weird here. But, like, you can do it's pretty good with cranberry juice if you just have, like, basically gutted watermelon. Another way you can do it is you cut the watermelon in half and you dig out all of the fruit stuff and you put all of that into a stand-up blender, blend it, and then pour it back in, and then blend it with juices or whatever you want to put into it and then pour it back into the watermelon. That's another way you can do it. Don't even turn it on. Yeah, just jam it in there. Just jam it in there and leave it there for a bit, you know? Cheers, Shredvin. Shredvin, are you like a guitar person, or is that just like some other, or is it like a snowboarding thing? What form of shredding is Shredvin shredding? But thanks for the Prime subscription. I appreciate you. Anyways, chat. You ready to put it in the watermelon and play some Dwarf? Yeah, so Twitch chat. For formality's sake, since you guys are on TV. Surfing. Oh, okay. Not the kind of shredding I was thinking. I was like, okay, it's gotta be guitars or snowboarding. I guess that shows where I'm from, is because I go to snowboarding instead of surfing. But although people do surf here, they're just like crazier than the snowboarders. Because like, if you want to surf here, you have to go to the far end of Vancouver Island, and it's like, you know, it's not warm. It's cold, even in the summer. But people do it, and I've seen them doing it, and I've seen a lot of people doing it. Like, they're in full wetsuits, just, you know, surfing in water that's too cold to go into in the summer, unless it's, like, the dead of summer and blisteringly hot. But people do it here, you know? People do it here in the winter. Then again, I used to kayak in the winter, so I guess I'm not to be, Tofino best taco truck? They're not just on the island. I like how I just start talking about like random stuff in Vancouver Island, and then YouTube chat's all just like, Vancouver Island gang! John's Place is their best restaurant in Vancouver Island, and you can't change my mind. Spoons is overrated. Is this a Canadian thing that you want to get? It's an extraordinarily regional Canadian thing. Also, we can get Tofino taco trucks, Taco Finos, over here on the mainland, too. Generally, I see them up in Port Moody. Is it really? It's not in my opinion, it's not Taco Fino unless you're having a stare down with a seagull that's threatening to literally dive bomb you with its beak, and then leave its like after eating your taco remains on your face as it flies away because it's gonna shit on you as it flies over, while also wading through a crowd of geese. Anyway, made some coffee and a BLT. Ooh. I've learned in my life, there is never a point in my day, aside from breakfast, where I am willing to make bacon. So I just don't ever buy bacon. I got some bacon on like super heavy discount recently, but it was like, you need to cook it today. So I had like half a pack of bacon one day and half a pack of bacon the next day. It's not worth it. Like you really don't get enough out of it to really do that ever. Canadian prairies. Land as far as the eye can see, and I feel agoraphobic. I don't feel agoraphobic, like, ever, anywhere, unless I'm on the prairies. If I'm on the prairies, it's like, holy fuck, where are the mountains? I'm so disoriented. Duh! Anyway. Twitch chat, it's time to say hi, YouTube. Let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? So, it is confirmed, at least for me, Applebottom is my last fortress in this version of the game. We're going to be streaming it today, and we're going to be streaming it tomorrow. What's my favorite fast food place if I had to go to one? Do I have to go to one? Starvation? Is money not an option? Like, do I just get, like, unlimited budget to one fast food place, but I can only eat there? Is that what this hypothetical is? No, there is save file compatibility, but this is the last fort I'm building before the update comes out. Well, I mean, there's save file compatibility, but we're going to need to generate a new world. I've never been to a Chick-fil-A, so couldn't tell you. I don't generally like fast food chicken. If I had to eat one fast food place, the thing is, I don't like burgers that much, which is a problem. Can I just say like a taco truck in California? Like, can I just do that? Because probably that, actually. Just any like taco stand. But if we're talking like bigger chains, I would probably say A&W. The problem is I don't like burgers that much. So I would get sick of it really, 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 like if this was like a supersized me where I had to eat it every day for a month or something, like I would probably die. I don't like burgers that much. Actually, here's one. Jollibee. Because they actually have some variety. You get spaghetti at Jollibee. Yeah, so it would either be A&W Canada or Jollibee, probably. So if it was like if I was allowed to just say generic taco stands or like burrito trucks, I would probably go for that. But if it was like has to be a big chain, I would say Jollibee. All right, so for those of you who can't remember this fortress, it's largely becoming a design fortress, right? We do have a dwarf that we need to name, and I think the naming thingy should be up again. But this is largely becoming a design fortress. We've walled off the caverns completely. This is the second faction that has played in here. The first one didn't get any migrants, which was very unfortunate, but we were able to get the walls of the cavern completely sealed off. So this is a safe cavern that is completely walled off, and we're building a little city in it. As for the fortress itself, this is the last fortress that I am building in this version of the game, as I will be generating a new world as soon as I have access to adventure mode, which is literally in 8 days, which is crazy. So today and tomorrow are the last days I'm streaming this fort. We'll probably come visit it in adventure mode at some point. So the goal for today and tomorrow is to pretty her up and make her look nice. And maybe do some combat today. I will say, I do eat Subway more than any other fast food. I don't like Subway. Subway is like depression failure food for me. So like, I mean, if it was a sandwich, if I had to choose a sandwich place, I would probably choose Jimmy John's, but I feel like that's cheating because we don't have that here, like at all. So, as for the fortress itself, let's do a very quick tour. The surface is just some fucking nonsense, which we're also gonna try and finish today. The idea here is that we're gonna pretend to be Moses and pump the water out of this walkway here, and that's gonna be the entryway for invaders. What race will you choose for the adventure mode? Why do I have to choose one specific race? You know you can start with a party of people, right? So yeah, that's the plan for this, is just like, we're gonna pump all this water out of here and, you know, try and make this work. It is bred in Canada because they don't have the same bread in Canada as they do in the US. I know that. As far as Subway, because they're just like now made with flour is maybe my favorite piece of promotional material they ever had. It's like Subway bread now made with flour. It's like, But what was it before? Anyways, over here on the side, this is the normal entrance, and we are slowly building out this thing. Yeah. Subway bread, but now you can digest it. Digest these nuts. Anyway, so that's what this is. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful mess. And then as we go down, this is where we're putting tombs. More memorable dwarves, such as the one that died in the video in the other stream, get a slab and a coffin and a statue. And we also put a bunch of his armor in here. So that's kind of cool. And if we move our way down this ramp, I want this ramp to be fully lined like this one with basalt floors and obsidian block walls. Goes all the way down into here, which is the front entryway for the fortress. We finally moved the hospital. Finally. The hospital is now over not there. Where did I put? Yeah, the hospital is down here. So we actually have people in the hospital now. This dwarf has been injured and in the hospital for a really long time. We finally got soap. So we actually have soap in the fortress now, which is probably good, based on all the injuries we've been having. I've been trying to do a better job of managing my weapons and armor in this particular fort. So, you know, we've got pretty good sets of armor in there. We got several squads, which are currently mostly off duty. We got plenty of farming in the middle here. We have to trade with these humans. Or maybe we already did, I can't remember. We've got various, you know, guild halls and other things full of cobwebs and plenty of temples and whatnot, and dwarves getting to meditate and all that jazz. It's been a pretty good time. The moods have swung back and forth a couple times. We had like 80 really happy dwarves at one point, and then it went down to like 70 over here, and then now we've gone back up to happy again. One of the side goals that I have for this fort is the population is currently set to 400, so we're trying to hit 400 population by tomorrow. That's the goal. So, I've got 2 dwarves to name. The first one was requested by, well, as the internet has informed me, potpourri, but I always go potpourri because I think it's funny. What kind of, who am I giving a dwarf to on your behalf if you're still in the chat? Otherwise, I will give it to somebody who doesn't have a dwarf yet. And we're going to go through the named dwarves real quick. So the named dwarves are as follows: Amethyst, Arende, Baby Blueford, Bastet, Big Bang, Blind, Bone Doll, Bonesaw, Cacophony of Stupid, Crypt Calcium, or Calcium Crypt, the, you know, the mayor, naturally. Darius Cardrin, Devil Dawn, Elfie Bean, who's playing to Carmine Gorges, naturally. Fallout Rain, Henchest and Cashmere Goat, El Banksy, and Lanix, Lockjaw, and Leiden Quizzical, Magpie, Merc Domalith, and Napalm Sideburns, Neokai, Ordith, Plutorino, and Potpourri, and Raging Cave, Rex, and Ryan Katsu. Give me the chat. As well as Samtaxagon, Shinobi, and Sits, and Statue Sounds, and Stingray, Terminal Wetness, and, of course, Todini, who's no longer as pissed off as they have been in the past. Transfem, and UGDPY, who's, you know, now has major PTSD along with her tantruming problems, but, you know, she's improving, I hope. Welton, and Holy Spokes, and Wuggy McWuggy, and Zwari, and that's everybody. That's everybody. So now I need to figure out who wanted to give a dwarf out to. If they stated who they wanted to give it to. Okay, so they last spoke about 30 minutes ago in the chat. They said, "Can I pay this forward for your chat's kindness from a few streams ago?" Question is who do they want me to give it to? Well, I'll wait until they get back, and then we can name their dwarfs. So let's go with Corvius. What kind of dwarf do you want? And also, just as a reminder, tier 2s do have access to a command, which is !dwarf, which will allow you to at somebody and name a dwarf every 30 minutes. It doesn't have a sound file associated with it yet, but it exists. Can you dibs the dwarf? No. That's not how it works. A happy dwarf. Beard or no beard? Fem's the happiest dwarf in the fort, apparently. Wuggy McWuggy also really happy. This Dyer, who seems to be a bit more of a liar, also is quite happy. You've got to head to bed. We'll see you in 8 hours, I guess, still. Sleep well. Take care. Have good shut-eye. Preferably a beard. How about a doctor who's meditating on mountains? Meditating on pointy rock. It's like doctor who's more of a monk, because don't they meditate on top of mountains? I heard it yesterday morning when Dabu put it into the playlist originally while it was still unlisted, and I guess doesn't know how YouTube unlisted videos work. If you put it in a playlist, it's basically public. So, oddly enough, I haven't even played it on stream yet. Chat, should I play the new Dwarf Fortress music on stream right now? You guys want to hear this? Now that it's, actually public. Hold on, let me just, we've all heard that. Save the game. All right. I really like seeing made a safe, reliable minecart filler in the Discord, yet there's wood right next to where the minecart enters the lava, meaning it's very likely the splash will eventually light it on fire. I won't tell them. New Dwarf Fortress music, let's go. Corvy is swayed. I have performed the rites of the Mountains of Fellowship in this holy place. Such rapture. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, and is conflicted by this since he sees his tendencies as impotent for the quest for power. He can be very happy and optimistic. And we're being hit by an ad break, great. And he sees those tendencies. He can be very happy and optimistic, and he is conflicted by this as he sees these tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. He can be very happy and optimistic, and lives a high energy and kinetic pace. He rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and is extremely confident in his situations requiring his skills. He is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He has little interest in joking around, and he doesn't handle stress well. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and can sometimes act without deliberation, and is slow to anger. Rarely speaks when he's angry, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally sees competition as a crucial driving force in the world. Values self-control, and values honesty, and respects power. Likes petrified wood. His lover is Adam, and he worships Adil, the god of mountains, and has a pet yak named Yakadoofus, and a pet dog, who may or may not be alive. Is alive. Look at that. So I have to... Am I going to Rickroll you? That would get me a copyright strike, so no, I wouldn't do that. I need to make this into a temple complex. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to cut out this wall. Unfortunately, the fun era of the internet where you could just, Rickroll somebody as an actual joke is kind of behind us. So when Potpourri pops back into the chat, we need to get their name request passed on. It sounds like you had your squads really poorly set up. MYYK. Like, they'll unequip and re-equip gear if you have them set to train in a barracks, but not set to train in this screen. Like, if you have them set to on duty in here, and they are also set to train in a barracks, then they will sometimes equip and unequip stuff because they're trying to go train, but they're not being told to go train. Yep, that's been the plan all along. Like Hangman said. It looks basically the way my eyes, like, saw it when I squinted at it. I mean, the splash art screen? I wonder if this is just gonna be the main menu art going forward. I like the goose. Goose is probably my favorite part of that, honestly. That and the frogman? I assume that's a frogman. Another news, where the heck are my miners at? Oh, they're over here. Well, that makes sense. I'm also expanding the kitchen. Looks like I would assume kobold over gremlin. Because gremlins aren't playable in adventure mode, whereas kobolds are. Although, you don't really want to play one. I'm already prepping my my bingo board for all the questions I get. Like, what character do you play? I mean, internal rage boiling? No, I'm just prepping the bingo card. It's just for me. It's not gonna be a public bingo card. What character won't I play? I won't play a solo character, like a solo adventurer that is smaller than a dwarf. Maybe as part of a party, but I wouldn't do that just because the problem with playing such small characters is they literally can't carry anything, including enough food to not starve to death if you leave town. So they basically need a mount, which I find rather vexing. Which, I mean, is fine. Just give them a mount, but also I need to turn this off. This is why I don't like letting YouTube videos run, because then it auto plays into music that I just like, which is usually ends with me getting copyright struck. All right, I'm unmuting the YouTube or the game sound again. That was a few seconds of electric octopus that we heard. Kobold Zergrush? I'm gonna do Goblin Zergrush actually. I really, really, really want to do. Probably not on the first day, but I really want to do just like a dozen goblins with maximum dodge stats and no combat abilities and see how long it takes for them all to die and just start attacking shit. I really want to do that. Yeah, or like whomever. Humans, goblins, dwarves, doesn't matter, whoever's close by. Anybody who happens to enter the general vicinity of the goblin tribe will get gobbed. Three gremlins in a trench coat. It's okay. You guys will understand how difficult, or how You know what? It's okay. You guys just say whatever you want right now, but the answer to a lot of these things is going to be you do it when we actually get in game, because a lot of these builds that Chad ends up talking about and things are, it's like, on paper, hysterical. Couldn't agree more. In practice, yeah. I mean, we'll have fun. I'm not gonna be just Mr. Boring. I will have my moments though. Now, something I've been thinking about doing is, like, I'm trying to figure out how to tutorialize it. It's something I've been, like, taking notes and, like, thinking about a lot recently. And going, all right, well, I guess the plan is going to be I'm going to do a Your First Dwarven Adventurer and make it, like, a 2-part Let's Play or something. Your First Goblin Adventurer. Make it, like, a 2-part Let's Play. Your First Elven Adventurer. Make it Your First Human Adventurer. Your First Animal Person Adventurer. And then 5 adventurers you probably just shouldn't play. And then starting a party. Like, I'm gonna be making so many videos. It's gonna be nutty. I hope it's playable. Plano, have you played adventure mode? Is it gonna crash 10 bajillion times? Because I'm really worried it's gonna be super crashy. I'm, like, ridiculously worried right now. But then again, I felt the same way about normal, like, this version of the game when it was coming out. It's just, like, stress rising. It's a real shame that, Aqua hasn't been around recently. Otherwise, then we could spin up the Gremlin for Mayor stream again. My dwarves is in custody, and I'm out of basalt. Well, noted. And dying to whatever ambush occurs? Here's the thing. If you want to get ambushed by, like, boogeymen or something, it's not as easy as it used to be. I don't know when you last played adventure mode, but you can't get ambushed by boogeymen unless you're sleeping in a haunted biome. So if you want to, like, die in the classic way, you have to fall asleep in a spooky forest. True. Yeah. But I don't know. Like I said, everything that I'm hearing about it pre-release is, like, getting me worried. Yes, Monkey? Just go through every single animal person, like, variant Rhodium Dragon. Hey, it would be content for a while. Bah humbug? Is that where this is going, chat room? Yeah, no, I think that's definitely something I'm gonna need to do. Is I want to make a video that's just, like, a bunch of ways that you can use adventure mode to make fortress mode cooler. That's something I really want to do. What do you need? Bones, probably? Blocks and bricks. Leather. Ah, we're out of leather. Well, that explains it. Ah, that'd be why. Just gonna kill that. We ran out of leather while I was making a gerb. Slaughtered 2 yaks. 2 sheep. Don't. And you can't. Don't try, and you can't. Tome. So if you want to use wooden bolts, don't. Just simply watch my Marksdwarf tutorial and dig a trench in front of where your Marksdwarfs train, and then they will just use normal bolts. There is no way to select specific ammo types. Don't try. Where is that temple? It's this one. Well, the thing is, they're single use unless you are, they're single use unless you are shooting them into a trench, and then they just split up. It's a couple extra hauling jobs, but it's not an issue, really. This is one of these, like, old pieces of information that people get through watching old guides and reading the wiki, that's very misleading about how the game works right now. There's absolutely no need for training ammo whatsoever. So just don't use it. Just don't. Dwarf Fortress is absolutely full of furries and furry-related things. So, sure. Yeah, training weapons are bad and probably should be removed from the game or given a huge rework, one of the two. And I need to make a miner guild and a clothier guild. So that's fun. Danger rooms are also useless. Do not use danger rooms under any circumstances. There's absolutely no purpose to using them. Stop telling people to use danger rooms for the love of fucking Christ. You guys are raising my blood sugar. I mean, blood pressure, rather. Wrong thing that blood can be raised. Anyway, you guys are gonna make me die young? Stop it. What even are danger rooms, for fuck's sake? That's all I have to say. No, it doesn't, tell me. Because regardless of what weapon you give them, they will punch the person that they are beating. They do not use weapons as part of beatings. They punch as part of beatings. So giving them a weapon does absolutely nothing to change the damage that they do during beatings. Absolutely zero. Speaking of things that have zero effect on the game, Chad, it's party time. That's not totally true. It does have an effect, but... Fire immune? No. It's impossible to make dwarves fire immune. But setting dwarves on fire can melt their fat off, which can give them higher agility stats. But I've never heard about fire immune. Yeah, I remember seeing screenshots of that before it got fixed, where it was just like a description of a dwarf and every single one of like their major internal organs, like heart, lungs, liver, stomach, listed as destroyed, but dwarf was still walking around. It's just like, when you see a dwarf walking around and then you read their description, it's like, his heart is mangled beyond recognition. It's like, how are you not dead? Like, what? You still see stuff like that every now and again, too. It's just not as common these days. Sounds like a Polish wedding. The music? Sad dwarf, broken heart. Yeah, no, it's a pretty major, grievous wound, man. Yeah, but those are undead, okay? Those are undead, though. Okay, so this is the first one that we're doing. I'm just going to accept it so I don't piss them off. Erdem, the mechanic, has created Lolum Shar, a granite mechanism, and offers it to the new fur boots of pants. Excellent. I'm going to use it to buff the value of this room right here by a lot. This is the holy lever of does-nothingisms. And it's glorious. When that arrives, we'll read its description. Yeah, also, so when adventure mode comes out, you don't need to generate a new world. You will be able to just keep playing your own world. So if that's what you want to do, that is an option to you. However, keep in mind, if you don't generate a new world, you will almost certainly be missing out on something. We don't know exactly what, but you will most certainly be missing out on some sort of new fangled feature / system of some sort. It's kind of impossible to say as to what exactly because, well, we don't know. But if you want the fullest experience, you may want to generate a new world. I mean, if you just want to explore your old stuff and, you know, go through old forts and such, yeah, you just keep playing the same world. But for the maximum experience, it may be wise to generate a new world. Brain Fist, how goes life? I had a busy weekend, but all right. And apparently Manor Lords decided to release this, like, Friday, which is not causing any kerfuffles at all in my brain. There's so much shit to stream this week, holy fuck. So, I'm gonna take Thursday off. I'm still planning to take Thursday off. And then Friday, I will come back and do a bonus stream so that, you know, you guys can... Oh, shit. I forgot to post on Discord. No, I didn't. Okay. I just hadn't scrolled down far enough. So it looked like I'd forgotten to post on Discord for a moment. Oh, is it not valuable enough? That's unfortunate. Oh, because I didn't click the right lever. Wow. Look at me. Good at this. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. Tired because of concert? What concert? What'd you go see? I almost went to go see a concert, and then me and my friend unanimously decided to not go because neither of us wanted to go see 3 bands we didn't like to see 1 band we both like. And then also have to do it in the rain, and the band that we do like comes on at 10:15 at night, and it's like, it's a Monday. We both work tomorrow. So my friends resold the tickets on... That's actually kind of funny. So my friend resold the tickets on Ticketmaster, and we didn't go. Was supposed to go see Ailstorm, but like, you know, I've seen them before. He hasn't, but after just like staring at the rain all day, we were both just kind of like, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Neither of us like Visions of Atlantis, which was the opener, and it's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I have a feeling that the art on the new track is going to be the main menu when the patch comes out. Also, I was told to save the game, by the way, by Pedro Horst. This was 22 minutes ago, but here we go. I'm going to use this opportunity to take a piss. Not when you've seen them 3 times and you know exactly what their act is and their backing track is louder than their instruments. I think they're pretty terrible. They're fine as like a recording band. I don't need to see them live ever again, and I've seen them twice. I'll be right back. I guess my problem with Visions of Atlantis is I don't like their theme that much. I think their theme kind of sucks. And their live shows, if you've never seen them, like most of their songs are duets, and they're all like, oh no, my love is like stuck on an island and I can never get back, or whatever bullshit. And it's just the most inane, borderline obnoxious, oh, you're like pretending to make out on stage but not actually the entire time. It's like, this is not why I listen to metal, guys. I want musical performances. I don't want to watch a impassioned, like, power metal mediocre fest where the two vocalists are singing decently, but like rubbing noses the entire set. I'm good. That's not why I'm here. That's not why I go see this kind of. I don't need this. Blech. Blech. Not a fan of Visions of Atlantis. All right, let's throw. Let's just go with granite all the way across. I was gonna put something else in there, but. Okay, so is this a high enough value now? It is. I can recognize a high priest. The high silver is now Salty Tempest, and the high priest is going to be, I don't know, it could be me. Corvius? You can make it Corvius. Go with Corvius. Corvius, you're now the Sacred Iron. I wonder if that means you're still in the hospital, actually. Yep. So this is that artifact mechanism, which is 8,100 value, and it is all craft starship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of oval, oval granite cabochons and rectangular quartzite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of granite, menaces with spikes of yak leather. On the item is an image of dimple cups in granite. On the item is an image of Zephon Coal Grizzle, the dwarf, in green glass. On the item is an image of Good Charles, the pig iron shield, in green glass. On the item is an image of Moses Gorge Phil, the dwarf, in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of Zasset, the blue peacock in iron. Zasset is traveling. The artwork relates to the flight of the blue peacock, Zasset, into the water of admirers. In the mid-autumn of 548. You know, I've never actually played a werebeast in adventure mode. I don't know. Good question. I played a vampire before. That you have some control over, but kind of changes how thirst works. Well, cheers. Glad you had a good time. Brain Fist. You know, it's kind of funny. YouTube chat is talking about being more excited about, like, adventure mode than their birthday. And I just have to say that I don't remember the last time I was excited about my birthday. Like, genuinely, it's like either dread because everybody else is insisting on doing things for my birthday, and I'm like, oh god, I have to tolerate people and act thankful while they're like, happy birthday, or whatever the fuck. Or alternatively, I have to, like, you know, pretend that I actually enjoy celebrating my birthday around my parents. All right, so the Faith of Gold is the other one I need to do, which is this one. So we've done that one. I think this one I'm going to give a second floor going down, but then I'd have to extend it quite a bit, which won't be too hard. You prefer to be alone during your birthday? I'm pretty much the same, yeah. But I feel like this kind of stopped happening for a while when I became like a young adult. But now that I'm an adult, my mom and dad are like, come over for your birthday, let's have dinner. And it's like, okay, I understand why you guys want to celebrate this, so I will tolerate it. But I don't like it. I don't like it, damn it. Although I'm excited for my dad's birthday this year because I think I fucking knocked it out of the park with the gift I got from my dad. So I'm looking forward to my dad's birthday just because I want to give him that gift. But yeah. Speaking of cool things, I talked about this last week, but I did get that bike. We're going to convert it into a road bike. I'm going to remove the like the, you know, more fancy handlebars and go with just normal street bike handlebars, but I'm gonna have to put some money into it, but it's gonna turn into a nice fast road bike by the time I'm done with it. The only good part of birthdays is hanging out with friends. My last birthday, I literally went over to my parents' house for a bit, did normal things or like had dinner and whatnot, and then left and then went to the pub by myself. And didn't tell anybody at the pub that it was my birthday. I just went to the pub and just like hung out alone for a bit. It's literally what I did on my birthday. Can I link the bike? There's pictures in Off Topic on Discord here. I can show you. This was right when I got it. I've already started fiddling with it. But if you scroll up a little bit in Off Topic on Discord, you'll find it. Otherwise, it's this. This is the bike. One of my favorite things that it came with was actually these gloves, because they're Mountain Equipment Co-op, which is like our local outdoors store, but they're from the 80s. And they're like leather and mesh and are extremely high quality and will probably last forever. So that's probably my favorite thing it came with. But yeah, I've already removed the computer here, and I've removed this so that I can maintenance it. I've removed every single screw and the pump holder and the water bottle holder. I've swapped out the pedals already. This kickstand is staying on. We're going to swap these handlebars for flat handlebars and change the brakes. Not that they need to be changed, but they just aren't compatible with these brakes. So we're going to put new brakes on it, and then it needs a new chain and a new like gear spins or whatever they're called. I don't know the names of any parts of bikes, but I know how to change them. Although this back bit and the chain is going to be done we're going to take it to the bike shop. I'm not going to do that myself. Yeah, I'm not I do know that the front and back wheels are coming off, and my dad's keeping them as collector's items. Because this front wheel is worth quite a bit of money if it was mint, but it's not. It's like a $300 wheel on eBay. So I'm gonna put new wheels on it too. Yeah, it's stainless steel, which is why I'm swapping out every single one of the screws. Yeah, there's more pictures on Discord if you want to go look. Also, hello YouTube folks. People watching on YouTube, since you're watching on YouTube, if you want to help us out, leave a like on the video. There's 52 people watching right now and 26 likes, meaning half of you haven't clicked the like button yet. Fun fact, the like button doesn't really do anything for you, but it makes my ego slightly bigger. We all need that. Yeah, no, that's a bike that I got for quite literally free. It was given to me, I explained this last week, but it was given to me by a elderly gentleman who had a stroke last winter, who is a member of my community garden. Although this kind of came with a mistake. He was a member of my community garden, and the benefit is I get a free bike out of it. That bike, which apparently he's ridden across Canada 24 times! Which is kind of nuts. Which is also explains why the front wheel's bent. Anyway, he's ridden it across Canada a couple times. He rode it across once a year for 25 years. So, yeah. He also apparently would go from Steveston almost all the way to Seattle once a week. To which I have to say, I know he's married. So, like, did his wife go with him? Or at least he was married at one point. Anyway, he can't ride it anymore. He hasn't ridden it really since 2012. So he gave me the bike for free in exchange for free labor, basically. So he has my phone number, and whenever he's heading to the garden and needs help with something, he can just call me, and if I have time, I will go out there and help him dig holes or whatever. So I helped him plant potatoes on Saturday. Yes. And his armor smithing strange maiden is still primarily a pump operator? Well then. Biking is therapeutic? Yeah, it's good for you. Okay, so the Faith of Gold. Finishing up the Faith of Gold, and then I got these two guild halls to do. So this is the Faith of Gold, which I just okayed. So we need to get this up to Temple Complex. Once this comes down, I think we're going to put the second half of the temple into here. About to earn that bike one potato at a time? Well, I mean, to give you an idea, like I went over there and I tilled all of his garden beds and helped him plant potatoes, and it took me like 40 minutes. So it's not exactly a huge amount of labor, but it's stuff that he wouldn't be able to do. So it's more like feel-good work, and the like community garden itself is a 15-minute bike ride away. The problem that I have with this bike, though, is just with the handlebars. It's basically not rideable for me because my balance isn't good enough for that type of handlebar. Like, they're really good if you're trying to go really fast and doing really long distances, but because of my eyes and vertigo from diabetes and other things, like, I should not ride a bike like that. That a guinea pig? Yep, there's a couple named guinea pigs. So I'm permitting them to exist. I feel like selling named pets is a little brutal. Are they low bars? Here, I'll pop the image back up. These types. Handlebars. I don't know the name of them, so I'm not going to try, but these things, basically. These guys. I just don't have good enough balance for that. Like, I can use them. Like, the gear shifts are fine. Like, I can ride it. I just can't ride it confidently on a road. You want one called Leo. I'm so confused. What? Oh, like a guinea pig called Leo? Thank you, Raging Cave, for giving Bastet a subscription. Welcome back, Bastet. Okay, so this is going to be the bottom half of this your temple. I'm gonna be cutting out rhyolite, granite, more rhyolite. All right, it'll look all right. So I can click your name. I'm waiting for Potpourri to come back so that I can ask them who I'm giving a dwarf to, because they have a dwarf redemption that they want to give to somebody in chat. I just don't know who. You're waiting for GST. Well, now when you get GST, you can give it to somebody else. But thank you, by the way, Raging Cave, for being the first person to gift a subscription in the chat this week. Last week was crazy, though, so, you know, we good. Also, Cooler has been working on Adventure Mode merch. Sent me this the other day. Actually, I've got several things, I think. We got this. I think that the fluffy Rambler is a good addition. And we got this. Kind of got, like, sort of CDI Zelda vibes on that one. I still don't need to get it up too much higher value-wise. Do I have any of these floating around? No, I don't. Altars. Steak. Steel altar. Make 2. Pointy teeth? Yeah. Elf. Pointy teeth. As long as the teeth aren't pointing at you, you're good. What language is that? Because I don't speak guinea pig, so I don't know what a traditional guinea pig name is. But that doesn't look like English, so I assume it's traditional guinea pig speak. Welsh. Ah, traditional guinea pig speak. Got it, I was correct. Good to know I can identify something. Looks like Welsh? Yeah, gibberish. Oh, Welsh. Looks like Welsh, tastes like Welsh, smells like Welsh. I don't know. It's a beautiful language when heard spoken. Like, Welsh is one of those languages I like listening to, but whenever I look at it, my eyes just kind of glaze over and I go, that's not real. There's multiple layers of bullshittery and sarcasm in what I'm saying right now, so if it's not landing, I'm sorry. You don't come from a bird's nest, Budgie? Shocker. Everything I knew was a lie. Or everything I thought I knew was a lie. So tomorrow and today, at some point, both of these days, I'm going to have to jump up and get Amazon packages, and the one tomorrow is going to be very large. Because one thing that I've learned now that I'm on my building's strata is I can spend the building's money and get paid back. So, we may or may not have ordered not one, but 6 raised planter boxes that are going to be scattered around the building. And I'm going to be filling them up with herbs and spices. So, you know, the crappy parts of me being part of Strata and having to unfuck this building is being compensated with retail therapy on, like, paid for by the building. So much basil. Basil, this is what I've started for it. Basil, parsley, scallions, and various other types of onions. I have a little mint plant that I'm going to put in. Because I spent so much money on seeds, I also got a packet of free bee-friendly wildflowers, so there's going to be some wildflowers in some of them. And they're basically just going to be volunteer-run building. Like, there's multiple people we've already gotten the okay go from who live in the building who are just like, yeah, I would absolutely volunteer and take care of one of those beds. So we've got multiple volunteers already who are, like, volunteering to, take care of these free garden beds, basically. Gonna have lots of cats love me? I mean, there's plenty of cats around the building already, and there's also plenty of mint around the building already. It's just in awkward places behind hedges and stuff. So as long as they don't start planting catnip, which would be hysterical, you know, it's not really gonna have a problem. Are old and don't do stuff? Yeah, right now it's like the strata right now is really funny because it's 3 young people and then 2 boomers, and so we'll be talking about, like, you know, fixing stuff and, like, tech related things or, like, security stuff or, like, cleaning or whatever, and then Michael just respond in our group chat and just be like, why doesn't my name pop up when I type things in group chat? And we're just like, oh boy, Mike. It really sticks. Mint is a weed. I have lemon balm, which is a variety of mint, growing through the bricks in the concrete of my patio. That shit's immortal, man. Like, you can't kill mint. It's like gout weed. It's like, it grows forever, and you can't get rid of it once you have it. Also, I am completely capable of talking about Dwarf Fortress things for whatever it's worth, but I'm kind of in new patch mode right now, which is, it's really hard for me to just, like, talk about this version of the game because I'm just sitting here going, I just want to try the new stuff, or the old new stuff, the new old stuff, new old stuff. New presentation of old stuff. Yeah. When it takes over everything, I know how to manage mint, so. Do I use my porch mint for everything? Oh no, I'm so happy that it's growing through the bricks of my sidewalk so that I don't need to plant it in pots anymore. Yeah, I do actually. It survives everything except fire? Disagree. Because As long as you have, like, so I took a strand that big of mint root from a spearmint plant from my mom's house, put it in my bag, carried it home, and buried it, and the next year I had a spearmint plant this tall. So, I have a feeling even if you burnt it, it would come back. Let's go with cinnabar. I like cinnabar. Nah, I'm not going to plant catnip anywhere, period. Just because it would start cat fights, and that's not really what you want. You don't want to attract cats that aren't already around, and there's already plenty of cats around. Also, if I remember catnip correctly, I'm pretty sure ants like catnip. There's a few plants that like a lot of people are like, you should plant that, like chamomile, where ants farm aphids on chamomile because chamomile has a very thick like sap that goes down the flower stalks, and aphids love it. So the result is ants will literally carry aphids onto the plant, kill the plant in the process, and eat aphid shit. So, like, there's some things I just won't plant because of pests, and I'm pretty sure not chamomile, that catnip is one of those. It's a derivative. It's not a mint. It is in the same family as mint. So, yes, but no. So do metal shields. All kinds of shields wear out. Well, here's the thing. All shields are equally as effective for blocking. Metal shields are better used as blunt force trauma weapons than a wooden shield. So, like, if for some reason the dwarf drops their weapon, like, let's say the dwarf is wielding an axe, right? And I don't consider this even a debate, by the way. This is a pretty sealed topic as far as I'm concerned. But if a dwarf drops their weapon due to exhaustion or whatever situation, then they can use their shield. They usually use their shield as, like, a secondary bonking weapon. So if their shield is made of steel and they're thwacking the enemy with it, it's going to be significantly more effective than if their shield is made of adamantine or wood. However, an adamantine shield will last longer in combat than a wooden shield will. Because gear, armor, weapons, everything, so I don't think named weapons do, but all gear that your soldiers use degrades the same way as clothing does. And it degrades faster when it's in combat. However, if you are using wooden shields, they'll degrade even faster than that. Metal will last longer, yeah. Exactly, it lasts longer in combat. I love the color for cinnabar. It's such a beautiful burgundy. But I will tell you this. If I have any other option, I will not use wooden shields. I would rather use literally anything else first. Dwarves have arrived to trade. It's time to spin up the used clothing selling. Because we have a lot of it right now. Like a lot. Lot. And also some plenty of new stuff too. Mostly silk, but... Theirs didn't break when others did break. Yeah, there you go. Basically, to me, wooden shields are like you have no better option. Same with, like, obsidian swords. I mean, I can understand why people would want to do... Anybody who watches my channel knows I don't like this term, but, like, challenge runs of sorts. I could understand why people would want to do that, where you're limited to those types of weaponry. Like, that makes sense. I get that. I can understand that desire. That being said... at the same time find it, I guess maybe surprising that so many people still ask about them, like if they should use them, how good they are. It's like they're not good. Like that's the thing. They're not. Any metal is better. trousers? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Just looking for unclaimed trousers. What's up, Secret? You have a pop of 22 on one of your... Why is that? Because one of your dwarves was related to the king and the king died. So somebody was like a second prince twice removed and the king's family died somehow. And so you inherited the role. Too bad you can't get Mercury from Cinnabar. Isn't that like a bit above like dwarven technology levels? What would you do with Mercury? Now, if you could get Venus, I'd be more keen, but like Mercury, come on. That's just being silly. Like, where's Neptune in all of this? Mercury for immortality. Was that actually a thing? Like, I've read that people thought that, like, Mercury was, like, a health thing at some point, but I've just genuinely have a hard time believing that. I do know that there's this one picture in this magazine that my dad showed me when I was young of a guy sitting on a pool of mercury with bare hands and just going, yeah, don't ever do that. While explaining to me what mercury was, I was like, that? Against certain STDs. Ah. Right. Interesting. That doesn't seem good. Seems a bit counterproductive, is what I would say. So what's the name of this? It's the Temple of Beaks. Well, it's increasing the value slowly. But first we're doing all this. At least it's coming quick. Also, chat room, have you guys seen my my gift shop in the fortress? Buy this uranium on Amazon. It protects you from 5G and your expected life. Nope. But I also don't look at snake oil on Amazon usually. Usually when I go to Amazon, I already know what I'm looking for and planning to buy before I go to Amazon. Neither was on your homepage? Sure, but what's on your Amazon homepage is based on the other things that you're searching for. So what are you searching for that you're getting recommended? Uranium necklace. The question is, what kind of necklace do I need to buy that makes 5G more efficient? All right, Khalid Dragon, go find it on Amazon and give us the link. What's the current fortress and what's the goal? Build weird front door contraption to part the seas, survive the relatively frequent necromancer raids, and kill time until Wednesday next week. Basically, I'm going to stream this fort today and tomorrow, and then take Thursday off, and then I'm going to do a brief stream of Not Dwarf Fortress on Friday because Manor Lord's embargo lifts on that day, and I'll be able to stream it. And then I will not be streaming Monday or Sunday or Saturday, Sunday or Monday, and then I will take Tuesday off to prep adventure mode stuff because I will be getting in a little bit early. And then we'll be streaming through till Saturday. And then Saturday, I have some stuff to do because it's 420. I have a concert in the evening, and also I have gardening earlier in the day because it's the garden work party. Then Sunday is my dad's birthday, so I won't be streaming on the Sunday. Probably I might stream in the morning. It depends on what time my dad is doing birthday stuff. And then it'll just be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday the whole week after, assuming people aren't like tired of adventure mode already. Whose embargo? This is this embargo. This is what we'll be doing Friday. As you can see, it's already in my Steam library. So it's out on April 26th, but it's the press and review embargo is up early. And like that means they're confident in it because yeah, it's going up on the 12th on Friday. I need to like double check that, but I'm pretty damn sure it's the 12th on Friday. What's up, VadTech? How's things? Yep, April 12th, 7 a.m. Pacific. Well, it's technically my dad's birthday the day before. My dad's birthday's on 4/20, but, no. Still, the most annoyed dwarf. So the angriest dwarf, do you care about beard? This is such a weird thing. YouTube shopping news is one of the weirdest like reports I get. It's like how to make sure people buy your merch, and it's just like I don't want to be a I don't want to be a merch monger on YouTube. You don't care about looks, Cap. All dwarves care about his beard. I mean, okay, so it's actually too heavy to do this, which I think is kind of funny. What did they bring for me? Bunch of ropes. Let's buy some musical instruments. They brought a pig and a lead cage. Well, that'll solve the weight issue. Or I could just buy a bunch of ale. Beer, rum, wine. Sure, I'll buy some syrup. I'll buy some milk. I'll buy some rum. Buy some beer and that. Sure, why not? Seems lovely. Speaking of beer, which supposedly is all dwarves care about, or so chat informs me, I'll buy the steel spear. Buy the steel picks. Anything made of steel, really. Because materials are pretty damn scarce on this map. At least for this fort. Not so much in other fortresses. Negative ion. God. Wow. $49. I don't even want to show this on stream because it'll show my postal code. But EMF protection, anti-radiant race wristband, 7-in-1 with a whatever pendant bows, negative ion power, ion bracelets, health, pain relief, magnet health, energy bracelet. This seems like a scam. Black tourmaline and lava EMF pendant improves your well-being by just wearing or carrying this pendant with powerful grounding stone. Useful against harmful EMF radiation from all EMF devices and provides connection between Earth and the human spirit. If for any reason, if you are unhappy with our products, we'll give a full refund. Is a scam include that? I mean, there's a difference between it has 1 4-star review and it says, I am happy with it and sleep much better and feel stronger. It also takes my pain away in my hands. They also have like anti-4G buttons for like the back of your cell phone. Okay. I like this. Freely adjustable length according to the size of your wrist. So stylish, no one would even suspect it's therapeutic for healing. Designed to look great on both men and women. A great birthday gift, Christmas gift, anniversary gift, Mother's Day gift, Father's Day gift, or Valentine's Day gift. Yeah, no. Read some science. It's literally just like an SEO catch. Yeah, exactly. SEO catchphrase. Let's buy the cheese. That's a name of a scroll. Also, chat, I'm gonna make you guys smaller. You guys can still drunk. But I obviously have to buy this book. Obviously. It's definitely not. I don't think you can buy. I don't think the dwarves can bring Necronomicons, even if they have access to them. Like, they just can't. Okay, let's finish upgrading that church. After the end, So, still would like an annoyed dwarf. The real annoying dwarf. So you want Deucim the Tanner? Dodok? Those are kind of your two options. This bracelet saved my marriage and cured my cancer. Yeah, well, it's not even creative enough or well written enough to be like done by an AI. A person wrote that probably. Carpenter, please. Got it. Still is a High Master Carpenter, Novice Observer, and Armor User. Is not in the military, has one friend named Kivish, has never killed anything, and doesn't feel anything while crying on a priest. Has a strong sense of duty. And I'm in an ad break now. Great, so I will wait. I will use this as an opportunity to quick save. I mean, the plan for this sleeve, originally, before my tattoo artist stopped doing tattoos, was to extend it over the back of my elbow and then up and over my shoulder. And as it worked up this arm, it would go from being Portal stuff to being Black Mesa, like, scenes. But, well, I guess Half-Life 1. But it never ended up happening. Thanks, Darius. Are you dead? No. You are still alive. The number of, like, dead named dwarves, I think, is actually just one. You need to finish your sleeve? Yeah, I actually have the budget now. I could go do it. I'm just starting to look for tattoo artists again. Like I got this half of the sleeve done in 2018. So it's been a while since I've had it worked on. I need to get it touched up anyway. Okay, so we need to increase the value quite a bit more. How about I cut this out? We replace that with glass. We engrave all of these. All of the cinnabar. We put an offering place down here. We put a display over here. Maybe put something of value on it. Oh, I only have 2 green glass blocks. Well then, instead of green glass blocks then, let's put pillars made of valuable materials. What do I have that's valuable-ish? Let's do bismuth. Bismuth. Black bronze. Bronze. Yeah, we got a giant stork and a giant cougar. They live in this little zone right here next to the prison, and I'm assuming that they hang out with the prisoners. Also, the prisoner is connected to the tavern, so the prisoners get to, like, you know, sing and watch performances and stuff. And also, the tavern has my favorite addition to this fortress, which is my gift shop. It is a minecart that is periodically filled up, and then items are taken out of this stockpile and taken up here, and they are encrusted with cut glass. And then dwarves then pick them up from here and drop them off here and put them into this wagon, into this minecart, and then after 15 days it gets pushed here and then unloaded into this to then be re-encrusted theoretically. Or if it doesn't get unloaded in time, then it then gets pushed over to here, dumped out into this pile, and then zipped back over here, at which point it's just distributed to everywhere. And every single one of those points where a dwarf picks up an item and takes it somewhere else, they have the opportunity to claim it. So the idea is that dwarves are claiming items, and it's working quite well for some dwarves like this one, who currently is wearing a dress, is wearing a loincloth, socks, and shoes, of course, but also has earring, amulet, bracelet, earring, glove, robe, earring, and it goes, hood. So... And, you know, they're content after putting on a finely crafted item. Yeah. Yeah, they have to haul them to own more items. So I think I'm just going to put some gem-encrusted crafts onto this pedestal. Like an amulet or something. Maybe a ring? How about an aluminum earring? That'll help the value. I don't think jewelry degrades, but I could very much be wrong with that statement, so don't take what I'm saying as fact. Giant cougar, yes. Massive mittens. Mighty mittens. So I need to read Still's Dwarf, so let's do that. So you're a dwarf because I got hit by an ad break. Has a strong sense of duty, very rarely is moved by curiosity, forms strong and emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, does not trust others, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, is very happy and enthusiastic, is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, tends to avoid crowds, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation, tries to do things correctly each time, tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and doesn't handle stress well, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and has an active imagination, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally is somewhat put off by commerce and values artwork. Likes hornblende, lead, and white jalistone, king hagfish leather and elk hoof, shirts and bracelets and crutches, and cows for their haunting moves, giant chameleons for their ability to change color, the words of the knowing silk, and the sight of the embraced bewilderment, and when possible prefers to consume persimmon wine and cranberries, and absolutely hates mosquitoes, and I don't blame him. I also hate mosquitoes. Mosquitoes suck. Is a member of the Woodworkers Guild and a member of the Doctrine of Earth, and has two friends in the fortress, Kivish and Rovod. And you just made a Rovod your friend, so. All right, well, we are making progress here. So I'm going to assign both of these to be engraved. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here, and then I'm going to go to engravers, and then I'm going to search by... remove these two. And say only selected do this. We're gonna get Kel and Shortass to come in here and engrave these. And get our master engravers to do two very small engravings, so hopefully we get the nicest engravings possible on those, because we only get one shot. Then we need to make a Miners Guild and a Clothers Guild. Which makes me think, didn't I already have a Miners Guild? But I guess not. Is an exceptionally designed image of a yak bull by Shortass. The yak bull is falling. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a yak bull in Applebottom in mid-om of 557. The item is a masterfully designed image of Todini, the dwarf and dwarves. Todini is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Todini to the position of militia commander of the new fur boots of pants in 549 before becoming the militia captain, or the captain of the guard. Exceptionally designed image of Shortass, the image, Shortass and an image... is a Shortass rendition of an image of dwarves. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Applebottom. And a superiorly designed image of Zasset, the blue peacock. Ah, Zasset traveling in 548. How's we doing for value? Not great. All right, well, I guess we'll get some more exceptionally designed images along the ground here. Do I have chairs? Nope. Do I have tables? Nope. Do I have chests? Yeah. Yeah, we do. Do I have cabinets? Yeah, we do. Okay, but I don't really want those. Some migrants have arrived. Exasperated while caught in the rain. Yeah, me too, man. So like I said, the population is set to 400, which means Tier 2 and Tier 3 subscribers, please take advantage of the @Dwarf, D-O-R-F command, because I gotta say that, well, might as well get on top of that. We do have a talented Marksdorf here. It's also bringing a husband. Get into my Marksdorf squad that I haven't used yet. What about you? You're the blacksmith husband? Okay. Giant cougar? I know it has an ominous sound to it, but, you know, I think it's funny on all levels, okay? Tough, patient, not wasteful, wants to master a skill. Cheesy McGeezy. Join the military here. Mr. Mr. Trot Trot. I've read that name before. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. And Master Spike, thanks for the Tier 2. Is that an upgrade, Master Spike? I wish it would tell me like somebody just moved up. So Master Spike, you now have access to the sound commands. But you also have access to being able to dwarf people. So you can add somebody. So we've made a new command. And the way this command works is if you are a Tier 2 or a Tier 3 subscriber here on Twitch, you can @ somebody by typing in !Dwarf. Eventually, once it's out of testing phase, and I'm 100% positive I want to keep it, you can @ somebody and in chat, doesn't matter who, and type in the the command !Dwarf. Eventually, these are all just gonna have emotes associated with them, so they'll be a little bit straighter forward. But if you type in !Dwarf, then the bot responds, and then chat can vote yes or no whether or not it goes through, and then that person gets a name of whatever chat deems. So basically, we have a democratic way of bringing in new dwarf people. However, only Tier 2s and Tier 3s can activate it, if that makes sense. But we are also keeping the manual redemptions. So if you happen to pull off the channel points thingy, you can have a dwarf that way as well. All right, chat. So it's up to everybody here. Do you guys want to allow Master Spike's nomination to go through? Vote yes or vote no. You could just type in Y or N. Eventually, we'll have emotes for these. But I'm just sitting here recruiting dwarves into the military. You're a dutiful brawler with poor intuition that dreams of mastering a great work of art and wants to fight, has a strong sense of duty, and can handle stress. Well, I'm going to put you into one of these squads. What? You're a hunter, right? Mingot. All right, so now the question is, chat room, R-E-O-L-I-O-S. Realists would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf are we giving them? I like how you can vote for yourself. Ah, it works. All right. I get the gist. How dare you have a named piglet? Unib Scratchchitin. Scratchtin? The Scratchtin. Dwarf, you too, please. Don't work that way. And I'm Vinspogle. You clearly missed the explanation, and that's okay. Chat room, what kind of dwarf are we giving to Realus? You had your opportunity. You could have self-nominated, but you could have been the first person to type in the request for the nomination, but it only happens every 30 minutes, theoretically. But chat room, this is up to you guys, not me. So who are we? What kind of dwarf are we giving this person? This isn't up to me. This is up to chat. Chat has to give me a description. Otherwise, I will just sit here and nothing will happen. Child. Okay, so Darius wants to give them a child. Chat room, what do you think? This is very much a group effort thing. I'm not going to do this by myself. You guys have to assist here. Otherwise, this is why it's in beta. An angry child? Chow wants to give him an angry child? A yak child? No, that's me. All right, well, Realus, question. Beard or no beard? I don't really have any angry kids. Turns out I'm good at managing kids. Would you like a boy dwarf or a lady dwarf? Boy dwarf? Okay. How about... Rigoth, who's playing make-believe, who's weak, good with language, but values power. Is 14 years old and is now... a child in the fortress. Feels enjoyment when playing make-believe. Sleeps in a very good bedroom. He feels fondness when speaking with acquaintances and gratitude after being rescued. Embarrassed upon wearing old clothing. He does have old socks. He needs new socks. Go get new socks, boy. He's incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Is bashful, very polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. When possible, he does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs like most children, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas. Is open to changing his mind, and often feels lustful. Likes to brawl, and doesn't often feel envious of others. He is nervous, and he doesn't handle stress well. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and winks during conversations. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values honesty and respects power. His mom and dad are Henchest and Attis. Is Attis the one who's been in the hospital for forever? No. There's another Attis who's been in the hospital for forever. Doesn't understand how somebody could become so obsessed with what somebody else has. He's a thoughtful child. And most recently was thinking about dining in a legendary dining room. He has been in the fortress since 551, and it is now 558. Fearless? No, fearful in the face of imminent danger, but could be a good militia dwarf. Just we have to be careful with them. It's not like any child you've ever seen. Pretty normal dwarf child. The thing is, I'm not... Dwarves or dwarven children in this fort don't have any chores. So they are very, very, very happy. Believe it or not. It's almost like it's really easy to manage, like, young dwarves if you're just nice to them. And, like, don't make them haul all the bodies. It's almost like that. I don't know why that could be. It's strange. All right, well, let's just get these last few fancy things. Do kid dwarves have sprites now? No. And we know exactly why they don't. It's because Tarn needs to sit down and do all of the data entry to get it done. And he hasn't done that because he's working on adventure mode. It's like the answer to literally everything right now. Whenever people are like, do these have this? It's like, no. Why? Because Tarn's working on adventure mode. I feel like I can't wait until I can stop being a broken record on some of these more, like, don't actually change the gameplay in the slightest features, like, that I would argue are not even remotely mandatory, but would be nice to have. Like, I'm not gonna lie. They would be nice to have that, but it's not mandatory. Anyway, so... Cacophony of Stupid has been upgraded to the first spine of the Faith of Gold, and the new Holy Crystal, which is the lower ranked official in this particular religion, is going to... Let's go with Cashmere Goat. Cashmere is now in that position. All right. So now that's done. What's up next on my to-do list? We've got to do a miner guild and a clother guild. This is going to be a kitchen extension, which I should probably just do.
Finished building my PC over the weekend.
Hell yeah.
Reloaded one of my old forts where I was getting 10 to 15 FPS. Now I am getting 35 to 40.
Yeah. That's gone from like annoyingly playable to playable. That's good. What CPU did you get, if I can ask? But congratulations on the new PC. Chat room, do you have a game that you launch first when you install a new game? I know that we now know what Big Bangs is, which is clearly Dwarf Fortress, but chat room, can I get a round of beers? And also thank you, Big Bang, for filling up that bits leaderboard. Still very empty on the gift sub leaderboard, but you know, the days are still young. Okay, so that's gonna get done. I also need to check in on bedroom status. That's another thing I need to do. It's this huge area, that's crafts. The Stoneworkers Guild. I'm kind of also like checking guild halls. Woodworkers Guild. I mean, I could just make that into the Clothers Guild. Doom is a good choice. That was what I loaded the last time. I mean, when I put this new graphics card into this computer, I actually I didn't load Doom. I installed Quake RTX because this was in the first RTX card I had, and I was like, well, this is fine, looks fine. I don't like playing Quake campaign though, and then I uninstalled Quake RTX, and that was it. That was the whole process. Witcher 3, yeah, I could see that. I could see why that would be. $100+ on Ultra. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I do still install Crysis on every computer I build. Maybe it like says something about the era that I come from in PC gaming, but there's something satisfying about knowing that my computer can run the first Crysis at like 400 frames a second. $4070 Super is pretty smile. Oh, that's good. Just to make sure. Yeah, no, I still have to just make sure. I mean, at this point, the new Crysis is, you know. At this point, it's no longer Crysis. It's Cyberpunk. It's can it run Cyberpunk, right? Ooh, I just figured out where I want to do more bedrooms. Because this is my little dormitory, right? I should do a stairwell down and fill the inside of this up with bedrooms. That would look really nice, I think. I'm trying, Tykeston. But I still have quite a lot of construction up here to do. And I'm not... Yeah, we need to get more glass going. More pump sections. So let's do green glass tube. Collect sand. Just do 100 of each. Building computers is one of those things that looks absurdly terrifying until you've done it twice. The first time you do it, you're stressed out and shaking, and then the second time you do it, you're like, why was I so scared the last time? There's literally nothing scary about building your own computer. It seems like it should be really intimidating and scary, so people psych themselves out. Is my creative approach to forts like this? There's more people like me. This isn't like a unique me thing. Sometimes people act like it is, which I think is odd, but... No, the reason I say Cyberpunk is the new Crisis is it's not really the new Crisis. It's more just, it's the new game that if you turn literally everything on to maximum, it won't run well on any computer. That's why I call it the new Crisis. Don't need this. This one needs to be rebuilt though. Let's just queue up the bedrooms first, basically. Also probably, nah, I can't really cram one in there. Oh, no, certainly. I mean, like, there's, you know, the thing that I've been reading about path tracing, which I think is really interesting, is, like, the developer beef between, like, good static lighting is kind of an art, if that makes sense, Navy. And there is, like, especially, like, during GDC, like, I saw a lot of, like, little articles popping up on, like, gamesindustry.biz of, like, and like snippets from interviews and stuff where developers are just like, hey, like, yeah, path tracing looks awesome when it works and if you have the computer to run it.
To work. My break is over now. Sad face, almost through the end of tax season.
You can make it, man. I trust you. You can make it to the end of tax season. But at the same time, good static lighting on a lot of people's computers who can't run things with path tracing looks just as good, if not better. So, I don't know. I'm like mixed on how much I care about path tracing because while I agree, yeah, it looks rad if you can run it. I almost wish that more games went in the direction of Monolith Soft for Fear 1, right? Which is a game that still looks awesome and plays incredibly well on modern computers still, and it's all static lighting. So, I don't know. I think if done correctly and if you can run it, it's great, but in reality, yeah. Oh, now you're number 1. Thanks, Big Bang. Appreciate you, man. You're terrified you were going to brick your new baby. The only part that makes me nervous about like putting together computers now is just putting in the CPU because it is so expensive. It's such an expensive piece of kit. But even that. Not necessarily pump out games faster, right? Like everything about modern game design actually makes making games harder, right? Because what it does is it adds required assets, it adds technology, and it adds all that you are really saving is rendering time. Because when you render your lighting, if I understand how like Unreal Engine works, you build your map, you build this space that the gameplay takes place in, and then you tell the game where the light sources are, and then you render your lighting. And then you adjust it, and then you render it, and then you adjust it, and then you render it, and you do that, right? Whereas with path tracing, you skip that step. So there's less like internal rendering happening. But at the same time, it's a much higher cost entry for the consumer, right? And it's gonna, you know, make games run worse. So if anything, it's less expensive theoretically in some ways, but more expensive on the consumer. It's basically like offloading the development expense onto the person running the game, because now you need a bigger graphics card to run the video game. And where was I digging for that? It was down here, right? Yes, this. This is going to be a little guild hall. I need somewhere for a miners guild, because this is going to be food, so let's just make a big old food stockpile. We're just gonna say yes to everything. No plump helmet seeds. No pigtail seeds. No sweet pod seeds. No cave wheat seeds. No... What's the other one? I'm not doing dimple cups. I think that's everything. Cave wheat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's everything. And also go down here.
1 year striking the earth.
Don't need lie. I'd rather not put fat, but hey. Iron Zach, thanks for the 12 whole months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for both Big Bang's bits and also, it's a round of weird sentence to say, for both the bits from Big Bang and Iron Zach with the whole year. You can bake lighting in restored shadows is easy to compute, but shading isn't good because then you get hard edges and it makes its perfect geometry doesn't simulate dispersion, but there are tricks. Okay, well, now I've got the problem where Twitch chat is doing the thing where I can't read because it's auto-scrolling for me. I can do this in my bot. I'm in an ad break now. But it doesn't simulate dispersion. There are tricks to make it look better. I don't necessarily agree. I guess the question is your goal for the visuals of the video game replicating reality or not? If your goal is to replicate reality, okay, that kind of intended development direction, okay, that makes sense. If your goal is to create something that looks interesting and unique, I don't necessarily think that path tracing and ray tracing look better. Because maybe I'm weird, but I've always preferred unique, interesting art styles over aesthetic realism. And I think just massively increasing the computer power requirement for a video game isn't necessarily conducive with aesthetic realism, if that makes sense. Or like believable visuals. I've seen Borderlands without cell shading. It wasn't originally going to have cell shading. If you go and look up very early footage of Borderlands, it doesn't have cell shading. So you too can go see what Borderlands looked like before it had cell shading. Borderlands movie, I've never found Borderlands to be particularly funny and never really played those games. The only real thoughts I have about Borderlands is those games have Dwarf Fortress references. Also, 2K owns them now, owns the IP outright now, so there's that. Because Gearbox was bought back or bought off of Embracer by Take-Two, so here's hoping they employ slightly better writers to make the humor not like so annoying that the meme is that how long did it take you to mute Borderlands while playing Borderlands? I know some people genuinely find those games funny, but like it's Borderlands beyond Borderlands 1. Like, Borderlands 2 humor forward is the first time in my life that I felt like, oh, the kids have humor I don't like anymore. Like, it was one of the first moments for me of, oh, I'm getting old. Awesome. You know, at this point, I'm basically assuming that every single video game related TV show is going to be about the same level of quality as Halo, because like film companies do not want to put money into things right now. For me? No, my first old man yells at cloud moment is go the fuck home, you drunk teenagers, while I was working at McDonald's when I was like 19. So, no, I started having those moments a while ago. To me, like, I can understand why ray tracing is okay. I don't play AAA releases. I don't chase graphical fidelity in games. It's just not what I do. Like I still load up Crysis because I genuinely like playing Crysis. I find the mechanics of you can kill a man with a chicken in that game. Okay, you can literally just like grab a dude by the throat, vault like 100 meters into the air, throw him another 100 meters into the air, and then land on the ground before he hits the ground, pick up a chicken and throw a chicken at him and kill him in midair. Like, Crysis is a wonderful video game, okay? So I installed and play Crysis because I genuinely like playing Crysis. But like, when it comes to graphical fidelity in games, I don't chase that. So I'm not the target audience for ray tracing anyways. But for me, I think games being accessible to as large an audience as possible is significantly more important than fidelity. And if you just look at Steam's surveys to see what parts people are using, people with cards that are good enough to perform well with ray tracing is so small that the market clearly doesn't want it. Yeah, smarter NPCs, better NPCs. And when I say smarter NPCs, I don't mean cram word vomit repeatable quests with like ChatGPT into them. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like believable NPCs. I mean, to this day, I know that I know it's all smoke and mirrors, but to this day, my favorite enemy NPCs in a video game is Fear. Fear and maybe the first Halo, because in the first Halo, they did things that you hadn't seen up until that point, like dodging out of the way. Like the elites in Halo are just so neat to play against the first time you run into them. You know, like holding up shields and whatnot. Like, I don't need them to be smarter, as in they can say more varied dialogue. I want memorable opponents that are fun to play against in a video game. And now we need to do the Clother Guild Hall. Although, okay, so I didn't get the Miners Guild done in time. I just need to queue this up as a Clothers Guild and accept it. Because I just failed the Miners Guild, which means every miner in the fort just got mad. That's okay, though. Guild Hall. Platinum, please let us search this screen. Please. Please let us search this screen. Please. There it is. Let's discuss your situations from the mountain homes. I do not want to be a barony. I don't want nobles in this fort. We had so many in the last fort, I don't really want to become the mountain home. I'm pretty convinced that most people don't want advanced AI. The people that want advanced AI are people that are investing large amounts of money in projects because it's the current buzzword, right? Buzzwords make money. Buzzwords get investments. So when you have a popular buzzword, people invest money into it. Example A, NFT. Example B, blockchain. Example C, smart device. You know, just because it's something that a portion of people want and investment money is coming in from, it doesn't mean that the greater populace wants it. Like, the amount of computing power it takes to do a lot of the stuff that NVIDIA's CEO is constantly shouting about is kind of wild to me. Something else that's getting more and more wild to me about advanced AI is the fact that you never actually see them touting successes, like the OpenAI CEO and all these people. You don't see them talking about their successes. You see them talking about possible use cases, which I think is really funny because, like, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest success of like any kind of large language model is like autocorrect. Like, it's so mundane, but that's a success that they could tout. You know, like, that's an example where it's like, this is something that as a species, I guess, we've been training subconsciously to be better. You mean that it didn't work? Because Google search really doesn't work these days. Playing Call of Duty. Has Call of Duty really been relevant in the last decade? Because honestly, to me, Call of Duty kind of ceased being like mainstream relevant, with the exception of Warzone. I'm not really talking about Warzone, I'm talking about Call of Duty proper. Call of Duty proper, in my mind, kind of ceased being mainstream relevant with Call of Duty Future Warfare. Oh, I know what Google's optimized to use, which is why today it is time for my favorite segment of the stream, remind people that Stract exists, because it's an open source search engine that doesn't take your data, and you can like straight up go look at the code for it and know they're not making money, and it's running on a server in some dude's basement. Better than DuckDuckGo? DuckDuckGo is Google. It uses Google's API. This is re-indexing the entirety of the internet. So, you know, I played like a good 4 hours of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare after it had been out for a while, and I got it super cheap. And you know, the campaign of that game's not bad. It's weird that it's called Call of Duty though. But yeah, go try Stract. Stract is great. The thing is, there's no video or image search, but it's much better at, so Google is really good at searching modern internet. And by modern internet, I mean Facebook, YouTube, like the major platforms. It's good at searching those. Stract is really good at searching like the non-mainstream internet. So if you want to find like an obscure forum for somebody talking about audio gear, which I don't know why anybody would want to do that, or why I might be, you know, looking for manuals for a specific type of tape deck. It's actually pretty good at finding that kind of stuff. Although you have to like rewire your brain on how you use search engines and suddenly remember how to use search engines from 20 years ago, because it doesn't like, it's not even remotely smart when it comes to correcting your searches. So if you typo something, you ain't finding shit. But I actually like that. Super CJ, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Welcome back. But no, DuckDuckGo, Start Engine, Quant, they're all just using either Google or Bing's API or combinations of Google and Bing. So if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I mean, it's still probably better than using Google directly, but it's just Google's API with a different business model glued on top. So if Google's search gets worse, then so does, you know, Bing and DuckDuckGo. Notokasa, a farmer with a beard. Chat room, getting a round of beers for Super CJ Man with the 22nd month. Dude, that's almost 23 months, which is 1 month before 24. And next month you get the number that had a movie about it, the number 23, which I never saw, but I saw all the ads for it and thought it looked weird at the time. Anyways, what's the value of this? Well, we're getting there. Oh, no. Oh, wait. That's the other one. This isn't the Guild of Bronze, is it? No, this is the Geared Pillar. Whew. This is the Clothers Guild, which I'm going to put a display, a series of displays of different pieces of clothing around the edge of it. was good? Yeah, I never saw it. I just remember seeing ads for it going, this is odd. Anyway. I mean, DuckDuckGo is just Dogpile for the 21st century. I don't know. I never used Dogpile, to be honest with you. But, like, I don't dislike DuckDuckGo. I have nothing against it. But Stract is more interesting to me because it's reindexing the internet. If it wasn't reindexing the internet, whatever. It's just another search engine. But the fact that it's reindexing the internet is very interesting to me. DuckDuckGo is also just falsely advertising the fact that it doesn't show your data. That doesn't surprise me, but I don't actually know too much about that because I haven't looked into it. Let's do cloak. I apparently have an elephant leather cloak. Let's see if it ends up in there. Let's do skirt. I apparently have a artifact skirt. Let's do shirt. Bing and Yahoo. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's like Yahoo. That's almost a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. I haven't asked Jeeves anything in ages either, now that I think about it. Not that I have anything really to ask Jeeves about. Chat, if you could ask Jeeves anything, what would you ask Jeeves now? Where did you come from and where did you go? Something, something, Cotton Eye Joe. How are we doing on bedrooms, actually? Plenty of dwarves need... Quite a few dwarves need bedrooms. Not too many, though. I mean, all the way up to here is bedrooms. So I only need, what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 more bedrooms. Well, that's not bad. That we can work with. I'm going to get my squatties training again, because it's been a little bit. Oh, also I'm going to let them sleep in here as need. Now we're going to go pick up equipment. We really need new socks. Okay, let's just do let's do 300. Silk sock. 300 of them. Just a whole bunch of socks. Everybody, socks for everybody. Everybody gets socks. Can't good with other languages? Join their Discord, God chill. And the reason I say that is their Discord is shockingly accurate, or not accurate, active. And like, they have a requests channel where like, because it's open source, right? You can just go edit it, where you can see actively what they are working on, and like the people who are actively working on it are very, 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 very quick to communicate. So it's real neat that you can like go into that Discord. They'll be like, oh yeah, no, this wasn't working yesterday, but as of this morning, we can now search for this. Like some websites just do not surface in it because they haven't been indexed, right? So people are actively indexing it right now in real time. And it's just neat to see that happening and watch that happen in real time. So you requested a dwarf, no farmer. Right. There's actually 2 dwarves I owe. Search engines came up. You said you want farmer with beard? Do you want happy farmer with beard, or slightly miffed farmer with beard, or unhappy farmer with beard? Like this is a blank farmer with beard, slightly happy farmer with beard, slightly angry farmer with beard, slightly happier farmer with beard. Reading farmer with beard. This one? It's almost enough for you? Nodokasa is frustrated after being unable to practice a martial art for long. You want to military. He is zany, values power, disdains stoicism, decorum, and perseverance. Ladies love him for his high stamina. He has no friends, but wants some. Well, that's not true. He has a friend. He's friends with Wuggy McWuggy, but wants to talk to them. Got into the fortress in 549, so he's been here for like over 10 years. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and dislikes helping others. Could be considered rude and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Can handle stress and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He is assertive, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He has a calm demeanor, and he is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Can I put you in the military? He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. A forgotten beast has come. It is a blob composed of mud. It has 2 long straight tails, and it has poison vapors. I'm sure it'll die to another thing in the basement. And now it's immediately dying, probably to cavern invaders in the lower cavern levels. He greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And actually, I need to check something. Where are these creatures? Maybe I should just like flood this area with lava. I'll think on it. Because I am seeing quite a few rodent people in here, and I'll bet you there's a lot of them. Is what I was about to say. You know what, actually? Hold on. Where does this lead to? If I were to... If I were to there. Zink. Over to there. Yoop. 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 Yeah, it's doable. Just a little trapdoor. You know, down to here. Then I can go... Nope. 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 Smooth and fortify this. And, I'll best do. Probably... no, not quite that. Let's actually... go down here. Yeah, we'll put a pump in here. We are going to pump some lava into this. Let's jump back to Nodokasa. You also have to remember, Drawchill, because I play this game so much, I remember I've basically memorized the Dwarven descriptions for the different types of jobs, or for the different thoughts. So I read like the first 2 words of a sentence and know how it's gonna finish. So that's part of the reason I can read these so fast. You do have modest quarters, which is all the way over here. You probably would like your bed to be smoothed, I would guess. There's another bedroom right next to it which hasn't been made yet. Well, let's give that to somebody. Here you go, Goden. You and your wife, you can both have beds. Will help. All right. Feel free to throw you in the military? Yeah. I mean, you want to anyway. You want to practice martial art. Let's see what gear's available for you. For reference, materials for weapons is very, very, very scarce here. But we do actually have a decent amount of steel. I'm seeing a lot of dwarves without helmets. I'm just going to make 15 steel helms. I'm going to do 15 helms, 15 gauntlets, and 10 greaves. All right. I mean, a tier 2 or a tier 3 subscriber could probably give a dwarf to Ask Jeeves if you guys wanted. And then the dwarves could ask Jeeves things. You know, chat room, would you guys judge me if I use the exterminate command to find out how many rodent people are on the map? Because I literally haven't gone into that layer since we hit, like... Actually, since we reclaimed the fort. Ah. Right. It's a lot of magma crab, too, yeah. Imagine the magma crab legs, though. Mwah! It's great on a plate of granite. Okay, so I think that's probably why the frame rate went down to 50 from 70. So we're gonna see if we can improve these a little bit. And the other thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna work on those central bedrooms in here because this area needs it. And also, before I do that, let's double check this. What's the value? Ah, perfect. Guild hall's good. I don't think this guild hall will mind if it has a danger drop floor. So we're gonna let them have a danger drop floor while I slowly put walls in. I'm sure they'll be okay. What could possibly go wrong? You know, like people dying, slipping and falling, that sort of thing. Dwarves don't do that. Don't be silly. An SG's librarian would be great. Well, I mean, if somebody wants to nominate Ask Jeeves as a dwarf, we can make that happen. So I've been thinking about, like, what we can do for naming things in adventure mode. You can name items just, like, at will, right? Like, whenever you want. So, assuming that's still the case, we're gonna have some really dumb weapons. It's like, what are you naming? This axe blade that I'm carrying. And what are you naming? This potato plant. I don't think you can name potatoes, but... I don't think you can name food or perishables, but... pretty sure any, like, item can be named. You can also, like, assume identities. Although I don't think you can assume an identity... Actually, now I wonder. Can you assume an identity and just give yourself a custom name? So we're just constantly renaming ourselves. We've had like 13 identities since we started the adventure. I don't think it's that specific, Dwarf Dragon. Well, I mean, it's up to a tier 2 subscriber to type in the command. That's all we need. I don't have the power. Chat does. Sounds like an easy name, though. Chat clearly wants it. So tier 2s and tier 3s have access to a command called !DORF. Should really make a command explaining how this works. DORF. So you type that in, and then you say Ask Jeeves. And then chat gets to vote as to whether or not we do it. And this is how I'm giving chat more power to just name people. Sure, yes. So chat room, vote yes or vote no. Do we want a scholar named Jeeves? It's up to you. Right, well, first off, I have to appoint a scholar. First, I need to remember where I put my library. Then I need to... Okay, so this is my tiny-ass library, the Turquoise Sanctuary, which has one scholar in it, which is Neokai, who's one of the most pissed-off dwarves in the fort. Chat, who looks like a Jeeves to you? Like a Domas? Or a Diduk? Or a Moses? A Urist, maybe? Medtob. So far, we got 2 votes for Moses. Wait, Ask Eurus? No, it's Jeeves, not Eurus. Jeeves. Although Ask Eurus should be like a joke website which gives you a dwarf that walks around on your desktop. Chat seems to want Moses, so that's how you spell Ask Jeeves. Or is there an error? It's literally Eeves. Okay, so Ask Jeeves is currently pasturing a yak, and I can't zoom in for some reason. What? Is a novice gem setter. Wants to be with family and acquire an object. Go get yourself some socks, then, you Jeeves. Does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Feels strong need to pay back any favor done for her. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, prefers to present herself modestly, tends to lose focus on the matter at hand, and often feels lustful. Is a friendly individual and rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, occasionally overindulges and tends to avoid crowds, has an active sense of humor, shouts when she's surprised, and laughs very loudly when she's excited, chews her nails when she's thinking and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really think about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Like steel and pyrite. Is a member of the Doctrine of Earth. Do I need to make corkscrews? It's all tower cap. All the way down. I could use pumps, but eh. Mala IDK. Hello. Good day. Normal day. Afternooneth. It's going to be a busy month. Like, geez. Everything is releasing. DLCs for games, patches for games, fucking Manor Lords. Why is everything releasing in this month? It's annoying. It's very inconvenient. This is like kind of a sketchy walkway for the dwarf. Kind of. Not super bad, but seems sketchy. Chat room, say hello to Mala. Where's your manners? You know, you guys are all just sitting there in silence while someone pops in and wishes all of you a good day. I am offended on their behalf. I get it. You're all at work. It's fine. This is gonna require like a shit ton of power. Do I play any tactical RPGs? Not on stream. I generally don't play RPGs on stream though, just in general. Tactics or otherwise. Because a lot of people don't watch them. I've just always found them to be really hard to stream because a lot of people just don't watch them on principle because spoilers. So it doesn't really matter what type of RPG they are, I just kind of don't stream them. Why? Worrying on the damn count? Generally, I find typing about how you're worried about it makes people screw it up. Yeah, I mean, like I've played a good number. Well, I mean, it's not really a tactical RPG, but I've played XCOM. I've played some CRPGs in the past. I played classic Fallout, and I played Fallout Tactics. I played Tactics Ogre. I played a couple of the Fire Emblem games. I played plenty of those games. I find them to be really, 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 really difficult to stream. I mean, like I played Phoenix Point. I've streamed Phoenix Point. I've streamed XCOM 2. I've even streamed Xenonauts. But I find them all to be really hard to stream. And I find that audience turnout for those types of games is generally pretty poor. Okay, that's not Fallout. When I say Fallout, I mean real Fallout, not Bethesda's imitation of the Fallout IP. I mean, that's not really a tactics RPG, so it's not really in the spirit of the question, but yes, that is a game that I've streamed. Raging Cave. I played a little bit of Fallout 1. I never touched Fallout 2, and I played quite a bit of Tactics. The only Fallout game of that era that I owned was Fallout Tactics. Well, owned, but, you know. I didn't really own games back then. Him Go Fast, thank you very much for the, first gift sub ever on the channel. And also for the second gift sub of the day. Appreciate you. It's a shame that they never made any sequel. Isn't there a game coming out? Hold on, let me go look something up. Isn't there a game coming out that's like just straight up old school Fallout aesthetic? It's like open roads or something. Let me double check. I was reading about this game the other day, so let's. Nope, not open roads. That's a different game. There's a game coming out soon that just straight up looks like old school Fallout. No, not Atom RPG. That's been out for ages. Broken Roads, not open roads. It's Broken Roads. This kind of looks Fallout-ish. Or Fallout Aussie edition, because there's kangaroos. It's kind of Fallout-y. Fallout-er. Wasteland 2 was great. Yeah, there was a very brief time period there where I flirted with the idea of streaming Wasteland, but then didn't do it. But yeah, RPGs are like, unless it's the only thing that you stream, they're very, very difficult to stream. I got Key for Games of War Tactics and played it for 90 minutes and fucking hated it. I don't know, I haven't played the game, Vikingo. You'll have to play it to find out. Which is a shame, because I would like to see Microsoft do something interesting with the Gears franchise that I enjoy. Oh, it's a shady link. You enjoy all the Fallout games? I'm glad you enjoy video games. But the modern Fallout games are... Bethesda's Fallout games are not for me. At all. But I could just say that about Bethesda's games in general. It's like I also considered streaming Underrail for a bit and got it on a really, really, really deep sale. But the reason I didn't was I started looking into it a little bit more and reading about the balance of that game. And then I learned that you basically, if you want to be able to beat the game on your first run through, you basically need to use a guide. And I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. I guess the problem is I really like RPGs in theory, but the reality is I don't actually like RPGs. I like roguelikes. Because object permanence is very different in roguelikes. You have to commit to a decision, and if you die, you start over, and it's a game designed around starting over, and I find that a lot of RPGs, especially RPGs with a lot of story, don't do that in an even remotely satisfactory way to me. So if it's a game that I need to play multiple times to see all of the stuff, I feel like my time isn't being particularly well spent. Have I tried Death Must Die? Isn't that like some Vampire Survivors nonsense? Yeah, this is Vampire Survivors nonsense. Why are you recommending that crap to me? Sorry, I like good video games. If I wanted to play Vampire Survivors nonsense, I'd go play Crimson Land, like every cultured gamer that knows what good quality video game is. Did I play Undertale? I watched my ex play all of Undertale, so I have kind of no desire to play it myself because I already know what happens in it. And I don't like the fan base, so I'd rather not attract them to my chat if possible. I have this weird allergic reaction whenever I witness or hear reference to or of Homestuck, and those two fan bases have massive overlap. I wouldn't say it's a toxic fan base, but it's offensive to me personally. Just for a lot of personal reasons. The fan base itself is fine. They are... But think about it this way. Do you like interacting with the stereotypical Tumblr poster? Because that's what the fan base is. Are they toxic? Not necessarily. Like, generally they're fine. But it's just... It's a group of people that has the ability to make me really angry. Like, that's the only way to put it. It's just... It's not immaturity necessarily. It's a type of immaturity that I have a really difficult time tolerating. Shots fired. You know the type of... It's like saying, do you like to hang out with a 4chan shitposter? It's like, are they necessarily bad people? No. But they have a sense of humor that I just don't like in the current year. You know, it's like websites like that have pretty ingrained communities. It's a good way to just like state this is a stereotype I would like to avoid personally. Yeah, I mean, the main reason I never meshed well with that particular audience, specifically like the Homestuck audience, is because my ex used to cosplay a shit ton of that stuff, and so I had to interact with a lot of her friends, and a lot of her friends were some of the most obnoxiously shitty children I think I've ever encountered in my life. And I have absolutely no interest in ever interacting with anybody like that again. So that's where my personal reason for avoiding both Homestuck and also Undertale to a degree come from. And something else that's worth noting, Putnam made the Homestuck mod for Dwarf Fortress, and whenever I mention this and she's in my chat, she just says, "Oh God, I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. I was a child." So, you know, honestly, like, I get it. We all make mistakes as kids, and as adults, we have to be better off and make smarter decisions, generally. I mean, I liked Star Wars as a kid, so, you know, we all make mistakes. Now I just like Star Trek like a proper grown-up. Except for the modern stuff. Never seen Picard. I'm good. No, totally. I'm just throwing shade now because it's fun. I think that if you are a Star Wars fan and you're not capable of taking a little bit of shade in the current year, I'm sorry, you deserve it. Did you actually go register it? Yes. Did you go register Ask Urist? Please make a fake search engine on that. Please do that. Except all it links to is different pages on the DF Wiki. It's just a search engine that does nothing but search the DF Wiki. No, totally. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I still have nostalgia for, like, certain eras of Star Wars, but... I don't know if I would even want to live in the Star Trek universe, to be honest with you. But they do have the holodecks, so... Awesome. Please do it. Just make it happen. But it needs a little animated Eurist in the corner. Did I like Orville? So Orville was one of those shows that was like bloody impossible to actually watch legally in Canada, and so I've never like watched it because of that. I think it's easier to watch now, but I've stopped caring a long time ago. So did I like Orville? I don't know. I didn't care enough to watch it. Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, Star Trek Next Generation is like the idealism of Star Trek, whereas Star Trek DS9 is like, here's the underbelly and how no society is perfect. I don't know. I think Star Trek's interesting. I like, when Star Trek is good, Star Trek is very good. When Star Trek is bad, it's, that's all I have to say. I will say this, I would rather live in the world of Star Trek in the Federation than in, The Expanse. In any part of that universe, so... Adventure mode is an open world turn-based RPG that plays a lot like a traditional roguelike, which allows you to explore the entirety of your generated Dwarf Fortress worlds from the perspective of tavern visitors. So the monster hunters, the mercenaries, the poets, the bards, the scholars, the people who randomly show up in your fortress to visit, you basically just get to play one of those and then travel across the world. That's what adventure mode is. Has similarities to games like Kenshi, but it's a Dwarf Fortress mode. Also, I will never fully understand me stating I like Star Trek and then people just mentioning every single show that is vaguely like Star Trek or vaguely inspired by Star Trek. Hey, you might like this. It's like, no, I said I like Star Trek. And I don't even like all Star Trek. I specifically like certain, like, eras of Star Trek. I don't like all Star Trek. So, I've always found that kind of funny, where it's just like, yeah, I like this one specific... Like, I like Star Trek Next Generation and DS9. That's what I like. I just like a good show. It's an entertaining show. But, like, quite literally, there's a lot of bad Star Trek out there. Like, a lot of bad Star Trek out there. Do I like Star Trek SG-1? I've seen barely any Stargate. Did I say Star Trek? Stargate. I've seen barely any Stargate, so I don't really have an opinion on it. It wasn't a show that was particularly accessible to me when I was growing up. And nostalgia and things that you like that tend to come from, you know, things that you absorbed as a kid. So, do I like Stargate? I don't know. Never really watched it. I like what I've seen of it, and I've seen little bits of it. But I haven't seen much of it. Actually, let's move this and go down one. I will say I do like things about I do like things about Stargate, like the fact that it takes place in a lot of it takes place in Canada. I appreciate that about Stargate. I like the kind of Indiana Jones-ish, like we're going on an adventure nature of a lot of it. And I also like the fact that their idea of aliens is very similar to old Star Trek's idea of aliens, which is glue an eyeball on his forehead. Boom, alien. That's dumb. I like it, but like I don't know. I don't really have any like actual thoughts about it because it's just not something I'm particularly well acquainted with, I suppose. Okay, so I can go down and do that, put a pump here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. I don't actually know where this lava... Is this lava getting... Yeah, okay, so this lava is getting fed. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, Aliens is dude with funny hat is... It's a good TV trope. I like that TV trope. Is it necessarily, like, the best television? I don't know, but it's a good trope. Let's jump to where they are digging currently. What? You're not digging, you're eating. Going to go dig. But I guess the reality of this is, like, you know, we're talking a lot about TV shows and stuff. I don't watch much TV. Like, I don't know how else to, like, explain it. I really don't. Like, I think a lot of people see people like me and think that I would watch or absorb, I guess, a lot of different types of media. Honestly, I really don't. I mean, I do watch movies from time to time, and I enjoy a good TV show, but I'm not really the sort of person who just sits down and, you know, watches TV. I've never had cable. Currently, I don't actually subscribe to any streaming services except for Amazon Prime. And even that, like, I don't really use. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really, because I don't really watch TV to begin with, it's... Closet binge watcher?
Is there any high-level goal for adventure mode like how there is a become the mountain home goal
1 second.
fortress mode?
In the last thing that I binged watch was Formula 1 Drive to Survive, which was what, 10 45-minute episodes. I paid for 1 month of Netflix with ads to watch it, and that was it. Is there any high-level goal for adventure mode like how there is become the mountain home and goal in fortress mode? Or dig too deeply, there's 2. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that 8th-month resub from Sarsaparilla Tango? So, any overarching goals? Well, so in fortress mode, there really isn't, right? Like, yeah, you can become the mountain home, and yeah, you could dig too deeply and greedily, right? But the actual goal is to die. Pretty much, or create a cool narrative that you enjoy. In adventure mode, you can kind of play it as a prologue to fortress mode. I think is probably the easiest way, because it allows you to make your initial embarks way cooler in fortress mode, because time moves way slower in adventure mode. Like, most adventures are like 10 to 15 days in-game long, whereas like a fortress, you clear the first month in like 5 minutes. So the way I've always played adventure mode is a way of making fortress mode cooler. So you embark a fortress in a location, and then you immediately retire it when you just have the 7 dwarves. You start an adventuring party, and then you go on adventures around the world for like, I don't know, 10 days in game time. And then you start wandering towards the new fortress location, and you pretend to be the first migrant wave. Like that is a, and then like ask permission to stay, and then reclaim the spot. Like, I really like playing it that way. That is a way that I enjoy playing adventure mode. But if you're talking about, like, mechanical goals, I don't actually know, because Tarn and Zach have this habit of, whenever they put out a major release like this, sneaking in new stuff. So it's kind of hard for me to state specifically what's going to be in it, because I don't know what they're changing, right? I know people like to always presume that I'm just a mythical prediction god who can just like tell you what's going to be in a new update that I know nothing about. I know as much about the update as you guys do. Prue, thanks for the Prime subscription for 7 months. Chat room, yeah, I know you just did it, but come on. I shouldn't have to tell you. Chat, if I have to tell you to post beers every single time, I'm just going to remove the beer like reposting option, because like you guys, it's your job to post beers. And if I have to tell you, then like, what is the point of even having a beer emote? Maybe I need to turn it to a vinegar emote, because You guys clearly don't want the beer. Thanks for the round of beers. I would never get rid of that emote. I'm just goofing. But anyway, maybe I should make a water emote. I should have done that for April Fool's Day. Just swap the beer emote out for a water emote for a day. Just don't tell anybody. Just like a Aquafina bottle. But in adventure mode, if you just want to play an adventure in adventure mode, even though I will maintain that the best way to play adventure mode is like alongside of fortress mode. If you just want to play an adventure and that's all you really want to do, I think the biggest equivalent is probably enslaving demon lords or taking over archdemon towers. Basically destroying the sources of goblin society, or enslaving demons is probably the, or, you know, like, this is more of a player set thing. I think killing a dragon is kind of a goal, or taking out a certain specific mega beast that you're targeting or something is also a pretty good goal to work towards, but it's entirely player driven, right? So it's kind of hard to say specifically. Do I have any floodgates? It's an important question. Okay, I need a floodgate. Maybe obsidian? Let's make a few. 10's fine. Let's do... Got plenty of gabbro. Sure, we'll use obsidian. Why not? And have the Arm OK achievement. Yeah, that's something I really want to know is when are we going to get achievements? So how many of these blowgunners are going to immediately open fire when I smooth and fortify this wall? That's what I want to know. Is the dwarf going to survive or instantly become a pincushion? Because really it could go either way. Actually... This cavern looks like a Tarkov map? Why? Because it's full of rats? Is this like a rat joke for ratting, you know? Tarkov players everywhere, and not a loot to scrap. That's where we'll put the geyser. I realize I'm just kind of extending this, but I need things to be done anyway. I would like to go up to here and just mine all this out, because I would like this olivine, so we're actually going to mine this out and then replace it, probably. Dwarf industrial-sized magnet behind him. But yeah, chat, to those of you who've played adventure mode, what would you consider to be a final goal for adventure mode? The reason I'm like very cautious about giving strict answers to that is because the demigod stuff is new and weird. So without really knowing what the demigod stuff is going to play like, it's kind of really difficult for me to just be like, this is going to be an endgame thing for adventure mode, because demigods being so different now and actually being gods and allowing you to actually... So right now in adventure mode, when you play adventure mode, right, you can talk to your god. If your dwarf worships a god, you can talk to your god. You can yell at your god by just shouting at Cloud, quite literally, and your dwarf or elf or human or whatever you're playing as gets satisfaction out of that. It fills a need and makes your character happy. But because they're changing how demigods work and they're going to be actual god that you can actually talk to and get responses from, that makes the question of, well, what is an endgame goal a little weird? Because, like, Tarn has described playing as a demigod now as more of a story-based mode. So I don't know. Broken Spacebar would like Bearded Dwarf. I will give happy Beard Dwarf to you, friend. Unless you want unhappy Beard Dwarf. How do As the Dire sound to you? Who is in dire need of crafting an object, apparently. It's like the spacebar on this keyboard before I fixed it. Broken Spacebar is completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, often feels dejected and is confident under pressure. He finds humor in most situations and he finds humor in most situations and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. There is a llama in the hallway, and he's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and tends to be passive in discussions and begins to talk slowly when he's angry. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the certain appreciation of artwork is one of the highest ideals, views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. And there's an ad break happening right now, so I'm going to take the opportunity to go get myself some water. I will be right back. You want to try cleaning a necromancer's tower and then embark on that location? Yeah, that's kind of, I guess, like the more adventure mode-y thing. Adventure mode is more of a tool to explore and prep places for settlement later, and rather than just simply a gamey thing, right? Another thing about adventure mode is fortress mode is pretty easy. And before you yell at me, fortress mode, when you've played a lot of it, is pretty easy. And most people tend to agree with that point. Adventure mode is not easy. That's it. It's quite hard. And is a completely different learning curve. Also, I would have come back a lot quicker, but I decided to move the tomatoes from in front of my window, which isn't getting any sun anymore, in front of the grow lights. And also, my water bottle, brought to you by Giant Crypt Blank Sticker. You can find that in the description of the YouTube stream or in the Twitch chat if you type in !merch. It fits great on a 1 liter Nalgene bottle. That's it. All right, let's finish reading Broken Spacebar. He feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, values tranquility and a peaceful day, does not care about friendship, and dreams of skill mastery. Likes bismuthite, nickel, and rubicel, as well as glumprong wood, mandrill leather, naff paper, picks and low boots, and horses for their strength, octopuses for their many arms, and the sounds of the fabulous skirts, and when possible, prefers to consume knuckle... Oh, sorry, that was a burp. Knuckleworm, and black bullhead and banana beer. And hates flies. Wants to fight, craft something, and martial training. But is patient. Has 2 pets. A peacock and a peahen. And when they peanut, they make babies. Speaking of them, are they in the right places? No, they are not. They can't make babies. To move them to where they can. Like up here. I can make a funny sometimes. Speaking of, actually, I need to, I've got tons of baby turkeys everywhere. Oh, right, yeah, because they're called poult. There we go. Getting rid of most of them. So, yeah. I mean, I guess there's going to be a lot of adventure mode speculation in the past few days, but just know that, like, until I've played it, I can't really give you direct answers. And I always feel bad when I have to just, like, dance around things and not give people straight responses because... No, it's a pea chick, actually. Not a chickpea, which isn't confusing at all. But yeah, I wish I could give you guys like more straightforward and direct answers, but it's kind of the best I can do for right now. So, just is what it is. I mean, this side doesn't matter so much if it overflows. Okay, let's see. I probably can just make this pump now. But chat room, do you guys have any plans for the weekend? I don't know about where you guys are in the world, but at least here the weather's getting nice. It's starting to actually feel like spring-ish. So it's been a lot of yard work, at least around here, and a lot of like plotting and planning for gardening stuff. It's already hot in Texas. Is it ever not hot in Texas? Oh, Jesus. Message I need to read later. For about a week? Okay. I guess it would also probably depend on where you are in Texas. Like, there's higher altitude areas in Texas, because Texas is huge, right? There's higher altitude areas in Texas that, like, probably cool off a little bit more, but... Okay, so I need 2 floodgates in here. I need 1... I can just use a door. Door is fine. Put a door there. And a fortification right here. Doesn't really matter what it is. Let's use basalt, that'll do. And then up here, I need 1, 2 mechanisms. Oh, great. They're not made out of safe materials. We'll have to forbid a bunch, probably. So one is going to be for this door, and then the other one is going to be for this drawbridge. Not drawbridge. One of them is going to be for that fortification. Let's see if I can not turn a dwarf into a pincushion. What'd I miss? Well, we're about to find out just how many rats are right here. So you didn't miss that. Chat, what has Lanix missed? Tell Lanix something that they probably missed. What was the peafowl's name? Bastet. Growing up, my mom had bantam chickens that would have panic attacks whenever the geese that it raised would go and swim, because they had it raising chickens. They had the bantam chicken raising chickens and geese simultaneously. So as far as it was concerned, those geese were its kids, right? And the bantam chickens were very disturbed whenever the geese went and jumped in the water. So, cute animal thing. There you go. Am I trying to turn my fort into NYC? Well, it's either that or a Tarkov map. Make up your mind. Okay, well, here comes Aban the Clother. Come channel through this. I've not looked at a picture of a bantam chicken in a while, so let me Google one. Bantam chicken? I mean, they're pretty. Yeah, they're... Okay, the female chickens are, in fact, very floofy. Yes. I did not realize the females were that floofy. But yes, the lady bantam chickens are... dressed up as llamas? I think we need bantam chickens in Dwarf Fort. I'm just going to say that. Okay, let's see if this dwarf makes it out alive. You're going to be immediately terrified. Surround yourself with friends you can trust, and you will be unstoppable. And somebody gave you an order to go do that. Terrified while in conflict. Surround yourself with friends you can trust, and you will be unstoppable. Well... Dwarf is running so fucking fast. The battle rages, I must press on. Well, at least you're fine. That dwarf is just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Get me out of here. It's amusing. Very funny. All right, screw it. I'll just use a door. Whatever. I'll use a door. Oh, okay. Well, it can't be a fellite door. Actually, neither of these can be fellite doors, and they're probably both fellite doors. Sitz, the chief medical dwarf, has been possessed, and I have realized I'm using doors that'll melt when they get lava on them, which is the exact opposite of what I want and need, so... Yeah. All right, well, instead we'll just do drawbridges. Fine, I'll do the thing that people, like, squint at me for. You see where this fort is going? Where is it going? So, let's wait for them to come down here, and we're gonna get this constructing. Where's it going? Curious to see where you think it's going. Strange mood. Skilled weaver. Ah, so clothes shop, I guess? Oh, wait, what'd you claim? Oh, you claimed a stoneworker's shop. Okay. Has grabbed olivine. 2 olivine. And 3 olivine. And some tower caps. What are you calling me, Ranger Rick? Come on. Put your face right up to it until the lava starts flowing up. You'd be like the dwarf at the very start. By the way, to the YouTube chat, thank you very much for getting the number of likes almost as high on the YouTube stream as the view count. We're currently at 60 likes and 66 viewers. Can we get up to 69 likes? What do you think? I'm sure Twitch chat can help with that. So many random animals. So do you guys think we can get this fort up to 400 dwarfs? Isn't your chat the pungent anyways? I mean, yeah. In some places, my chat has in fact been referred to as the pungent by myself. So I won't deny the pungenality of this place. Rose-cut green glass gems. Come on. Cut some real gems. Those are just supposed to go in the gift shop. We've also got all these sapphires and things. Let's just see what you're carrying instead of looking at the location that you're taking them to. You're in a good mood? I'm happy to help. And I hope that when you say good news, I'm hoping that you get good job-related news sooner rather than later. I'm just sitting here and, like, kind of being super lax, but also at the same time kind of stupidly stressed about adventure mode. Oh, you actually need cut gems. Well, since you need cut gems, I will pause this one and say, do blue diamond, red diamond, star. Okay, ooh, let's just do the star sapphires. As I'm assuming that there's a gem cutter assigned to this one. Yeah, amethyst. Okay. And reclaim it. There you go. Go cut us a star sapphire. The amethyst is a professional gem cutter who is rusty. So here's hoping you do a good job on this sapphire. Okay, well, oval star sapphire cabochons. We'll take it. Ah, there you go. You are now beginning. Meaning I can unforbid that. Get some more gems hauled. Do I have stuff I can make into bins? Make some copper bins. Also just make wooden bins. I'm just like out of a lot of boulders, I think. They must all just be inaccessible. Just gonna get rid of all those. I'm gonna jump up to here, take a look. And I'm gonna go down to here. My phone's vibrating, I have to check that in a sec. Let's do this. Shall we continue the building of the pumps? You know, we must have really done some damage to the necromancers the last time they attacked us, because they haven't returned since. It's been like 2 years. We did kill a lot of necromancer experiments, though. Ah. I'm gonna put my phone on my knee so that you guys don't hear it vibrating. Chat, when my phone goes off, do you guys hear it vibrating through my mic, actually? Because I always assume you can because of how loud it is on my end, but do you guys hear it? Nope? Okay, then I don't mind so much. If you guys can hear it, then I need to deal with that. If you guys can't, then that's fine. I bought this nice, expensive Rode mic stand sometime last year, and I'm still not used to having a mic stand that actually, like, cancels out noise on the microphone. So this artifact, which is being made by our chief medical dwarf, Sits, is using Oval Star Sapphires, Turkey Leather, Tower Cap Logs, Turkey Leather, Rose-Cut Green Glass Gems, 2 Tower Cap Logs, and 3 pieces of olivine, and that's it. So, I have a question. What kind of artifact is this dwarf making? Any bets? Any ideas? It is a stonecutter's shop, which I'm sorry will forever be a stoneworker's shop. All right, well, I need to move these rough amber opals. Let's just... put this for gems, rough gem, amber. Amber opals. Just put some amber opals right there. Just get these out of here, down here, get them moved up. An olivine mud floodgate. Oh, floodgate would be neat. It is the thing that I've been wanting to make. Ooh. Happy to help, Unbound Rare. I'm glad you liked the video. That's cool. And I say that's cool because doors are historically the most important artifact you can get, but I'll take a door. Sits, the chief medical dwarf, has created... Also, I like this name. Zeberzisot. It sounds like an angry German. An olivine door, and offers it to the new fur boots of Pants. I know where that door is going. I think that door is going into the side entrance. Holy shit, that's an expensive door. This is an olivine door. All craft store ship is of the high. I like how it's olivine. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular olivine cabochons and decorated with radiant cut green glass gems and tower cap and encircled with bands of oval olivine cabochons and turkey leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and menaces with spikes of tower cap and star sapphire. Spikes of gems, man. On the item is an image of dwarves and dwarves in olivine. The dwarves are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack on the new fur boots of Pants of the Castle of Fellowship at the Castle of Fellowship at Applebottom by the Tin Chaoses in the early winter of 551 during Arist Goroth, the Assault of Disemboweling. That actually is the fight that that video that we were just talking, that Unbound Rare just talked about in the chat. That is that fight, I think, isn't it? Or maybe, no, that's the first time they attacked us, but it's the same people. It's that group. On the item is an image of a broad bean plant in turkey leather. So that it's that same necromancer tower, the Tin Chaoses, but different actual attack. So I think that door goes right here. Or like here or something. Yeah, that's what we do. We put it right here, and it's like the military entrance. Because what I actually need is I need to wall this off. What a door. I mean, it is one hell of a door. Can I get a round of beers for that door? I think that door deserves some appreciation or something. That dwarf deserves recognition for that door. But you know what's more interesting than recognition for that door? Burning a bunch of ratmen. And all I need to do is hook up some mechanisms, and then we can burn some ratmen. So you right here, Gabbro and Gabbro, sweet. And you right here, Gabbro and Gabbro, awesome. So, wait, what? Where are my Gabbro mechanisms? That's confusing. I can type. Well, there's tons of Gabbro right there, so let's just use Gabbro. I don't know why they're inaccessible, but because making a forbidden chamber is more fun roleplay wise, Chris. That's my opinion. I mean, chat room, let me just pull chat for a second here. What is cooler, okay? Having some horrible cursed object just public in the fort where everybody can access, or the idea of a secret chamber somewhere in the basement? Because to me, the idea of the secret chamber in the basement is cooler than just having it public. You know? It makes it exciting. It's the same reason that people that I know complain that smoking weed is a lot less fun now that weed is legal in Canada. It's that kind of thing, you know? Very normal thing that normal people can, like, know what that feels like, you know? You know, I basically know weather is shorts weather for me. I hate wearing shorts. Fun fact about me, I hate wearing shorts. Doesn't matter how warm it is. I will complain it's too hot and then walk around in jeans. I hate shorts. I will wear them eventually if it gets hot enough, but I try my best not to for most of it. Let's double check these dwarves and update some equipment on them. There we go. Bunch more dwarves get to go get helmets. Everybody but Notokasa goes and gets a helmet. Speaking of Notokasa, how are you enjoying the military? You do quite enjoy. You're adequate. That's good enough. I'd say we're going to set everybody to no orders. Remove the training demand and then go here and then remove all of this. Basically, give these dwarves a break. Let them go take care of their needs once they're done their individual combat drills and go do other things. Because a lot of these dwarves need to go acquire objects. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take them off duty fully. So they should store their stuff once they're done their combat drills and go take a break. And they can, you know, go do things they want to do, like pray to Adil. Everything is fine, says Mumas. Why do I have a hard time believing you? You're going to go plant seeds. There we go. Now they're all a lot of them are taking their gear off slowly, one at a time. Okay. Because they have to finish their things. Let's go see if I can get some of these levers hooked up now. Nope. Nope. It's bizarre to me. It's like, yeah, they're available, but you can't hook them up. Like, where are they located? Like, it's kind of nonsensical to me. Wait, actually, hold on a second. There's literally Gabriel mechanisms up here. How is this inaccessible? Oh. Oh. Well, that makes so much sense now. You ever just like feel like an idiot? Ordith, thank you very much for the 15th month. Welcome back. Chad, do you ever just feel like an idiot sometimes? More often than you care to admit? Yep. Right now, being one of those moments. I'm gonna mine out Olivine while we're waiting. How often is too often? Yes. I guess, you know, it just continues to reinforce the proof that it doesn't matter how many hours you have in this game, you'll still make dumb mistakes. Like, you know, when the Dwarf Fortress tutorial guy misses like a basic thing, like checking to see if his burrow is turned on when an item is canceling, it's like, ah, right. Got it. Lanix used to be rich, Jet. So, can I get a... I've said this too many times in the last 25 minutes. Can I get a round of beers for Lanix? Just as a congratulations for spending a lot of points. There's an ad break running, but we just want to get this done. Burrows are easy to forget, especially when you turn them on Thursday, and it's now Tuesday. Because I did that. I turned them on Thursday, and it is now Tuesday. Apparently, I have to read the last Discord word story for reasons unknoweth. Okay. Chat room, prepare your ear holes for a seizure. Corgis waddle sideways to dislodge their well-crafted tails. Birthdays cause spontaneous combustion if allowed ample fuel. Uninhabited nuclear silos make bad fusion restaurants better. So, you know, apples are grapely. That's not a word. Grapely potatoes, unlike pomegranates, fruititious smell. They rather be earthy pineapples. Subdividing subsidiaries subverts submarines, structures suitability secretly, semicolon, and will make commas to question days and over me. All right, we're all caught up. And the burrow's done, and I think these levers are both hooked up. Yes, they are, so I can go over here now, and I can do the very brave / dumb potentially thing of channeling this down one tile. Same with this over... Yes, same with this over here, and this here, and this here, and this here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to be like, dwarves, seal this shit, like right now. Like right now. And if you don't, we may get attacked by a forgotten beast that I forgot about. Which is definitely a possibility. Which would be really, really, really inconvenient right now because I did just, like, you know, take my military off duty for a bit. So, you know, what could possibly go wrong? Anyways, let's get a dwarf pumping on this over here. And I'm going to lock this door. I'm going to pull this lever, so this will all flow in. You had to spend points. No, I get it. Chat, can I get a bunch of lava? You know, just to, like, keep that chat interaction rolling. YouTube chat, just hit that party button a bunch of times. Because we are about to bring the spicy water party to our rat friends. Once this whole room is full. course, we have to wait for the room to be full, though. And this also to be full, of course. It'd be a shame if it wasn't. Actually, no, don't use that. Use Fellite. It's closer. I mean, we need all that spicy water. That timing. It's only set to save once every other season right now. So it's like twice annually instead of seasonally because saving is kind of slow. And it still manages to hit right when I don't want it to hit. What are you seeing? I'm about to put a bunch of lava on a bunch of rat people. No, I'm pumping lava into an area that is full of rat people so that they cease being there. And instead, not there anymore. You know, very, very, very technical terminology being used here. I'm going to make things that are currently there cease to be there by pouring lava on their faces. Because right now there's 170 rat people in the map, and I kind of want there to be slightly less than that. They'll become one with the lava. Well, one is relative. Nice, YouTube chat. You managed to get to 69 likes. Now can we do 169 likes? Or is that too much to ask for? It has ceased to exist. Firstly, what we're doing is we're waiting for this entire little area right here to fill entirely up with lava. Your freaking ears? What about your ears? What did I do to your ears? Did I shout loudly or something? Or is it just the wall of puns? Ah, Discord chat. Right. Well, I mean, it is at a word story. So the only people you can blame is Discord. So fun fact about pumps in Dwarf Fortress is that they, well, actually build up pressure if they are pumping into an area where the liquid has nowhere to go. So as this fills back up, it's actually building up pressure in here. Which is, you know, fun. I also really want to help this fill quicker by bringing lava in from over here. But I'm not entirely sure how I can do that safely. Like, be over to here. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just let them dig that for right now. I'll worry about that later. This is the actual priority, so let's wait for this to fill up. When this hits 7 right under my mouse here, then I pull the lever. The other thing I could do is I could just greatly increase the size of this reservoir here, which would help. Just let it fill over time. Whenever I see, the reason I ask is because whenever I see people say, oh God, my ears, or some equivalent to that, I just assume that my microphone did something horrible. Maybe it is just draining. Okay, no, it is filling from over here. It's just gonna be super slow about it. Okay, so the way I gotta do this isn't through here. Actually, I'm gonna need to make a lot of pumps like this, so let's just pull this lever. Let's just pull the lever and see what it do. No, it is filling. Okay. Here comes Dwarf to pull the lever. And there go the lava whoosh. Oh. Well. That was anticlimactic. It is working, though. So this is where we're putting the lava. We're putting it where the rat people are. The idea is to, you know, get a lot of rat people in there. And also, I'm going to make a really big water reservoir here. And we're just going to do this. What's the edge of here? Oh, that's easy. Actually, yeah, this is where we're going to dig down to here. I love that I can just have all of these, like, silly little, like, pump things. Or silly little, like, digging routes to distribute lava and stuff. It's just very goofy. All right, well, it's going down into here. It's just taking way too long. This is kind of disappointing, but it's currently the best option I have. All right, well, Dwarf's digging down into there. We can just wait. Because when this fills up, it'll then bubble out here and go this way. And hopefully cause some, you know, smoky with a chance of burning on these ratmen. We'll bring you fire eventually. So the way the... You know, I wasn't planning on building a pressurized lava stack today, but should we build a pressurized lava stack today? While I also work on the nonsense on the surface. The elves have arrived to trade. You guys want a pressurized lava stack? Okay. We'll build a pressurized lava stack then. It would be a disappointment. Sure. And before this, like, straight up just doesn't work. Are you still pumping? You're still pumping. Oh, I see why. It's because it's filling here first. That's interesting. That is working in a way I wasn't expecting it to work. Huh. Okay. I was expecting you to go down to here, go around the corner, and then go bloop up. Huh. Well. I guess I'm learning things. These dwarves are coming and getting the gems out now, too. Yeah, that'll be fine. Well, I can end up using this reservoir down here anyway. Regardless of how we end up doing it. Also lots of olivines, so I guess that's a plus. I'm just very surprised it's bubbling up here. That is so strange. Because I was very much expecting it to pop up out of here first. That would make a lot more sense, but... It's not working, so I can't explain how it's working. It would need to be working in order for me to be able to explain how it's working. Oh, there it goes. Now it's working. I just didn't expect it to do that. So lava tries to like balance out with the highest point. So the highest point for the lava is this. This is the highest point of the lava. So it tries to get all of the lava to that layer. I just didn't expect it to pop up here to match the point before popping up down here. But anyway, it's working now. It is distributing lava. It's just doing it very inconveniently and slowly, which I'm not too enthused by, but it is working. So it'll very slowly kill these ratmen. But it's gonna go into here. Unless you're talking about this. This, I'm not gonna pump anything. I'm just gonna dig into this because this is a lava flow, and the lava's just gonna flow into here to fill this chamber and just fill it more efficiently. That's all. Because that's quite literally all I needed to do right now is to fill things efficiently. And there goes fire. Shiny fire burning on the cavern floor. Oh, whoa. Somebody called 9-1 Dwarf. And then they just move up here. You know, as you do. Slowly is good. I don't know about that. I think in this instance, I would prefer it to move quickly because then they can't walk away from it. You know? Like they kind of are now because there's fire there. And as dumb as some of the characters in this game can be, they do try and walk around fire sometimes. This one is just melting from the heat. That's good. You're just stressed. I'm not surprised. I would be too, given the situation. What's the number for 911 again? Oh, God, I can't remember. All right, let's jump up to the surface and install that door. But you guys want me to build a pressurized lava chamber, so we'll build a pressurized lava chamber. Or an attempt to pressurize lava chamber. I'm just going to turn the burrow off because we're not currently getting attacked. And it'll be easier to do it from the top. Of course, I need to think this through and do this not stupid-like. So I need to put it here. Where was I designating that? Right there. Okay. Well, I do actually want to mine out this, so we'll let them do that. So I need a open square that I can go all the way down in. Or mostly all the way down in. So I'm going to have to move it already. We're going to have to move it to over here. Bedroom's there, bedroom's there. Could do here. Could do here. Yeah, that works so far. Whenever I do these, I always want them to be like a straight pillar. It always makes them so difficult. Okay, that'll work. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, man, I want this to be like super uniform and nice looking. That one doesn't matter so much. Okay, well, we're just going to go down to here. Okay, so the way I'm going to do this is we're going to put stairs in the middle. On the outermostest edgest. I'm gonna go all the way up and down. At the top. So this whole thing's gonna be filled with lava. The disappointment in voice? What, the disappointment in my voice when I saw that I couldn't put it there? But I mean, there's gonna be a couple layers here that I'm gonna have to seal off. Okay, so we're gonna let them dig that. And then basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill it up with lava. And the way I'm gonna do that is down here, I've got this massive reservoir here, which is constantly emptying and refilling. We're gonna tap into the side of it down here probably. Well, actually, could go from right there. Try and get this water out of here. You know, actually, this might be the way to do it. Let's just channel down a layer here. And then just let it into there. No, it's not a Civil War bug. The Civil War bug doesn't cause that. It's also not a bug, likely. It's probably just a tavern brawl. If everybody just starts fighting out of nowhere, it's likely it's a tavern brawl. But Dwarf Fortress has a lot of mechanics that aren't bugs, that people assume are bugs, and that is one of them. It's likely it was just a tavern brawl. If everybody in your fortress just suddenly started fighting, it's likely it was a tavern brawl. Also, Lanix has been found dead, so I assume Lanix got hit by a falling boulder, which is something I was a little bit worried about happening. But I'm also always a little bit surprised when it happens, when I'm building stuff like this. Got hit in the head with a boulder, probably. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry about that, Lanix. Let's make sure that we have a coffin available for you. Yep, we do. F's for Lanix. No, not green glass, but I do want to get rid of this. Definitely clocked somebody in the head, that's for sure. So then this thing is going to need a pump stack next to it, which is why I need to do this in an open area. It's accessible. I'm going to need a pump stack going from probably... roughly here. So I need a lower reservoir down here that I can fill with lava smartly. The question is, how do I safely get lava into here? Always the query. The problem is this is going to take 10,000 years to dig. So I need to get lava over to here, basically. These kinds of, like, lava transportation projects are very time-consuming to build. Yeah, it won't be so bad. Holly Golly, thank you very much for the raid. I hope your stream was good. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for Holly Golly? And also, streams Dwarfs in German. If you happen to speak German, would be a channel to check out, potentially. Oh, also, I have a dwarf just sitting there pumping, probably. Yep. Well, there's definitely a lot less rat people there now, so that's good. Can you go do anything else with your time now, dwarf? All right, well, we're getting a lot of boulders out of that, so I guess that's good. So I guess the idea here is that I would like to be able to pull one lever and immediately, without warning, flood the entirety of this cavern layer with not with lava, because I won't be able to do it in one tap, but a good chunk of it in lava. Now, the way that you do this is by having a tower that has as much lava in it as possible. And I'm going to try and create a high-pressure geyser from the bottom of this. I'm going to try. So here's hoping I can pull that off. Let's just follow one of my dwarves. He's digging. Do I have no mods here right now? I guess I must not. That or there was a shout out that I didn't see. There we go. Sheesh. Look at me doing all the work. Fired streamer. Thanks for the raid, mate. Appreciate you. I'm looking forward to adventure mode coming out. Primarily right now because it's going to make this directory busy again. It gets kind of lonely being a one-game streamer a lot of the time. A lot of the same people. It gets less exciting from a work perspective, I guess. So these are what was killing dwarves, is a few of them started just doing the channeling jobs instead of doing the digging jobs, and then they got hit by boulders when they fell, when the channeling jobs finished. Right, these types of excavations can be dangerous sometimes. So what I need to do up top here is I need to put in grates. Or, I guess, we'll just do 2 pieces of constructed floors. Ah, they can't even get in or out right now. Where that is. Oh, I guess because their way in was like right here, which I blocked off. Of course I did. Well, let's do this. But yeah, chat's been like kind of quiet today, chat room. So anything that you guys can do to keep the chat moving, or if you have anything you want to babble about or chat about, I'm open to suggestions for conversations, because I'm apparently like all dry when it comes to engaging things to talk about today. I mean, like I could talk about like Embracer claiming that it's not quite time to spin up the acquisition engines again yet, but they're considering the possibility, which I think is hysterically out of touch. But aside from that, I don't really have too much more to discuss at the exact moment. So it's kind of whatever chat wants to talk about. I'll just use obsidian boulders, that's fine. Let's go down to here. Obsidian, and we will get that door all the way up to the end of here. Ah, so that's why I had to do the shout out, is because you're distracting my mods. Tisk tisk, Lanix. That's good. Don't kill your agave plant. I've never even tried to keep one alive because I've just kind of accepted I don't have enough sun. So now we just need to wait for someone to come in the other end. Need a dwarf with pickaxe, please. It wants to kill you? Why did you give the agave plant a knife then? This seems like it could be solved by simply taking the knife away from it. If it looks like it wants to kill you, that might not be an agave plant. That might be an alien in agave plant form. Which has murder on its mind, probably, if I had to bet. And now I'm in an ad break. Turn it into tequila. Wouldn't that kill it? I feel like tequila is probably more likely to kill you than an agave plant. So YouTube chat has a talking point. What's your favorite type of stone? In real life, I would actually have to say petrified wood is pretty fucking cool. I know it's like not technically a stone. Just temperamental as fuck. That's how I feel about my tomato plants. Like, you bump into them funny and they wilt like they're gonna die. It's like, come on, just silly little plant. Quit bitching. Then there's, of course, the other, like, you know, normal talking point question, which is, what you playing, chat? Does tungsten count? I mean, I stated something that wasn't a rock, so sure. I like pineapple opals. I think pineapple opals are really cool. Don't really think too much about other types of opals. Kimberlite? I will say malachite is ruined for me by Risk of Rain. That is one thing I do have to say. Malachite's been ruined for me by Risk of Rain. Because I associate malachite with one of the most annoying enemy types in a video game. All right, well, we continue to slowly work on that. How can I do this best? Goes through a pump. Probably this layer. Okay, so this is going to be... You are going to go up. Well, actually, no, not there. To do. But you would have power coming off here, so you're pumping up from that side, so that wouldn't cause overflows. We'd have 2 pumps right there. Channel down there. So essentially the way this is going to work is pumps have, it's not really an exploit, but it's the way pumps work. If pumps are pumping liquid to a place and their reservoir behind them is completely full, and the place that they are pumping it to is completely full, when you remove the barrier of the reservoir, the entire map, the entire area that it's trying to fill, drains all of the reservoir that is full and pushes it into that new area. Basically, this right here will fill with all of the lava from the top of this, if the whole thing is full of lava. Basically causing sort of like the way the water pressure mechanics work in Dwarf Fortress, but with lava. That's what I'm doing. That is the idea, or the theory behind it, anyway. Oh, hey, Bits! Thanks for the $10. Ash, what's up?
Hee hee hoo hoo.
Balatro? What are we building? I don't know if I'd say Mordor. I feel like Mordor is much more brooding than this quaint little underground town I'm building. Just because, you know, we are dreaming of the mass extermination of the Ratmund, and I don't know if that necessarily means that we're automatically Mordor, does it? I will say I'm very disappointed at the lack of, like, you have found, like, usable metals. It's just like, oh, cool, more brimstone. Yay. Working on the roof of your place? What's wrong with the roof, if I can ask? What needs fixing? All right, so they're just gonna start digging into that, like, immediately. Okay, well, rocks are going out. Oopsies. So this is going to be a powered pump stack, so it needs to be in this alternating pattern like this, which is, time-consuming to dig, but you only need to do it once. Also, killing those rat people increased my frame rate by like 10, so that's good. The other thing, just for anybody wondering what we're doing with this fortress, is I'm trying to get the population above 400. Kind of doing a population cap test, I guess. Man, that's awkward. Did this on the wrong side. Oh well. Can connect it around the back. See the confusion? You have 400 plump helmets, but they don't use them even when at 0 drinks. How many barrels do you have? Because, like, if they run out of barrels, they can't brew anything. Usually I find when my drink supply is mysteriously low all the time, the actual situation is just I don't have enough barrels. And I do that, like, once every couple of streams. I'm going to make a doctor's guild right across the hallway from the hospital, because they would like a guild. So we're going to make a guild for the doctors. Doc Dwarfus and the Doctor's Guild. Well, then they're not empty if they're putting fish in them. What I would do is if you have this little symbol up here, right-click it, okay? Then what I would do is go to your still. I'm trying to remember where I put my still. There's one. And then go here and then type in brew from plant and then type, or hit that button. And then wait for the dwarves to cancel it, because it'll cancel the second this is full if it's not working. And then hover over this and it'll tell you why the last job canceled. And it's almost always, in situations like this, a matter of running out of rock pots and barrels. Almost always. I don't think studding items improves the usability of the armor at all. I could be wrong, though. It just improves the value. I don't actually... Does it even improve the weight? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. Is the best I got. You haven't heard of that strand? That's a ceramic, actually. And also, I think the word you mean is strain. How do you do, fellow kids moments? How do you do, fellow pot smokers? Or fellow weed enthusiasts? I don't even. Okay, well, speaking of, I'm having a similar-ish situation with bags. Corkscrews paused, corkscrews tubes paused. We're just gonna pause you. I was hoping this makes this more efficient. And bags, there we go. It looks like Starfield with a plot and gameplay. Remind me who's making Star Wars Outlaws again? Because I know EA just canceled a bunch of Star Wars stuff. Is that a Ubi Trap game? It's a massive Ubi Trap? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time caring if it's Ubisoft. All right, let's jump back to this layer. Go to this, because this is going to be my Doctor's Guild. Noted game. Dwarf's been taken by a Fey mood. Block. Wish I had more quartzite lying around. At least I'm in the process of getting more olivine. Can do like an olivine corner here. That's a fun color. It's kind of a greenish color. It's the color you don't want your patients to go when you're in the Doctor's Guild. And they just brewed 70 drinks? So probably what happened is somebody ate something that was in a different container, right? So if there are no empty like containers to hold drinks in the fort, then they won't put drinks anywhere. And if suddenly one of those a container in the fort becomes empty, it can then hold drinks again. Essentially meaning if you have a bunch of dwarves in the fort, but mysteriously no drinks, and then suddenly drinks appear, it likely doesn't mean that, you know, you made a barrel. It likely means that, oh, suddenly a barrel freed up. Like, it's definitely possible that all of your barrels and rock pots or whatever are full of, like, animal fat or something else that's, like, not a bad item necessarily, but doesn't immediately have a use to the fortress, right? Unless you are using it for cooking. And they don't always use animal fat for cooking. Takes a little bit. Floor missing on the right side. Did I miss one? Oh, this one? Yeah, you're correct. Hall, also hi Fraga. What's up? Looks good, so you're intrigued now? I don't know. I try to not make the mistake by being interested in Ubisoft games. If they were capable of making more than like 2 games, I would have a little bit more faith in them, but I realize that like they just put out a pretty decent Prince of Persia game apparently, but like, yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time having almost any faith in anything related to Ubisoft, so especially like a licensed property. The only good Ubisoft game that Ubisoft has made in decades, and I literally mean decades, is Trackmania. But they didn't even make that. They bought the studio that makes that, and then didn't fuck with them, unlike every other studio they buy. Maybe one of these days they will, you know, release a sequel to Beyond Good and Evil. No, they won't. You know, I've said this before, but Beyond Good and Evil, best game I ever got from a food product. A forgotten beast named Toll, Omega Zongosp has come. A great feathered ribbon worm. It has an enormous shell and a bloated body. Beware its fire. Ooh. Can you be cavern cleaner for a minute for me? Oh, sweet. It actually is on a layer where it could be cavern cleaner. Yeah, but who's developing it? Star Wars Outlaw. I'm pretty sure that is who's developing it. Don't they, like, Ubisoft does most of their development internally. Yeah, it's Massive Entertainment and Ubisoft Paris. Okay, so this is the list of studios that are working on Star Wars Outlaws, okay? Massive Entertainment, owned by Ubisoft. Ubisoft Paris, Ubisoft Romania, Ubisoft Montpellier, I don't know how to pronounce that. Ubisoft Toronto, Ubisoft. Red Links, owned by Ubisoft. Ubisoft Shanghai. Let Red Links go make good shit and quit destroying them, you fucks. Ubisoft Chandigarh, Ubisoft Milan, Massive Entertainment AB, and Ubisoft Annecy Studios. So, yeah, no, it's not a matter of not, like, blaming the studio for the publisher. Like, that is the publisher that's making it. Where did Wetsy go? I mean, I kind of don't care if you have to, climb towers to unlock the map. That's not what bothers me about Ubisoft games. What bothers me about Ubisoft games is Ubisoft makes them. Like, genuinely, I realize, like, it's kind of makes me sound mean saying it, but that is the truth. It's not Ubisoft games inherently that bother me. It's the fact that Ubisoft makes them. And I don't want to support that studio. Or publisher, rather. Got nothing to do with, like, the people making the game. They're just getting paid a salary. And they'll get laid off when the game comes out regardless, because that's just how video games work. Which sucks. The Animal Dissector Mayor Setibash has created a Gabbro amulet and offers it to the fur boots of pants. I think that is going to go into my Doctor's Guild. And let's assign this as a Doctor's Guild. New guild hall. Doctor hall. There we go. And accept that. Where did Beastie go? I mean, it's on a layer that I can't get to, so it's not really a threat to us. Easy peasy. What is DC? This is a Gabbro amulet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round Gabbro cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool. An amber opal and tower cap. On the item is an image of Maffle, wheel cage of the dwarf, and tower cap. On the item is an image of Unul, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. Unul is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Unul to the position of king of the Castle of Fellowship, the year 90. On the item is an image of Stone Twinkled, the dagger of opening, the cave spider's silk skirt in amber opal. On the item is an image of Bambara groundnut plant in amber opal. Like, just in general? Depunk? Hot water and lemon. Chat, quick, best home cold remedies, go. Hot water and lemon, eat garlic, vitamin C, take a cup, put a little bit of salt in the bottom of it, put some water in the salt, don't drink it, instead just gargle it with your mouth. I don't know. Speak with your doctor. Yeah, there you go. If you have one. Ginger and hot water, yep. Ginger, lemon, honey, yep. Ginger tea. Go to bed. Stop talking. Honey oil? Honey oil? What's honey oil? Why has this dwarf been unconscious and in hospital for so long? What do you need? This dwarf has been in traction with an infection for years. What? I mean, like, their clothing is falling apart. That's how long it's been. Yeah, I mean, like... Okay, you know what? Let's try this. Nobody does orderlies. Everybody does orderlies.
Keep up the great content.
Bunnies! Thank you very much for the $20. You and Ash are like the vast majority of my bits revenue for them, so thank you. Chat room, can I get... You know what to do. Actually, hold on. Let's just go to tasks. Screen. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to deconstruct this traction bench and see what they do. Because there's just doctors staring at this dwarf. But they're also not pissed, which is kind of insane. Like, it's kind of nonsensical to me that this dwarf is just sitting here like this. Okay, well, that made you stand up. I mean, your ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. I mean, you never got fully healed, but, like, you can move. I really wonder now, how long has this dwarf been in hospital? Well, they're going to go get a pick. You know what? Maybe don't do that, actually. Go rest. Okay, so now you're going back to rest. So maybe you'll get reevaluated? Oh, yeah. I mean, 6x6 maps are, like, doomed to run badly eventually anyway. Okay, well, you're getting re-diagnosed now, so that's good. Right wrist needs traction. Chat room, remind me to check this dwarf in, like, 20 minutes. Because this is kind of nuts. Well, I mean, like, when people talk about Dwarf Fortress running badly, right? Usually what they're talking about is Dwarf Fortress running badly for them currently.
Hey, check on that dwarf in 20 minutes.
Thank you. Suited. It is possible that the reason it's running badly as well is something to do with... Oopsies. It is possible that part of the reason why it's running badly is something to do with... not your computer, but like the way your world is currently set. It is possible it's got something to do with like the size of the map that you decided to play on. It could have something to do with things completely outside of your control. It could be cavern creatures. It could be kind of any number of things. Usually, if your frame rate is bad, the best thing to do is to figure out what was happening when you first started, like, having the bad frame rates, and see if you can remove the thing that was happening when you first started having the bad frame rates. But I'm not some, like, wonderkey, and I can't, like, just make, like, snap my fingers and make your frame rate good, unfortunately. I wish I could. But also, you know, you need to remember that no matter how much they improve the average frame rates of the game, it'll still run like shit in some situations. It's just that kind of game. Yeah, or if you have like an automated... I find that automated animal shearing jobs can, like, totally tank your frame rate a lot of the time. Just, you know, some 2 cents. Eat a lot of baby yaks. And a lot of male yaks. And a lot of the lady yaks. Mist mechanisms traditionally have been very heavily impactful on frame rate. I don't find that they infect my frame rate on this computer much, but this computer's kind of crazy, so. But yeah, just things like a lot of mechanisms and like water movement, if you're on what I would describe as more of a potato of a PC and less of a powerhouse, yeah, you're going to run into problems. But these are problems you're making for yourself. It's sort of like, you know, when City Skylines was a good game that people didn't just make fun of when it came up as a concept and people actually liked playing it. City Skylines 1 runs like shit once you've been like playing in a city for a very long time, right? But it's not a bad game. It just runs like shit after a while. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like that, where eventually the bigger the fortress gets, the more inevitable the lower frame rates become. And it's not that the game runs badly. It's just it is the type of game where eventually it will run badly. And it doesn't matter how much better they make the frame rates in the game. Players will push the population counts and the map size and make it run badly again. So what you need to do is you yourself need to figure out what map size and what population counts runs well on your machine. And that's something you have to figure out. I can't help you with that. But using a screw will delete water. What? Could you elaborate on what using a screw will delete water means? That's not at all what I heard, I am Groot. They're also charging like $15 for like 30 houses. I don't know. City Skylines 2 is dead to me at this point, unfortunately. They would really need to redeem themselves. And I don't expect them to. I mean, they'll redeem it. They'll just charge me for the privilege. The variety in that game is awful. The balance in that game is awful. It was a lot more than just it running like shit. When you say screw, do you mean screw pump or just a screw? So hold on a second. You're abusing, like, general relativity in physics in Dwarf Fortress. And you're asking me why your frame rate is bad? I don't think I can save you, friend. I think this is something you need to figure out yourself. Like, there's only so much I can do. But that's also kind of neat. Also seems kind of bad. Also, I'm really wondering if it's actually deleting the water or if you're just kind of not fully reading what it's doing. Because I think I know what you're referring to, and I don't think it's actually, like, unexisting the water. But I could also be wrong. I would need to see it running, but I also kind of don't care enough to look. I see all? I mean, I don't see anything past, like, here, mate. Like, Celesty, seriously. I don't see anything past, like, here. So how could I see all if I only have one eyeball that works? The humans are here to speak with me. I'll ask for iron bars as usual. Pop up a layer and be all like, yeah, let's sell them some shit clothing. I got a lot of socks. Some gloves. Yet more migrants are arriving, wandering in. Yeah, you know, it's weird. The more I stare at like the Paradox's business model, the more I go, they really should just do what The Sims does now, which is just make the base games for all their games free. Because if you're not actively buying their DLCs, you're kind of not really playing the game at its full potential, which kind of sucks. I know everybody's like, oh, you don't need to buy the DLCs. No, you don't, but like, your base level experience just is shit. I mean, you don't need to show me sometime. Just film like a 10-second video of it happening. And also, don't show me. Report it as a bug. Because if it's actually deleting water, report it. Don't show it to me. Showing it to me doesn't do anything. Record it happening and send it to Putnam or post it on the bug list. Like, I'd prefer that you don't show it to me at all, period, in fact. If you find a bug, report it. Please. The Sims is free to play. Like, the most recent Sims game is free to play. So the next person to speak gets a dwarf. Where do you report it? Google Dwarf Fortress Bug Tracker. Or there's two rooms. There's two ways to report it. There's the Bug Tracker for Dwarf Fortress, which you can just Google. Or you can go to the KitFox Discord server and they have a bug reporting room. Either of those works. Or you can just do what I do, which is DM a link to Putnam and be like, "What the fuck?" Maybe not the best way of doing things, but it's what I do. Ooh, blueberry wine, cassava beer, and goat's milk. You'll love to see it. Tomato wine and Longland beer. Like yesterday when the game crashed because I assigned a bedroom to a dwarf, and then I sent it to Putnam, and her response quite literally was, so that dwarf was, oh no, that dwarf was planting plants at the time, and the game decided that when you plant, if a dwarf is actively planting plants and you assign them to a bedroom, the game decides that the bedroom, for some reason, is suddenly no longer a bedroom, and it is instead is actually a farm plot that needs things planted in that spot. So then they plant things or try to plant things in the bedroom, and because they can't plant things in the bedroom, the game crashes. Like, if I understand it correctly, that's literally what was happening. Taylor's off to dinner. We'll see you when we see ya. A lot of food hauling going on. I mean, it's hilarious, but my game crashed and I lost like an hour of progress. So I wouldn't say it was hilarious. I would say it kind of sucks. The cause of it kind of amusing, but that's the reality of bugs though, right? Is people talk about bugs like they're this great thing. It's like, and like one of my favorite, not really pet peeves, but like just weird things about people. People love bugs in video games, but people hate experiencing bugs in video games. So they always like to talk about bugs that they never had to experience because they're funny, but it's just like, when people are just like, I miss insert bug here that like objectively ruined the game in many ways or made the game unplayable. They're like, I miss it because that's funny. It's like, yeah, but you didn't have to play with it. So, like, you think you miss it. If you played with it, you wouldn't miss it. But you didn't play with it, so obviously you miss it, I guess. Bug Schadenfreude? I guess, actually, that's a funny way of putting it. I mean, like, you know, cats dying in taverns is one, right? Aside from at the time, it made dwarves viscerally angry. And stress was very hard to fix and improve at that point. The Pogmeg Berry Git glitch in Emerald. I'm assuming you mean Pokemon Emerald. I don't know what any of those words mean. But okay. I'm glad you like that bug. The Doctrine of Amethyst has many worshippers and now requires a bigger temple. Okay, well, where did I put that one? Isn't that this one or something? Oh, don't you love it? When it's just like the Doctrine of Amethyst or temple, you insert name here, needs another worshiper. Or needs an expansion. It's like, oh, well, we already have this. Anyway, so Raging Cave is now the Exalted Earth. And UGDPY is the Sacred Beak. How is UGDPY doing? That dwarf's almost died like a dozen times now. Okay, not actually that pissed off. Actually in a pretty good mood. The Doctrine of Amethyst has been recognized, and that was very satisfying. Speaking of satisfying, my mayor wants a slightly nicer bedroom. I mean, sure, but is it game-breaking, right? Like, there really isn't any bugs like that in Dwarf Fortress. Like, bugs in Dwarf Fortress either just have really weird outcomes, or they make the game unplayable, right? You know, like, talking about things like baby AI replacing mother AI when mother has baby, because baby is driving when baby is technically using mom as a mount. Like, that kind of thing, yeah, that breaks the game, and it sucks. But at the same time, people talk about it like it's funny. It was one of the most frustrating weeks of playing this game of my life. Let's see, do I actually have enough wood to do this with anything? Let's just do tower cap, and I'll just go chop down a bunch of tower caps. The dwarves like root beer. Does it have alcohol in it? Because if so, they would. I don't think there is no way to make root beer, though. How's Jeeves? I have absolutely no paper industry nor book writing industry, so I guarantee you he hasn't written a single book. He hasn't made a single discovery. He's not even in the library. He's wandering around pushing wheelbarrow. Has been pondering migratory patterns. What she's been doing. But no, I'm not going to make a paper industry in this fort. I have zero interest in making a paper industry in this fort. I am also not focusing on library at all. And the reason for that is that was literally the theme of the last fort, so I don't need to do that twice, 2 forts in a row. No, this fortress is just stupid machinery. is what this fort is. I don't know. How is your dwarf doing? You tell me, Bastet. You're the dwarf. Obviously, okay, not being a dick. Not dead. Kind of neutral. Currently storing item in a stockpile. You've been bored after being able to practice a craft and you want to punch people. Thanks for the $5.
Back later, dinner. Appreciate the help and entertainment.
Yeah, please get that bug reported, because that seems really bad. Being able to, like, delete water seems... Well, I mean, actually, here's another way you can delete water. Smack it with a drawbridge. That'll delete water. So I guess there is, now that I think about it, ways to what's the word? Remove water from existence. If for some reason that's a goal you have. Can we both turn into booze but not beer? I mean, whatever. I would really like to try a beet-based alcohol, though. I'll bet you it exists, like a beet wine. I would really like to try that. I just really like the earthy flavors of beets. Yeah, I mean, it would taste like vodka at that point. That's like saying that potato vodka tastes like potatoes. It's like, well, no, it doesn't. It did at some point, but I've had plenty of like root or like root-based liquors and spirits, but chat room, come on. Do I really need to retrain the entirety of the chat room that when somebody throws money at the stream, you do one simple thing? Do I really need to retrain all? Did we lose this part of our culture in the last 8 weeks? Guys. You guys. I've had beaches too, yeah. You love anything by Buffalo Trace? Oof. I'm not a big fan of bourbon. It's just boring. Doesn't taste like anything. I like Scotch. I like Japanese blended whiskey in some cases. I like beer. I like IPAs, pale ales. I like a well-made lager. I like vodka. There isn't very much good vodka. I like rice wine. I like shochu. I like various clear spirits. I like Screaming into the Void of Eternal Pain. Kaynord. See, Kaynord understands it. Too smoky for you? That's fine. I have Hibiki. Or I have a bottle of Hibiki right now. But no, if it doesn't taste like a bonfire that's covered in dirt, I don't really want it when it comes to whiskey. Unless it's like fruit forward, corn, bourbon, it's just bland, man. Got nothing going on. Yeah, it's like, there's like 8 different sweet notes in this and like cleaner. It's like, oh, awesome. Great. Jameson is awful. And I've had their nicer stuff too. I do not like Jameson. It's very, 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 just kind of tastes like nothing. And their bottom shelf stuff is, well, Lafroig's okay. I don't mind Lafroig. It's consistently Lafroig. What do you mean? It's not good. I'm giving you an opinion. I don't think it's very good. You could say it tastes good. That's fine. Don't agree? No. Alcohol is not for getting wasted. If you're drinking to get wasted, stop drinking. Because you're drinking for the wrong reasons. And I say this as somebody who's had many an alcohol problem over the years. If you're drinking to get wasted, you're drinking for the wrong reasons. And I wouldn't do that with hard liquor to begin with. If I'm drinking to get drunk, I would drink beer. Because hangover's not as bad, in my experience anyway. I get like these full body hangovers from hard alcohol binge drinking, which is not pleasant at all. Which I don't get from beer. This is basalt, so I can dig out this. So you like cinnamon, basically, Bastet. I mean, you could also get that from like cinnamon candy. So I don't know. Some of the worst nights of my life have been drinking things like Jameson, and it's just like, if I'm gonna drink whiskey, I'm not drinking it to get drunk. And it's the reason I like scotch, is because I can have a interesting, fun, prolonged conversation with somebody else who likes scotch. And just sit there and talk about it, and then 2 hours later we realize we've had like an ounce and a half of liquor, and you have a light, pleasant buzz, and then you go out for lunch. Like, that's how I enjoy whiskey. If you're drinking bourbon to get drunk, okay, live your life. I don't want to live it. Also, the second you start talking about mixing stuff, you lose me, because I'm diabetic, type 1 diabetic, meaning I can't really drink like pop, and everybody's favorite mixers is just like pop, basically. Well, it's like, well, lemonade. Okay, you lost me. You said lemonade. No. Bourbon, you take the cork out and you pour it down the drain. Scotch, you sip. Come on. Be a self-respecting alcoholic. Just giving you shit. Please don't. You're crying. I mean, it's the correct answer. Come on. What's funny is most people who don't agree with me on bourbon, which is a lot of people like bourbon, right? It's a very popular drink. Will be like, well, can we at least agree that vodka's bad? And I'll be like, I will kill you, because vodka's delicious, which is true. It is. And if you don't think that vodka's delicious, then you have no taste buds, and you probably like bourbon. It's not my fault. Get a refined palate, you smooth-tongued. I don't know. I was gonna like have like a funny insult to throw out that would make me sound like I'm joking, and instead it just turned into like I lost the thought halfway through. So, let's try this again. You smooth-tongued marshmallow consumer. Wait, that doesn't work. You smooth-tongued corn syrup fan. There you go. Brown liquid with corn syrup. I've met so many people who are just like, vodka's disgusting. I don't know. Vodka's great. I need beds. Let's do 50. Because I need to expand my dormitory, because the population has gone up quite a bit, and I'm out of bedrooms again. And I look ridiculous. Mezcal's good. I like good mezcal. The problem is I feel the exact same way about tequila. Is I've had enough bad tequila that I'm always like scared to drink more tequila, if that makes sense. Like, tequila is maybe the only like hard spirit where I'm just like, I think twice. Like, if I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna drink something hard today. If tequila is the thing that I'm looking at, I'm just like, window liquor. There you go. That's what I should have said. Also, for reference, when I'm just like chucking out insults like that, I'm just trying to be funny. It's like, there's no malice intended. Sometimes people take me too literally. It's like, if you take everything that I say literally, we're never gonna get along. Because I am a bundle of sarcasm on a good day. I don't know why these got broken, but they did, so. Speaking of hysterically silly people who think that they do things well but don't actually, Quebec's beer scene is pretty terrible. Like, just in general, their beer is pretty bad. And sorry, East Coast US, but that's it. Just sorry. West Coast US has some decent beer, though. Unfortunately, you can't buy much of the good vodka brands that I've had around here. So I generally just completely skip over it and just go straight to shochu. I don't know. I'm drinking a Rockstar energy drink, sugar-free, so I don't think even I can be trusted. Mm-hmm. Classic. French engineering. If people were hurt, I'm sorry, and that's probably very poor taste, but... I don't dislike bourbon. Like, being actually genuine here for a second, I don't dislike bourbon. I will drink bourbon. If somebody hands me a glass of bourbon, I will drink bourbon. I don't mind, like, an old-fashioned or a Manhattan or many other, like, more simple bourbon-based mixed drinks. I don't mind it at all. That being said, I do genuinely think it's kind of boring. Like, it's just... It is... just bland to me. Like, as a thing to drink, flavor-wise, I find it very bland. I'm not a big fan of cognac. My dad loves cognac, and I think there's something wrong with him. Him and me clearly can't actually be related.
Check on injured dwarf.
That I'm not joking about it. I do not like the flavor of cognac. Yeah, I should check injured dwarf. Oh my Christ. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to add 2 bone doctors. We're just going to try this. Maybe it's my bone doctors. Or, you know what? Let's remove both their jobs and add in an extra one. I'm just kind of flabbergasted by this whole... Like, they're just getting evaluated. Like, every few weeks. Ihuna as well. Thanks for the 8th month. Chat, I won't tell you what you forgot to do, but guess what? You forgot to do it again. After all this time, I'm still disappointed. Couldn't be buckets, could it be? But then you'd be dead anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the bridge that collapsed between those two. Where's the Scotch emote? Exclamation point rocks? Where's your ability to search through my emotes? Eesh. Quit giving streamer money when I step away from the computer. I don't like this statement. Okay, not exclamation point rocks, but you know what I meant. That's me. Just running on automatic. But yeah, we have crypt rocks. Also not specifically Scotch. You know, if you hit tab, Darius, it does autocomplete the remainder. I don't know. It's got this permanently injured dwarf. Got buckets, we've got soap, got splints. Do you have a splint? You do. Let's just make some more splints. Like 30. At the same time, you had a beer come up, something, so I figured, hey, you know, you're not wrong, actually. You're not wrong. It's a fair assumption. I wonder, you know. And that's you receiving water. I don't know. I don't really want to full heal them because that's cheating. But we do literally have like a permanently chronically injured dwarf. You and me are not even remotely compatible in drink preferences. Then in that case, Black Flag Redneck. At least they're not miasmaing. True. Yeah, it's not like the rotting syndrome or whatever it is. Like they have an overlapping fracture in their wrist. And it says diagnosis required. Okay, so is diagnosis happening? Okay, Bastet's coming to diagnose patient. Got reevaluated. No treatment scheduled. It's like it's just kind of wild. Like they just keep reevaluating this dwarf. Well, no, you're not, because you haven't fixed this dwarf. So I disagree that you're doing a thing. In fact, I would say you're doing nothing. I would say none of my doctors are doing anything, in fact. Because none of them have treatment scheduled. Well, yes, but it's casts or splints. And we have plenty of splints. We have 8. See? They're right here. So, yeah, that would be the next step. But they're not doing it. See? No treatment scheduled. It would be needs splint is what it would say. Or needs, like, Needs whatever the comment is, but there's needs something. I can't remember what it is, but... So, I'm going to state this again just for full clarity. We have literally everything that they could possibly need in this hospital right now. I have all of the doctors assigned, okay? And it's set so that anybody can do orderly's jobs. Meaning, if water needs to be delivered, if a cast needs to be put on or a splint needs to be put on, it can be delivered. That isn't the problem. The problem is, every now and again, this dwarf asks for diagnosis. They get diagnosed. And they're still in hospital. And they've been here for, well, when did you suffer your major injury, dwarf? Well, 554, they experienced trauma. And it's 559. So, I'm pretty sure they've been in hospital for, no, they're not a hypochondriac. They have an overlapping fracture in their wrist. I think what's happening here is I think there's some sort of issue, be that a bug or otherwise, with my hospital. At this point, I'm just trying to make some more splints and just hoping that that fixes it. I don't really understand where the cap or the joke is in that statement, so I will just say, what? Because I don't understand where the joke is. What does maybe my doctors are afraid of blood mean? Especially considering that dwarf isn't actually bleeding right now. I mean, isn't that just all Dwarf Fortress doctors, though, that they don't have degrees? I mean, I am pretty well stated that I generally give my doctoring jobs to fisher dwarves because they've seen the inside of a dead thing before. I'm curious what that issue is too. Okay, so I'm like, that's actually kind of what I'm fishing for right now. What I'm looking for is like, or have other people encountered? I should just state it more bluntly, but like, I'm assuming, I guess, other people have had this similar issues to this. I would like to get the marble out of here, so let's just, well, let's just expand this stockpile. All right, well, that's strange. They're only fish doctors? No, they're not fish doctors. They're actually pretty well-trained doctors. I'm gonna try this. I'm going to deconstruct every single traction bench. I think I got them all. All right, then we're gonna follow this dwarf and see what they do. I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the toilet and grab my sandwich. Be keep an eye on this dwarf for me, chat. Do let me know what they do.
Cheese for everyone!
Ugh. You know, child has been possessed. Did anything interesting happening, or was it immediately? So dwarf's going back to rest, right? They walked away. Okay, so they got up and walked away. I mean, like, they can walk. We know this. They go and find the final traction bench. Then diagnosis is required. I'm pretty sure this one is also set to be deconstructed, isn't it? No, they're never mind. Sorry, they're lying on the floor. They're not lying on a traction bench. They're lying on the floor. Needs traction. Okay. Well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss, to be honest. Like, I guess I just need to full heal this dwarf if I want to have them functional again. Placed in traction bench by sits. They were evaluated. So, somebody in YouTube chat, Wrath of Seth, says that there is a confirmed bug on the bug tracker for this. So I guess the question is, do I use full heal and heal them? Or do we just let this repeat forever? Because it's not really repeated diagnosis. It's just they get diagnosed. That works. And then they just get placed in traction forever. And they're getting their infection repeatedly cleaned. Well, actually, that's stopped. When was the last time you had your infection cleaned? The 1st of Slate? So like a year and most of a year ago? So yeah, basically a year ago. I don't know. I could use DF Hack to heal them. What do you think, chat? Do I use DF Hack to heal them, or do we just have this permanently injured dwarf? They're a dwarf. We have 258 more of them. Lazy man, you play this game, I think. We have a lot of dwarves. I'm gonna need more than 3 votes, chat. If I was taking things based off of 3 statements, then I would just do it myself. I'm trying to incorporate chat in more, and you guys are being very difficult. Clearly, I shouldn't talk with my mouth full. That's probably the problem, right? An unfortunate accident. Oh, boy. I mean, they're probably training diagnosis. Like, honestly. You know what? I'm not going to do it. They're just going to live in sadness and suffering for all eternity. Just like my life. Just like the piece of avocado that fell out of my... I hate bananas. I have a question. What do you have against bananas, and what will happen when Banana Unlimited tunes in? Because we have a regular in this channel called Bananas Unlimited. So when Unlimited Bananas and I Hate Bananas are in the same room, what happens? Also, hi. What's up? We'll fight them. Ah, so it's like me and ketchup. Is this like childhood trauma from the hit children's TV show Bananas in Pajamas? Hi, Stormwolf. How are you? No? Okay. Because then I would totally agree with you. I think that show is terrifying. I only have one super pissy dwarf. Just this dwarf, the bash. Okay, strange mood. What you grabbing, kiddo? You were going somewhere for something that's pretty far away, I assume. Ah. Boulder. Maybe. Yep. Well, that's gonna take a while. All right, let's see how this is coming along. Banana on pizza is absolutely a thing in Japan. But it's like, you know, I'm not one of these weird food crimes people who's just like, if you do this with food, you're a bad person. I don't think you're a bad person, but I think you are using weirdly deceptive advertising because your fruit salad flatbread, I wouldn't consider it a pizza. I wouldn't call it a pizza. If you don't call it a pizza, I don't get mad at it. It's like vegan food. I love vegan food, But I fucking hate it when vegan food tries to be not vegan food. It's like, oh, it's chicken Alfredo, but it's actually mushrooms. Don't tell anybody. Like that, like when they're trying to hide it, I don't like it. You know? It's like when people are just like, oh, try this pizza. And then like something with corn, mayo, and anchovies shows up. It's like, well, I just feel ripped off. I asked for a pizza and you're giving me whatever this slop is. It's a thing in Sweden as well. Okay, but like, as long as you don't call it pizza, I don't care. Like, it's not pizza at that point. It's so far removed from pizza. You know, like, there's a place around here where you can get dessert tacos, which are basically just like chocolate and a bunch of other dessert fillings, but in a taco style format. Like, it looks kind of like a taco, but everything else about it is very not taco-y. And to me, it's like, it's okay because they call it a dessert taco, but if they just called it a taco, like, that's just false advertising. Like, that's just bad. Like, that's just not, that's not right. Like, nobody is benefiting from this. It's called pizza, though? No, it's not. Because you're using the wrong ingredients, right? Okay, so if I give you something, okay, and the ingredients are apple slices, all right, bananas, okay, bread dough, and icing, and I call it a cake, it doesn't make it a cake because I didn't put any of the ingredients in it to make it a cake. I'm just calling it a cake. So you're calling a substance pizza. That isn't pizza. No, I'm agreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you saying that's what they call it. I'm saying they're in the wrong for calling it that. Banana on pizza can be pretty damn good. I have had banana on pizza. I still don't think it's pizza, though. It's a satisfying meal, but it's not pizza. It's something else. It's a different thing. See, now that's not a food product, though. We're just specifically talking about food products. I mean, a cow pie isn't a pie. It's cow poop. Horse apples aren't apples. It's horse poop. But we're talking about food items. The only essential ingredient is flatbread? Sure. But I'm sure there's people in Italy that would agree with me. Anyway, I don't actually care about any of it. Mud pie is an actual food item? Just because people who make desserts are bad people and give things stupid names doesn't make it a food item. Come on. Just like a rocky road is not a food item, but it is a flavor of ice cream. So if you just say, I'm going to go eat a rocky road, somebody will probably know what you're talking about, but most people would say, I'm going to go get ice cream. Oh, I really like pineapple pizza with all kinds of other various fun little ingredients, so no, I'm right there with you. This is also why I can't be trusted, right? Arguably, the bread itself is the pizza. Sure, but are they actually making pizza dough in half these places? I can feel my blood sugar rising reading that, Bastet. Thanks for ruining my afternoon a little bit more than it already was. The thing that ruined it wasn't you, don't worry. It was the dwarf that like refuses to not die. Or heal, for that matter. Yeah, lungfish can fly in Dwarf Fortress, and I don't know why. I actually don't like Rocky Road ice cream that much. It's just kind of a, I don't know. It's kind of like cookie dough, but worse. It's like, just give me cookie dough ice cream. I'd rather have cookie dough. 897 and 627. God, this thing's gonna use a lot of power. 1,300. Oh boy, I don't even have enough of this. Well, I'm gonna make more obsidian. well, let's make rock blocks. Still resting, still in traction, still impaired. Just every now and again, just gets re-diagnosed. What a dwarf. What a dwarf. Yeah, the problem with pancakes is it's literally just like a cake that's made in a pan. So like, I know like multiple recipes to make cakes, like, you know, like a birthday cake type texture thing that you would put icing on. I know multiple recipes that require baking it in a pan. So that's a like food discussion that I understand the question marks surrounding it, because like I get it. I guess is the simple version. Forgotten Beast could just fly out of this right now. All right, well. Doing this instead. That should be fine. Some more migrants have arrived. Okay, but serious question. I only give serious answers to serious questions, so you better be serious about your serious question, otherwise you might receive an answer that's so serious you can't handle it seriously. Anyways, what were you gonna ask? Who likes bananas more than artificial banana flavor? You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't like bananas. The reason I don't like bananas is the same reason I don't like pop. It makes my body hurt. My body does not agree with the sugar in bananas, so it's very painful for me to eat bananas. Makes my blood sugar go extremely high, and I wake up the next day. It's almost as bad as eating pizza. I also don't particularly like pizza for this reason. For me, pizza is practically a form of self-harm. Like if I'm eating pizza, it's because I am really angry at life and kind of want to die, probably. So allegedly, Shadow Absorber. Is andesite lava safe, chat? I don't actually know, so I'm just gonna go to mechanisms and forbid all the ones that. No? Okay, that's what I thought. Pew, 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 pew. Kind of amazed about how many boulders are still down here, although they're getting there. They're removing them at a pretty decent clip. Semi-successful fishing industry? I don't really have any tutorials on the meat industry, because the meat industry is pretty straightforward. Yeah, I mean, I've read all the Wikipedia pages about artificial banana, but I don't know. To me, like, I feel like there's almost more misinformation and, like, not headcanon, that's the wrong word. It seems like there's more misinformation than actual accurate information when it comes to the flavoring of artificial banana. I'm wondering, I can just let this water flow out. I might be able to just let this water flow into here. I would like to get this water out of here. What, strictly speaking, is a pastry? I'm not a baker, so I don't know. Like, genuine statement, I don't think I've ever made pastry. Kremlin Mayor's back? Oh, is the stream up and running again? Did he actually turn it on? I said it passively as a joke. Oh, wow, it is. Sweet. Hey, chat room. Let's make the view count of this go up. Although we don't actually know what time of day it's launching yet, but we can fix that. I mean, I bake. I can bake some things. Like, I can make banana bread. I can make zucchini bread. I can make pretty okay cupcakes and a few odd desserts. Oh, wow. Just checking something. You know? So, at... If you have a balance of 0 in your account on Fourth Wall, and because I cover a portion of the shipping of what's it called? Because I cover a portion of the shipping for gifted stuff on Fourth Wall. If I have 0 money in my account on Fourth Wall, then when somebody redeems a piece of merch, it charges my credit card, which is fine. My credit card just got charged for the first time ever, which I think is funny. You're sub to who? I don't know who that is. Oh, Lord Floofus. Okay. I was like, I don't know who a Dug Dug is. What's a Dug Dug? But I know what a Dig Dug is, but that seems like it's probably a very different thing. The only sentient bell pepper? Ah, newfangled kids stuff. I get it. That's a wall, not floor. neighbor keeps texting me, chat. Here's the thing. There's a bazillion streamers. It's it? That's a little confusing. Yeah, I don't know. There is a bajillion streamers on this platform these days, and I don't even pretend to try to know everybody anymore. I used to be stupidly active in the like Twitch community and like trying to keep up and at the very least not be on a first name basis, but like know everybody. I gave up on that years ago. Years ago. I kind of missed that era where I actually knew most of the people who on Twitch who actively streamed, at least by name, at the very least. Now I can't keep track of anybody. There's too many, because everybody started streaming. Like 8 or 9 years ago, somebody used to be able to just like name a streamer and I'd be like, yeah, I had dinner with them last year. And like not be bullshitting. Now it's like, yeah, I don't know who that is. That's fine. I also don't care 99% of the time. Same reason people don't care about me, because a lot of people don't know me. All right, let's jump back down here. Check you guys get all hooked up? Yep. Yep. Okay. Pull you. Pull you. Should really start color coordinating levers. Kiddo's begun a mysterious construction. What was I doing? All right, I was going to unforbid all these mechanisms. What I was doing. Okay. Everything should be unforbidden now, so we should be able to jump down here and lock those off. Although, there's probably a bunch of dwarves in there. Basalt earring. So Rulios, the dwarven child, has created Meng-Or. Meng-Or what, dwarf? A basalt earrings and claims it as a personal treasure. So where's your bedroom, Dwarfus? Your modest quarters are right here. Okay, do you share them with your family? You do not. Okay, well, we can put your earring in your bedroom then. Bastet wants you to post Beard's chat room. What's up, White Dog? Yeah, this actually is an old man moment for me. I don't understand how people can stream as a character and not just stream as themselves. Because in the old days on Twitch, and this is just like a very, not old, maybe old man moment's the wrong thing to say. It's a difference in like eras of the site's culture that I come from. The way back in the day, if you streamed as anything but like either a face with a camera in it or just like no cam stream, if you did anything else, you were playing a character. And playing a character is the fastest way or back then anyway, was the fastest way to kill your channel. Because if you streamed as a character, you were much more likely to get tired of that character and want to do something else. And almost every single channel from back in the day who streamed as a character eventually got tired of the character and then either stopped doing it and was more successful afterwards, or got tired of the character and it caused their demeanor to slowly shift on stream until their audience just faded away. And that's obviously not true because of, people putting branding on it like VTubing and whatnot. And many, 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 many examples of extraordinarily successful broadcasters who've been doing it for a while now. But it's still like ingrained in my head that it's like if you're playing a character, you're setting yourself up for failure. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to shake that. Did I see your message? No. Well, I saw. Have a good one. What was your message? Should I scroll up and find it, or do you want to retype it? It's up to you. The Coastal Guild now requires a Grand Guild Hall. Being big in diversion. Just his mascot? Sure. I'm just talking in general. But you said the only sentient bell peppers, so that made me assume that they swing as a bell pepper, generally with the character. I mean, I have a mascot. It's the little Skelly guy. Mengder. Oh. And you got your first Vile Forces and 3 Snatchers causing chaos for you. Sounds fun. Well, congratulations on a successful fort. I realize I haven't traded with the Mountain Home this year, but population is skyrocketing anyways, so. Pretty sure, because it's the Farmers Guild. This is the Farmers Guild, is it not? Farmer Guild Hall. Is this... not a Grand Guild Hall? I wonder if I failed it before. They already have it. Huh. So, I was always under the impression that if a guild hall was a grand guild hall from the get-go, when they demanded a nicer guild hall, it was like, well, we already have the nicer guild halls, so don't worry about it. But no, they actually can demand a grand guild hall when they already have a grand guild hall. That seems not optimal. Can you end up with 2 farms guilds? No, only 1 at a time. You can only have 1 named guild per fort. Yes, Magikarp. Posted it on my Discord yesterday evening. Just have to approve it. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I guess I've never put 2 and 2 together that happens. So, Forgotten Beastie has arrived right next to a whole bunch of Ratmen and walks into the map and immediately kills 3 Rodent Men. Is also fighting with a lot of mounts. It's bleeding heavily. The Mold of Froths. Yeah, it appears to be getting hit by, like, their long-range bolts, but is firing out a whole lot of webs. Are you still bleeding? Seriously injured? How bad? Okay, I mean, it's got a lot of cuts, but it's killed that initial glut. We do need some spring cleaning in here, so frankly, I'm quite thankful for this creature. Because the previous incarnations of creatures that were cleaning up this area have died. So, yeah, no, it's a great little piece of music. I'm very excited because like the Fortress Mode soundtrack is great. Like I really like the music that they did for Fortress Mode. I wish that like Kobold March was in there and stuff, but like, which is one of Simon's older tracks. But it's a very good soundtrack for this game. I really like it, but it's very chill. And even like the big scary events music is not really that bombastic. And I really like the kind of, are you tantruming? Wow, it's throwing a tantrum. All your friends are dying. But I really like the kind of more bouncy adventure feel of the new track they released. And also the stingers and the teasers we've had so far. So I'm really curious to see what it all ends up seeming or sounding like once it's all done. Whoa, you just took a real big hit. Ground Beast takes the giant cave toad down. Wow, it's like wrestling toads and stuff. It's found another big bundle of them. Good God, there's so many. Creature is winded and heavy bleeding. I think it may be dead now. Yep, there they go. So it's this one, Guarded Stretched, who's actually killed 2 Forgotten Beasts? Whoa, it killed the Cremated Talons in 558, and then Hill Mites, the Mold of Froths, this year. That's 2. What a fucking champion, Jesus. You know, actually, I'm gonna send this one this way. And by this way, I mean like to right here. But right now, this is actually blocked off, so dwarves can't even get in here. They'll be compatible, but the thing is, whenever major updates like this come out for Dwarf Fortress, they always add like hidden tidbits and like new features that they never announce ahead of time. So will it be compatible? Yeah. But will you be able to take full advantage of every single feature for adventure mode when it releases if you don't generate a new world? That I'm not certain about. So that's probably just the most important thing to keep in mind. Why? Why? That's the only question I have is why. Where is this? Do I play with any mods or DF hack? I don't really use mods. I am using DF hack though, but I don't use DF hack. I use it as like a dev tools option if something obviously is broken and needs to be fixed. I don't actually like using most of the features that DF hack has. I don't think any of them are necessary. And mods don't really do much. Yeah, but like if you are a new player to adventure mode, you're not gonna really notice the new stuff, I would say. Although here's the thing. When it comes to this question of like, should I generate a new world for adventure mode? I don't know. And the reason I say I don't know is they might add something in adventure mode. Like there is a line that Zach said the last time I spoke with them on stream where we're talking about like new features and stuff and things getting added and all that kind of thing. And Zach just passively states, yeah, and there are the surprises down below. And then Taran's response is, yeah, you know, the surprises down below. In the context of, like, new things. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't know if generating a world's a good idea yet. It might end up being a terrible idea to generate a new world. You never really know. But yeah, there will be save compatibility. I mean, for whatever it's worth, like Dwarf Fortress had almost complete save compatibility from like 2014 up until this version, premium released. But, you know, you'd be getting a massively compromised experience if you're playing one of those, if you're trying to play, or if you are trying to play Dwarf Fortress while still using a save from 2014. Generating new worlds is half the fun. I mean, I understand that there is a lot of fun in generating new worlds, but the reality is that you will get a better experience if you are more dedicated to one world. Generate a bunch of worlds in a short period of time and dip into them a little bit until you find one you like, and then spend 6 months in that one. You know, like, I don't like playing D&D, but just to use a D&D context, generally people who play D&D with friends have multi-session spanning long campaigns. It's like the difference between just doing one-shots and doing longer campaigns. It's like, well, yeah, you can absolutely get some entertainment value out of a short story, but wouldn't you want a novel every now and again? That kind of thing. So I need to get this thing filling. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm just going to go through here and forbid all of these boulders. I realize there's lots of pretty olivine down here, but, like, realistically, I can get more olivine. Wait until Salty down here gets out of here. Get scram, Dwarf. Be gorn. So they should do this one first. We're removing the ramps down into here. A 4x4 embark. I think. It might be 5x5. I'm pretty sure it's 4x4. I'd have to go back to the beginning. I don't generally go bigger than 4x4. I don't like the lag it causes. This is the reason I have DFhack installed. It's like the main thing I use. Although the game might be about to save in a month anyway, but it's fine. You ask me to save game? I will save game. Consider it saved. You like the potential crossovers in one dedicated world and one larger? Well, I don't know how many of you guys listened to the interview that I did with Zach and Tarn, but I'll just say this. In the last interview I did with Zach and Tarn, we had a moment, right? And this moment was pretty early on in the interview, where Tarn basically states, yo, I have pocket worlds working inside of current worlds, allowing you to transport yourself from one world to another. And portals, essentially meaning that the further flung planned future for Dwarf Fortress would be that you could generate a world and then generate another world and then teleport yourself to that other world from the first world. I have no fucking idea how that's gonna work. Well, that's what Tarn wants to do. And if Tarn wants to do something, usually what happens is he does it eventually, and we got two dwarfs stuck in here. Wait, no you don't. They're just walking slowly. Okay, well. All right, well, let's go all the way over to here. Dig through this. You know, it doesn't matter how many years removed I am from that video becoming a thing on the internet, Gristeth. It makes me irk and feel mildly nauseous whenever people say to something, one something. It's like, I know that that was like, what, probably 15 years ago now, maybe more, probably more. Likely more. Still makes me nauseous. Doesn't matter how long it's been. There you go, Travenoid. To fight through a tower to get a portal would be badass? Yeah. Or having to learn how to build a portal so you could build one. You know, I'm just excited. I mean, I'm not the only one, but many of us are excited to see myths and magic, you know? So we just need to block this off. We can knock that out. Knock this out. Ship all the goblins to a different dimension and then blow up the portal. I mean, why not just all of the kids in the fortress, you know? Send the kids to their own pocket dimension. Life will be better that way. Less screaming. I'm definitely not talking about my building that I live in. I'm just talking about Dwarf Fortress. Well, that's slowly filling. That should be plenty. All right, well, now I need to just go here with whatever's closest and here with whatever's closest. Okay, so we'll do that. And once we've done that, we're going to... I need a source of water. Okay, how risky do you guys think I should be? I need a source of water for power. There is a Crundle in this lake. I wonder how long it's been there. I need a source of water for power. So the easiest way to do that would actually be to drain this. Because behind this, underneath this, is another source of water. But this other source of water is connected. Ooh. The other source of water here is connected to the edge of the map. This? I never trust these. Let me just smooth and fortify this. But what I'm thinking I do is I get rid of this here. I dig a channel, maybe like up here, then off the edge of the map down there. Drain this pond out, or maybe literally just like dig a channel to like up here, over here, down, and off the map or whatever. Drain this. Or I could have like a little creek going through my fort, probably. That would actually look really cool. Anyway, once this has been drained, then I can make a very specifically shaped one. The interesting thing to me about Weather Mountains is actually how out of date it is now. Like, it's actually, like, really quite out of date. Like, the mechanics of the game haven't changed much, obviously, but there is a good amount of things that have changed. Like, obviously not everything, but a lot of things have changed since I made that video. Or that series, I guess. All right, well, this is a possible can of evil things that want to kill me, but, you know, what could go wrong? But, you know, considering it's a thing that I recorded the week that Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, and it's still mostly relevant, I consider that to be a massive success. So I'm glad that you're getting, you know, use out of it. I'm glad it's been helpful. How much effort am I willing to put into this? Not as much as I'm currently pretending I'm willing to put into this. I'm looking at this going like, do I really, honestly, truly want to just build a structure that runs through my entire map just to have an aqueduct? It's like, well, yeah, kind of, but also, I don't know how much work that would be. So instead, I'm just going to do it this way. I'm going to go down to here. Although this has to just be a single trench. That'll be the drainage for it. Let's just flatten this. You know that used to be possible and they removed it from the game, Genosim? It used to be if you tap the edge of the map. Oh, something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. Good thing I didn't actually dig through it. Whoa! Look at you! Bituminous Coal Devil. Huh. Very large quadruped composed of bituminous coal. It has a twisting jointed trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Very flammable beast. This is, I guess, true. I don't know. I think it's really crushable. What do you think, chat? Flatten it? Just drop a rock on it. Be pretty easy. Go up to here. So that's one channeled out right here. This layer, this. Actually, I don't need the top layer, but that's fine. Yeah, easy enough. Infinite webs, you say? I already have infinite webs. This cave layer is completely full of cave spiders. I have like 7... I had at one point about 6,000 silk. So I don't really need more webs. I would like those gems, though. Can you mine that creature? Nope. But I am going to drop a boulder on its head. Just going to take a little bit for that to get dug out. My dwarves will die to it pretty horribly, though. Yeah, there isn't much difference in value between Forgotten Beast Silk and just like Spider Silk, so this map has no shortage of Cave Spider Silk. Like, actually, out of curiosity, how much silk do I have right now? 758. That's because I haven't been harvesting it for multiple years. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we are okay on the silk front right now. Dwarf is digging down here. Toss the bone out. Then up here, I'll put a wall piece on top of this so it doesn't overflow. I love how I super didn't need to like put this little loopy in here, but I did. Okay, so need the trench all the way along here. All the way along here. All the way along here. All the way to there. Great War Bombers just squished your monitored tank, but alas, after campaign, they lost 7 cities. Well, that sucks. So let's just... Actually, this is a pretty suicidal thing to do. Let's not do that. And let's take this out. Let's channel that. There you go. You're working on this. Gonna dig that out. Tons of dwarves working on all this. Yeah, sometimes I miss Civ. Or rather, I don't miss playing Civ all that much, but I do miss the idea of Civ, if that makes any sense. Like, I wish I missed Civ, but when I actually sit down and play Civ, it never quite lives up. That's the diplomat asking me if I would like a baron again, and I said no, because I do not want a baron. God damn it. Stop offering. Jesus Christ. So this is the other one that I need to check. So we can make sure that nothing evil erupts from that pocket. Or rather, from the newly exposed pocket, anyway. It was more fun than actually playing any of the new ones. You know, my favorite line about Civ is this, it's just like Mario Kart theory, your favorite is the first one you play. I genuinely think that that's true with both Mario Kart and Civ. It's like my favorite Mario Kart is Mario Kart 64. That's the first one I played. And my favorite Civ is Civ 2, because that is the first one I played. I think Age of Empires kind of has that effect a little bit, but not so much. No. If you like Mario Party, you are simply a bad person, and I refuse to agree with any other theory on Mario Party. All Mario Party is bad, and people who like Mario Party don't like their friends and are bad people generally. You can't change my mind, don't try. And if you disagree, your opinion is wrong, and I will thumb my nose at you until you laugh and walk away. Mario Party is bad, and if you like Mario Party, you are bad, and you should probably feel bad, but I don't know if I'd actually go that far. You are bad, though. User has left the chat. I genuinely, I do not like Mario Party. It's not for me. It's not my cup of tea. The reason I don't like Mario Party, actually, I do actually have a reason for this, which makes sense now as an adult. To me, it didn't make sense as a kid why I didn't like it, but as an adult, I get it. And it's because the first time I played Mario Party was one of the ones on the N64. Couldn't tell you which one. But it was at a friend's house, obviously, because they're bad people. But it was at a friend's house, and the Mario Party that we were playing in question was on a very, very, very small, like 27-inch CRT, right? So pretty friggin' small screen for pretty complicated little quick action mini games. And my eyes are so terrible, half the time the mini games would pop up, I wouldn't recognize them. And by the time I figured out who I was playing and what I was supposed to be doing, I'd already died. And that was like an entire afternoon. And that bitter taste still sits there in my mouth. When it's 4 people playing in split screen, that's fucking tiny, mate. 27-inch CRT? It might have even been smaller than that. I'm just staring at a 27-inch monitor right now. It might have even been like a 19-inch TV. It was like yay big, right? Yeah, so I guess probably smaller than 27 inches, probably closer to 19. Anyway, it was a small CRT. So like trying to find Luigi on that tiny ass screen was like nigh on impossible for somebody like me with horrible fucking vision.
Yo, hope all is well.
And so the result was Mario Party is bad. And if you like Mario Party, you are bad and you should feel bad. Simple as that. Speaking of people that aren't bad and shouldn't feel bad because they give me money. How are you doing, Gonzo Gorilla? Thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you sticking around. Thanks for agreeing with me that Mario Party is terrible. Simple as that. Thanks, Chiefin. I mean, honestly, Mario Party is the reason I don't own a console. Well, part of it. So it's part of the reason I never really got into consoles. Because, like, multiplayer PC games, endlessly entertaining, fascinating gameplay, lots of variety. N64 existing? Those losers think that 007, the GoldenEye game, they think that's a good shooter. Like, what the fuck? And that's kind of how I was growing up. You think that you really, really think that that's a good first-person shooter? I mean, I understand why people like GoldenEye. It was the best pile of dog shit that they had on a bad console, right? And if all you have is awful, yeah, you're gonna like the one decently well-designed game in that style, right? Sure, but I would argue there were no good console shooters in the era, right? The best pile of, like, barely playable dog shit only looks good next to other piles of barely playable dog shit. I do genuinely think that game is horrifically overrated and mostly a time and place thing and got very lucky. Certainly. For its time, it was phenomenal. But as a kid who at the time had a copy of Quake, I would rather play Quake against bots all day. than ever play that game again. And I felt that way back then. I was like, well, I mean, like, okay, it's the best we have. And that was kind of about the extent of my thoughts on it. People still play Quake. I guess people still play GoldenEye too. But like, it was the best for what they had at the time. And especially like in current era games for consoles, looking back at that stuff, it's like, okay. So it's just, even for the time for me, it was very much a, well, I could just play a better game. Which is why growing up, the console games I liked were, you know, Smash Brothers. Or, you know, Tekken. I liked playing games that... Soul Calibur, you know? I liked playing games that played to the hardware's strengths instead of trying to replicate an experience that was done better elsewhere. Which is how I feel about GoldenEye. GoldenEye was the best they had at the time, and the best that there was at the time for that platform, but that doesn't make it a good game. And I would say the same thing about early Halo multiplayer. Halo got good around Halo 3 for multiplayer, but early Halo multiplayer? Nah. I mean, it's not... Halo is a campaign. A very good campaign. But I don't think Halo multiplayer was that good. For quite some time. All right, we're going to pull a lever. Oh. Nobody's picked up the job yet. Did I see GoldenEye XN6 Mario? What, did somebody put GoldenEye assets in Mario 64 or something? Modern Warfare 3 on the Wii? No, because I'm an adult. Why would I intentionally play bad video games? I hate bananas. I also don't like on-rail shooters, so. No, I think the Wii is it's a lovely game device, but it's not a device I ever had any interest in doing anything with at all. My favorite, like, why the fuck did you port this to the N64 port is probably StarCraft for the N64. All right, here it goes. Bonk. See, it's dead. Ding dong, the monster's dead. Let's see if that killed it. I'm pretty sure that'll kill it. I know that if you encase them, they can encase demons in obsidian, it doesn't always kill them. Unreal is not the same as Quake. Quake was made by id Software. Unreal Tournament was made by Epic Games. So one was made by id, which is, you know, people who made Doom, you know, John Carmack and all that jazz. And then the other one was made by the guys that made the very, very popular, successful video games storefront that everybody loves to talk about and has nothing but good things to say about, the Epic Games Store. And Fortnite. You honestly thought they looked identical? One had vehicles. But yeah, I mean, they both had pretty similar art styles. Oh, geez. Did I drown a dwarf? Oh. Huh. Oh, shit. You know? It's actually kind of bad. Control at the gates? What? Actually, you know what I should do? I should just build a wall. Really quickly. No. Yes, because that okay, so basically what you're stating, Ristoth, is wait. Battlefield and Call of Duty are not the same thing? Well, I mean, at a point, they had a similar speed and shooting style. Wait, are you saying Destiny and Halo are not the same thing? That's basically what you're saying. They're completely different franchises made by different studios. It's just that was the popular style of game at the time. People played arena shooters, so thus people made arena shooters. And those are both examples of arena shooters. I'm trying to decide what to do, because I need to get these dwarves out of here. I mean, it's going to drain out of here, actually, so maybe we're okay. But it does mean that I'm going to start getting creatures we don't necessarily want around here. Let's tell them to go get their gear. Yeah, you mean RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress aren't the same game? I mean, they're both games about, like, you know, characters moving around on a map. Actually, yeah, that's a pretty good example. But no, Quake and Unreal are not the same thing. They were both arena shooters made by completely different people. RimD's nuts instead. Wuggy McWuggy. Okay, now we're talking. Dwarf World? Now we're talking. Yeah, I mean, it's like how Call of Duty and, what's the name of that stupid video game? Medal of Honor looked similar. They're both modern military shooters, which were both the popular games at the time, right? Although Quake did come first. Anyway. Rogue and Paint? I mean, if you're going to make that joke, at least say something about it releasing at around the same-ish time as Notepad. Because Rogue is it's just text on a screen. Like, if you're going to make that joke, at least say it released around the same time as Notepad. Come on. Sounds like Action Park. Okay, Dwarf Fortress Action Park. Yeah, okay. We're going to make this minecart do a loop-de-loop. I like how you're asking if I keep number one priority for only emergencies, which means you clearly haven't watched me very much. No, I literally use number one priority for literally everything at all times. Except you actually beat one of them. Which one did you beat? Is this a tactical minecart? I mean, what? Oh. Suddenly a crocodile climbs out of there? Raging Cave, please don't drown in the creek. Okay, so how's your swimming skill? Oh boy. Go get him. Kind of fucked up here. You're remembering dining at a legendary dining room, and it's going to give you the inspiration to climb out of the water, right? Come on, Raging Cave. You can make it. All right, well, I guess what I should do is actually just cave this in. Which isn't what I wanted to do, but I'm gonna have to do it. I don't actually need to do this way. But I do need to erase the middle here. Instead, go up one and do that. Come on, Dwarf. You're a holy figure. I mean, he hasn't drowned yet. Be fine. There, see, he got out. He made it. Oh, now there's just giant cave toad over here who's fighting with, So, he escaped from the water and is now punching a giant cave toad. Or was punching a giant cave toad. The giant cave toad is, I think, swimming away now? Yes, okay, so you're done attacking the giant cave toad completely unprovoked. I don't think that was a legitimate reason to attack the toad. The toad did nothing wrong. A poor toad. I mean, come on, man. Why you gotta be that way to the poor toad? Okay, let's block this off. So Dwarf, stop using that as a pathing route. I'm trying to think how I can do this. Oh, I know how I can do this. I'm trying to think how I can do this without, like, breaking the whole thing. Because I need something to support it, so I can support it off of the roof up here. That'll be fine. So you're going to go knock these two out. Knock this out. Knock this out. Yeah, we are going to plug this river here so that it stops flowing, so that I can wall it back off. Because I need creatures to not be crawling through it. I'm also kind of amazed we haven't been attacked, because we were getting attacked pretty frequently by that tower. So why don't we go skirmish with another tower? Don't steal important treasures, please. Good luck, baby Blueford. I have faith in you. Go make interesting things happen. Aside from, you know, me playing with water. I love it when dwarves just, like, leave their underwear places. It's like, guys, come on. You can totally clean your underwear up. It would be so much nicer if you could just do that for us. Do I have any woodcutters? Yeah, it's been up for like 3 hours. Nobody clicked it. Do I have any woodcutters? I have Zacit. How's Zacit? Does Zacit do it? That, I think, fits all of your requirements. You even have a spouse, 3 kids, and none of them are dead. I can't type today. Also, Devilish, you could just name yourself whenever you want, practically, because you're tier 2. You can use ! Dwarf and bestow dwarfs on other people or yourself. She is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise. Has something to when somebody has something to say. When she has something to say, rather. She has no confidence in her talent and accomplishments, and she always presents herself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. There you go. See, Tubby gets it. Now you can at somebody, Tubby, and tell me who you want me to name. Or what, or now you at somebody, and that's how you tell me whether you want me to name them or not. And then chat gets to vote yes or no. She has no confidence at all in her talents and accomplishments, or you could at yourself if you wanted to go into yourself, Tubby. Talents and accomplishments, and always presents herself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Occasionally overindulges and has a calm demeanor, likes to brawl, and likes a little excitement now and then. Is slow to anger and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally views family as one of the most important things in life. Believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. And you remember the faith of Spit, the god of deformity, and you have a pretty nice set of clothing on, as well as a bracelet. Way less jewelry than I was expecting, based on your desire for an extravagant appearance, and you have got many friends.
Woo!
Welcome to the fort. Anyone want a dwarf? Well, pick somebody. Who wants a dwarf, chat? Tubby Youngbro's got a possible dwarf available for the sale of possible dwarf. That is spooky looking. This thing's body is just like sitting here. Like a gargoyle. Anyway, it's dead. We turned it into a pancake. Alright, well. This I can remove. Also love the way that I've done this. Kind of makes this impossible to get out of. Just gonna wait for them to dig this stuff out because this stuff's taking a while to construct. All right, chat. Now it's up to you guys. Yes or no? Does Ranger Rick get a dwarf? Vote yes or vote no. Because Tubby, right here, is trying to give Ranger Rick a dwarf. Does Ranger Rick get a dwarf? Yes or no? Needs to be overwhelming. All right, so because you voted yes, now you guys need to tell me, what kind of dwarf does Ranger Rick get? This also has to be unanimous. Up to you guys, chat. Any rangers? None that are allowed to actually be rangers because this is Untamed Wilds and I don't really want them to go die to massive thrips. Military dwarf. I'm seeing ambush or a biter. Well, I mean, you guys are that's just fancy ways of saying military. Okay, well, let's just put a... Well, actually, no, I already did put a lever up here, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay, well, we'll just stick a lever down here. I have a ghost. What? How did that happen? Also can never remember. I may have made this fort too convoluted. I can never find my crafting room quickly. Okay, yeah, I need to make a slab. All right, well, I don't really have a Marksdwarf squad right now, but I could give him the militia captain who hasn't trained at all as a Marksdwarf for the theoretical Marksdwarf squad that I haven't made trained yet. I've made them, I haven't trained them. So let's go with that. Ranger Rick. Very lazy ranger, though. More of a Rick, less of a ranger. Cracks easily under pressure and is a perfectionist and is not driven and feels the need to pursue even a modest success. And rarely even feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He is curious and eager to learn, and he acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he could be considered rude. Though he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and has a greedy streak, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and laughs in a unique way when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of creating a grand work of art, greatly respects those who observe decorum and maintain their dignity, respects the development of his skill, and is somewhat put off by trade and everything else. Likes obsidian, gold, moss opal, and green glass, sailfin molly, bone, and gems, and picks, and ballista arrows, and sweet pods for their round shape. And the sound of the fierce robustness, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato plants and quinoa beer and llama's milk, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. And is currently hauling phyllite. Has a pet alpaca and a pet gander, who may or may not still be alive. I don't know. You moved here 9 years ago, and you've got several friends. Generally a pretty happy dwarf, too. You've got a developed sense of empathy. A rude ranger. Mm-hmm. So I just realized I fucked this up pretty bad. But that's okay. I can fix it. The reason I fucked this up pretty bad is I can't actually connect this. Oh, wait, no, I can. Oh, Okay, never mind. I have no idea how they're going to get to this. But the job's working. How did they... Okay, I need to know. Are they going to do half of it and then cancel it? Oh, maybe they already canceled it. God, I wish it was an attack alpaca. Yeah, okay. So it is not reachable. That does make sense. All right. Well, let's fix this. Let's also fly over here. Grab this. There we go. Get Melville dealt with. Wait for that bridge right there to be done. Unforbid this. Short test began a mysterious construction at this clothes shop, like kind of a while ago. Bronze bars too. I also have no idea how that dwarf died. Truthfully, no idea. I love how much dust and like cobwebs is just like hanging out everywhere in this fort. There you go. There's something about that that's just very funny to me. There's just like so many cobwebs in a lot of these guild halls. It's like, well, you can tell which ones are the less used guilds, right? Like, these are all the less used guilds. So now I'm kind of wondering, where's all the water running? Oh, it's literally just like dribbling down into here. Well, that's great. Stuff I can't see because it's definitely Forgotten Beast that found them on a lower layer. In what ways? Like for streaming? I mean, the one like real gimmicky idea that I really want to do is just make a squad of extremely unskilled goblins in loincloths and just put as many people as the game will let me into that group and then just run around punching shit and attacking everything that moves. I want to do that because it sounds hysterical to me, and somebody threw around the idea of that as a like adventure mode idea a while ago, and I was like, that is very funny. I want to do that. But aside from that, most of my plans are just like around what I'm going to do for tutorials. There we go. Fishery worker, mail bill has been put to rest. I think that was one of those dwarves that just mysteriously disappeared. So maybe I'll find a body in a wall at some point. There's just a mysterious lungfish on top of the... Is that even alive? Yeah, it is. It's just sitting on my wall, I guess. As far as I'm mostly just like trying to figure out exactly what I should do for tutorials. That's basically it. Oh shit, squad's returned. Let's see how the obscure turquoise peas went. Oh wow, they like snuck in and stole stuff. The new fur boots searched wild claves in the early autumn. Life with the Holy Nightmare was uh-oh. Oh, I guess I did steal books. Wait, never mind. No, I didn't. Because I told him specifically not to steal books. So no, I didn't steal books, but we made it in and out safely. Well, where are we? This is the tower that's attacked me a couple times. What if we try and pillage them? Curious about how that'll go. I mean, I'll tell you this. You don't need a party to bite somebody to death. You just need to find somebody who's sleeping and bite them in the right spot. But here's the thing. The amount of damage that you're capable of doing in Dwarf Fortress, especially in adventure mode, is directly related to size. So if you make a party of, let's just say, hamster people, it's not going to be very effective. If you make a party of elephant men, it'll be extremely effective. All right, so we've got this crocodile here. I need this lever pulled, and pulling this lever is going to collapse this, basically. So this is going to disappear, which is going to remove everything that is supporting this and drop it down into here and plug this. Because right now there's a bunch of pawn grabbers coming out, and I really don't need those in my fortress. Pawn grabbers are just like very long, spindly arms that come out and grab you and pull you underwater and drown you. They're very friendly, but we do not really want them in the vicinity, so... Let's see who is the brave Dwarfus who's decided to pull the lever for us. Well, come on, Erdim. You've got a ways to walk. Also, biting them won't kill them, but the bleeding will. Pawn grabbers want underwater gurgle hugs, yes. So if you've never seen something cave in, watch right here. Unless I fuck something up. There it goes. So that blocked it. Now that we've done that, I can build floor here. Build floor here. And wait. Because that just, you know, stopped this water from flowing. It's not going to fill up all the way. And this will stop them from being able to escape at all. There we go. Not bad. But this is what I want to use as power eventually, so this is a little tricky. I guess what I could do is I could fortify this and then channel that in. And then put like a bridge in front of it. That's probably what we'll do. Use this lever right here as the connector or whatever. Actually, move it over here, but military's leaving. Get out of the map. Merc. Go make us proud, Dwarf. You adept hammer dwarf, you. Go kill more Knight's Beasts. I'm also kind of amazed that the elves haven't attacked me yet. Because there is an elvish faction who's at war with me who really doesn't like me. That dwarf's still there. Still permanently injured. Poor fool. Oh, wow. There's a Crundle running around. Oh, there's a cave crocodile skeleton. We'll get rid of that. Here goes a brave dwarf off to fight the wizards, the horrible wizards of death. You just like, I was gonna pour lava into here. That was the whole plan, but you know what? I was gonna use down there to power it. Why not instead? Just use this. I mean, it's literally right here. How much power do I need? Only 480. That's like 5 things. That's like nothing. Okay, well, why don't I just do this instead? Let's just do this the easy way. I was trying to make like a cool cavern creek, but honestly, I think this might just be a lot easier. We'll just use the lake, and it's not even going to drain it that much. Although, I'm going to need the ability to turn the thing off, so. Let's go down to here. Grab us another lever. Oh boy, running out of mechanisms. Rock mechanisms. Make them out of Gabbro. 20. Ryder, what up? Oh, squad's back. That was fast. So this was an attempt to pillage steelsmiths. The Fellowship attacked the chaoses of an unknown civilization at Steelsmiths, and Baby Blueford, Room Cactus, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer Unib, who was one of the ones who attacked us previously. Our tactical planning was superior, and we outmatched the enemy opponent, but neither side had a positional advantage. We struck down 1 and 2 necromancers. I'm pretty sure both of those were necromancers that came and attacked us before. And then beat the ever-living shit, like ripped his teeth out and stuff, out of Onul, but Merc finally kills it. And then beating the crap out of another necromancer, and then Terminal Wetness kills it. And then beating the crap out of another necromancer, and then Baby Blueford kills it. Beating the crap out of another necromancer, and oh, that one we just killed. That one we just killed. Handchest got 1, Libash got 1, Ubal got 1. Beating the crap up out of another necromancer, and Libash got 1, which means I'm pretty sure we just killed everything that was there. The new fur boots of Pants was looted as well. Looted stuff as well. And we got a training spear and some other crap. And a puzzle box. I wonder if it's got like, it's the secrets of life and death, on like a note inside of the puzzle box. We're gonna go pillage this one, but don't steal important treasures. Speaking of pillaging things. We should really finish this today, shouldn't we? That was like the main goal going in today. I mean, I've certainly chopped down a lot of trees. It's Untamed Wild, so they... But the thing is there is a elven faction that's actively at war with me. So that's why I'm kind of amazed that they haven't attacked me. Okay, well, sand... Let's just say 20. And tubes. And 10 corkscrews. Should get us enough. How much power are we generating? 1440. 627. It's 1151. Oh boy. Although the two of these power supplies together may actually do her. Although I just realized I'm actually removing their ability to get out of here. Go to the end here and install fortifications. Take out this. What's up, Magikarp? Thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. Yeah, I don't know. I think for me, because I still don't know what the new things for adventure mode is, that's the main like roadblock I'm having with just like planning stuff, because I'm kind of expecting, as at the very least, just for I guess maybe a little bit more context, I planned a lot of things for Fortress mode when this version of the game came out on Steam, and almost every single one of my plans were totaled by small changes that were made to the game when this version came out. And kind of, well, actually, no, I can't put that there because that needs to be a gear mech. And so kind of because of that has a large portion to do with why I am very cagey to just be like, yeah, this is my plan. Because, I don't know, like, 6 months ago, I would have said, oh, I would do a demigod run and just try and explore stuff and see how things look, which is probably what I'll end up doing. But I don't know if I'm going to do a demigod run because of how different it's going to be. The thing that I'm like the most torn on right now is, do I do demigod runs as like a let's play or something? Or do I do it for, or do I do my tutorials as demigod runs? Like that's something that I'm trying to figure out right now, and that's like I think the biggest stopping point for me. Like, do I stream as a demigod and then do all my tutorials as a peasant? Like I don't know. I don't know. I also don't know how to become a demigod because all that shit's new. There's just a lot of unknowns right now, which is both very exciting, but also like I guess there's just enough unknowns right now that it's really difficult to just lay down plans. Aside from like, you know, if you can think of a very goofy sounding attempt, like 12 goblin peasants run into a bar and chaos ensues, unless like it's something like that, you know, which is absolutely something we're going to have to do. I'm having a pretty hard time coming up with plans in advance, guys. I guess that's about it. When we get further news updates from Kid Fox, well, we got one today. It was just like, you know, news in the form of, yo, here's a teaser of new music. So I guess that kind of counts. I kind of count that. But, as far as I know, there's going to be one more news post. I don't know when, before release. So apparently there's like behind the scenes a lot of communication going on with like Tarn and Kit Fox trying to figure out exactly how stable the build is going to be, I guess, because we don't know, right? It could be very stable. It could be very unfinished. It could be stable, but like all of the new stuff's poorly balanced, which is probably likely. It could be very unstable. Like we don't really know right now. I do know that I was supposed to do or record a Future of the Fortress video, which I straight up just didn't do this weekend because I was busy with other things. New fort? This fort? This is not a new fort. What? Did Todini just die of old age? I know that dwarf was oldish, but... yeah, no combat. Chat room, Todini just died of old age. Wow.
Bring out your dead!
Yeah. That was the captain of the guard, right? Yeah, it was. Well, I need a new captain of the guard. I also lost an alpaca and a sheep. And it's raining. How unfortunate. Time is a true apex predator. Yeah, and the worst boss. No, that actually might just be me. Trying to communicate with people in my building. No dwarf should die of old age? Why not? Remember how many times over the years of my streams I always say, the only rules imposed on the dwarves are players' headcanon, not the dwarves themselves. No dwarf should die of old age? You're not a dwarf. How do you know? What gives you the right to say that? Most dwarves want to die a heroic death. Have you read any dwarves' descriptions? Many dwarves believe that war is not a useful means to an end and would prefer a peaceful day. Maybe you just recruit way too many soldiers? Soldiers are a percentage of every group of people. But not every dwarf. In fact, most dwarves that I find that I read the descriptions of are closer to pacifists. So, I don't know. I think that you are simply ascribing headcanon to all of the little characters in this video game, which is fine. Everybody does that to a degree. But that's largely what it is. It's headcanon. You are, based on your opinions and experience of playing this game, presuming or pre-assuming that every single dwarf thinks exactly the way that you think while you were playing this game. What are things you think people should read? What, you mean like fan fiction? Because Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have lore. I mean, I have a series called Lore, but it's not really a lore series per se. It's more just like stories that players have written about the game, which it's sort of lore. Just realized this isn't going to work and it's actually going to overflow. You know, the stated goal of Dwarf Fortress, Ryder, is to simulate reality. So if they are simulating something that's believable enough that you state it might even be a problem in our world. Well, that is the intended goal. Oh, so you're asking, like, what part of... Okay. I mean, that's all that you really need to read, is the overview of your dwarves. You don't really need to read anything else unless you want to. I mean, the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, to a degree, is it's one of the most powerful, like, video game story generators ever made, right? But you do not need to interact with any of it. You can completely ignore all of it and get a pretty satisfactory experience. Oh, you absolutely are. 1000% you are. Like, if you are not reading every single piece of text in Dwarf Fortress, 1000%, you are absolutely missing out on things. But is it impacting your gameplay negatively? Because if not, then who cares? Like, who cares? Genuinely. If it's not negatively impacting your gameplay experience, like, why does it matter? And I don't think it is. Like, at all. So, why does it matter? Dwarf Fortress is a game that can be interacted with in any way that you find enjoyable. If you are having fun playing the game the way you're playing it, okay. It's only a psychological horror game if you're bad at it. But I've never really seen the psychological horror in Dwarf Fortress, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I'd be bad on purpose sometimes, but... Trying to figure out how I can do this without this overflowing. I mean, if you are not reading every single piece of text and spending 3 hours in Legends before every time you play, yeah, you're missing things. I'm missing things right now, right? Because I'm talking to chat. And not just, like, sitting in silence and, like, pretending that I am a monk reading, like, the great histories and texts of the world. But is it negatively impacting my gameplay? No. No, not really. But that's like purely up to you if you consider that to be a negative, right? You just stated that you're somebody who doesn't read lore in games. What makes Dwarf Fortress interesting is its ability to generate a world. So let me ask you the question that you're asking me. Are you missing anything because you're not reading the lore that the world is generating you for you in a game that is focused on generating interesting lore for the player to digest? I don't know. It's a really hard question to answer like that. So I feel like you may have already answered your question yourself. And it seems like your question is, should I be reading more in Dwarf Fortress to get the most out of it? Yeah, absolutely. If you want to get the absolutely maximal, optimal experience out of Dwarf Fortress, you should explore Legends a little bit. You should read more than just your dwarves' descriptions. And you should poke around and try to memorize things. You know, like you see a weird visitor come by, write their name down and check it later. But can I tell you exactly what kind of text you should be reading in Dwarf Fortress? Not really, because the reality is you know what you're interested in and you know what you want to find in the game. I can't tell you this is what you want to find because I don't know what part of the current world that you are in is interesting. Every world is pretty different. Some worlds are pretty mundane and don't have a lot of interesting stuff going on. Some are extraordinarily over the top and are kind of crazy. So it's really a matter of what do you find interesting and then you trying to satisfy that with interesting exploration of the world. So I don't know if I can just give you a, like, because I've had so many people, like, tell me, hey, like, can you make a tutorial on, like, hey, can you make a tutorial on, let's just say, reading, like, how to read Legends mode? It's like, you read it. I don't know how to tutorialize that. I mean, I made a tutorial not too long ago, or a pretty long time ago now, as part of the quick tutorials series, which was, I think, the longest one for a very long time, which was the character sheets of dwarves, right? Just like me explaining what every single thing in the character sheet does. That video might be helpful to you, but even I can't tell you how to get information out of that because it's different all the time, right? Like little things like this elf, right? This elf, a different elf, could be related to somebody who's visited my fortress before. We've had no visitors at this fortress because we're on a lake and there's a bug regarding that, but like this elf could be related to somebody who's visited before. Maybe that elf tried to steal something. This elf, behind the scenes, could be telling that other elf who tried to steal something from me where the traps are in my fortress and how to get that item. Right? But I can't tell you to look for that because I don't know how to find that, right? Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's just more base game. We're talking about reading and learning more about your dwarves and visitors rather than Legends mode. I mean, read them. Like, I guess, You sound like, again, you sound like you've asked and answered your question already. Like, you're asking me about reading. Yeah, if you read your dwarves' descriptions, you'll learn more about them and get more out of it. Are you asking me to explain how you, like, okay, allow me to rephrase. I have no idea what your question is. Like, I don't know what you want me to help you with here. I'm kind of at a loss, I suppose. Okay. So so basically you found this menu. Well, this is their visual description. It would be their medical description. Their personality description is pretty straightforward, right? Doesn't handle stress well means gets stressed faster than a dwarf that handles stress well. Dwarf that is brave is going to be brave. A dwarf that isn't brave is not going to be brave. A dwarf that's creative will like doing creative endeavors. A dwarf that's not creative will like doing not creative endeavors, like, you know, bonk, pointy pickaxe against rock, right? Some dwarves don't want to work at all. Some dwarves just want to work. Some dwarves prefer academics, and it's all pretty straightforward as far as I'm concerned. Oh, those are water buffalo bone amulets. Oh, can't trade those. I'm gonna buy a turban. Just a single turban, and I'm gonna put it on the... Why is there vomit on the ground? Quit vomiting. Who's vomiting? Ryan Katsu's vomiting? Can you stop vomiting, please? Stupid drunkard. We're gonna go over here. I'm gonna put the turban over here. Don't tell me Dwarf already cleaned the turban. There it is. All right, let's go down to clothes shop. Why can't I find it? It's like game literally hasn't even unpaused yet. Maybe it'd be under headwear? I love it when searching works different in different menus. Best part about this game. It's handwear, not headwear. Huh. Well, let's see where it ends up then. Health menu gives you the appearance description, yeah. Did you claim it, Dwarf? Are you wearing it? Where did it go? Yep, you did claim it. Well, that's great. All right, Attis, I mean, if you insist on owning and keeping that turban, then by all means, I guess. Okay, so I pillaged another place, Planed Mirrored, which is another tower. Maybe Blueford's tactical planning was superior, but neither side had a positional advantage. But yeah, the health menu gives you a short visual description, and the personality is what's actually gives you useful stuff. So this one is full of grim corpses. I also struck down a necromancer, another grim corpse, another necromancer. Lots of dodging. Don't know what these grim corpses are, but I'm assuming they're some sort of undead, probably intelligent undead. Beating the crap out of one of them, too. Another one was taken down. But generally what you want, if you want dwarves that like the military, you want dwarves that dream of mastering a skill, and you want dwarves who want to train martial arts or have high martial prowess or are brave. Dwarf Darius Cardrin was struck down. So Darius was supposedly struck down in the Vermilion Desert by a dwarven necromancer named Edzul.
Bring out your dead!
But the thing is, he's still listed as there. I assume that means he's gone. Rest in peace, Darius. Tavern Dwellers. What a place. A devilish potato is brawling under the influence. And then it shows me a pig and says that the pig got hit a bunch of times by a devilish potato. Are you still brawling under the influence? Has calmed down. Well, that's good. Last thing he did was punch a pig a bunch, so. Rodent. So there's just a whole bunch of them right there. Oh, okay. Sure. All right, well, water is still flowing down here, but on the bright side, we've gotten it all sealed off again, so that's good. Let's jump up to here. Check this. Let's unforbid this. Unforbid that. And get another one of these. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how I'm going to do this. I guess. Yeah, let's do it this way. This should be okay. Should be. You were hacking it with an axe. You weren't just spanking it. You were actively assaulting that pig and trying to kill it with a hatchet. So, I mean, you know. Also, something else that I would like to notice or mention, which is more or less completely unrelated to anything. Just a heads up. I have keys for, or I got given key for Manor Lords. So on Friday, we're going to do a bonus Manor Lord stream. Okay, so down here, I'm going to go and forbid all these. This. Forbid all this. Forbid this. Forbid this. Forbid these. That. We're going to do that over there. Where am I? I lost my spot. Where was I? This right here going to get pulled, and this is also going to get pulled. Let's hope that nobody... Where are you going? Smooth walls. Oh, right. Yeah, this one we don't want to pull just now. Boys. This one should open. Or close, rather. 2 dwarves run down... all the way down to here to smooth these. I don't know. Like anything else, I just kind of swap. Sometimes I use doors. I don't really have any particular preference when it comes to such things. Depends on the situation. If I want something that's guaranteed to close, I use a drawbridge. Floodgates are fine, but they're less consistent, so... yeah, I don't know. I use a lot of things interchangeably, depending. Do I plan on doing fort tours again? Yeah, no, that's fine. I do. The only reason I've stopped is I found the format got really dull. I know not everybody agrees with me on that, which is fine, but I got bored of making them, and people stopped sending in forts, and also, not only did people stop sending in forts and I got bored of making them, but also people stopped watching them. So it was kind of like a 3-pronged reason why I stopped making them. It was consistently the lowest viewed content on the channel, and it was consistently the lowest, what's the word? It was consistently the lowest view count on the channel and also oh geez, I didn't actually do that yet. It's consistently the lowest viewed content on the channel and also consistently the worst retention. It was the worst, it was the lowest number that people would tune in for. It just wasn't succeeding statistically, right? And whenever I say this, I always feel kind of bad because there's always people who go, I liked it, that was my favorite show, or whatever. Which unfortunately, when it comes to analytics and metrics, doesn't matter and isn't relevant. What matters is, do people watch it? No. Okay. Well, then what? Well, you have to make it better. So I tried to improve it. I tried to spice up the formatting a little bit and make it, not more story driven, but I tried to like do a bit more lore stuff with it. And that also didn't work. The views didn't improve, the retention didn't improve, the seeming interest didn't improve. So I said, well, I need to wait on this until I have the ability to actually spruce it up. So I'm not going to be able to, or I haven't had the ability to spruce it up because what I want to do is I want to start running through forts as adventurers instead of, you know, just doing a run through of a fortress. And, you know, the reason the series did really well initially was because everybody was learning the game. And so while you're learning the game, you want to see forts made by successful people. You want to see cool big forts. Well, once you know the game, looking at a fort that's falling apart isn't really that interesting. And you've probably made successful forts. So why do you want to go look at somebody else's successful fort? And there's already like 100 videos covering other successful forts, so you've got a wealth of ideas already, and you've seen many a screenshot, and you see pictures every day of impressive things, so like, what's the purpose of it? It just went from having a purpose and an audience to no longer having a purpose nor an audience. It was also a series that I started doing not because I wanted to or because it was the type of content I wanted to make, but because chat wanted me to make it. And usually when that happens, it's because there is a specific need or desire for a thing. And when it's overwhelming like that, it means that people want to watch it, which is why the first, you know, 80, or not the first 80, like the first 35 of them that I made did really well. It's because people wanted to watch it. And that hasn't been the case for a while. People don't really want to watch it anymore, which doesn't mean it's dead. It just means I need to change up the format a lot. So. Sorry, I realized that was a very roundabout explanation, but I hope I got the point across. Okay, so... Well, I mean, to give you an idea, when I was still uploading those little tour videos frequently, I don't blame this isn't a capitalism blame. This is literally just YouTube's algorithms. I mean, I guess you could just equate that to capitalism, but I wouldn't call that capitalism. That's just YouTube decides to make things profitable and not fun, basically. Anyway, to give you an idea, when I was actively making those videos, a like community fortress video, if I were to upload one, would, let's just say, get like 1,100 views over 3 days. If I were to upload a highlight video of my stream, it would get 3 times the views in half the time. And the way YouTube works is if you are uploading videos that get, let's just say numbers here that don't matter. If you upload a video every day, and every single one of those videos get 100 views, and then you upload a video that gets 12 views, all your videos that were originally getting 100 views will start getting 75, because YouTube videos only get the number of views that YouTube decides the video deserves. Because the way YouTube works is it promotes your video until it gets the amount of traffic YouTube's decided arbitrarily that that video is going to get. And when it hits whatever that number is, based on what the video is, based on whatever their metrics are, it stops getting views. And so if you're running a channel, and it's the same reason I no longer upload the VODs on the main channel, right? If you're uploading videos to a YouTube channel and you have one type of content that does X number of views, and then another type of content that does a quarter of the views, it drags the whole channel down. So I had to stop uploading them, regardless of really what I wanted to do. You're listening to story. What kind of story? Oh, they're talking about the expedition leader. The very first one. Stinthad. Our first expedition leader for the re-embark of this fortress from 10 years ago. Kind of wild how quickly time passes. Yeah, but the issue with only covering the coolest forts is that wasn't the precedent I'd set until that point, right? And then also, what's the coolest fort? Because somebody could DF hack together a unbuildable, actually impossible to build realistically in the real world fortress. Is that a cool fort? Or is a cool fort a fortress that meets some sort of mythical meta that doesn't actually matter, right? The reality is, if I'm uploading a certain type of content and people stop watching it, I will stop uploading it. A cool fort is one that gets views. Thanks. I almost want to insult you for that sarcastic comment, but like, that is nonsense. But okay. What about a longer video with multiple forts? It doesn't matter. People stopped watching them. It doesn't matter how long or big of a video I make them. People stopped watching them. That you need to pay so much attention to the algorithm? I want to stay employed. And I am currently employed. I would like to stay employed. And unfortunately, if I don't, at least to some degree, follow the YouTube game, I will not be employed. It's just kind of what it is. Doesn't matter if I like it or not. It's true. It's the truth. I mean, it's for the same. Wow, that's a new religion, the Loyal Creed. I don't even know who they are. Where's our friend? Where is Monsieur Bonesaw on this good afternoon? I feel dismayed and disappointed that I haven't seen the copy pasta yet, but all right. Something wide open. Anyway, let's build us another temple. I probably have enough pumps actually to increase this, but I mean, it's the truth for just about everybody. I know that there are some people who completely ignore the algorithm. I think Krug Smash is maybe a pretty good example of this. But the thing is with Krug Smash is Krug Smash has a pretty dedicated Patreon funded audience, right? Where he knows that as long as that audience is happy, he's going to keep making money. He doesn't make money off of views so much as he makes money off of consistency. And while he uploads very infrequently, the view counts are pretty consistent. So YouTube doesn't really punish him for uploading less frequently. My YouTube channel is a channel that uploads very frequently because the average view count on my videos is very low. If I stop uploading as frequently, then my videos get recommended less. With the exception of the tutorials. The tutorials do get recommended. With the exception of when I first started doing them, I don't think I've had a single Community Fortress video really take off in the recommendations outside of the first month I was uploading them. But trust me, I tried a lot of different variants, formats, upload times, length, thumbnail design for the Community Forts, and I kind of gave up. So they're going to come back once Adventure Mode's out, but it's going to be a very different format again. And probably very different thumbnails too. Because that format didn't work anymore. Plus, I uploaded 100 of them. So, I mean, here's the thing, right? What Saw is saying, having that Patreon funding is so helpful, that's me and Twitch. Which is why YouTube, bless your souls, I have zero faith in YouTube to not completely turn around and fuck me over tomorrow. I have significantly higher faith in Twitch to not do that. Because I know how Twitch functions, and I know what I'm capable of through Twitch. I have very little faith in YouTube to not just, like, change one day, you know? Also, how's that villain going? Hey! Sweet. You're connected. You're connected. Foundation. Steel foundation. Hanging. Hanging. So you. Welcome back, Rick. It's like I really want to just start these pumping, but I'm a little scared too. To make sure everything is safe. We are getting to the point where I can just turn this sucker on. Let's clear it. Okay. Yeah, you're clear. You're clear. All right. Yeah, I should be able to turn it on. And before you ask, are you going to build a way in to turn it off? Nah. Where's the fun in that? But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, stability is the biggest challenge in this industry. And by this industry, I mean, like, content. And YouTube is the only area where I really have this space to experiment. And if something is not working, the smart thing is to experiment a little bit. And if that doesn't work, wait until you can completely change it. Which is what I'm doing with that series. So the longest answer to the simplest question is, will I go back to showcasing forts? I would really like to, because it was fun to make that series. Sorry for the very long, drawn-out, roundabout answer. I would really like to. It's okay to back off based on that. I think what you need to remember is, like, the reason it's difficult to just say no, something isn't coming back, is if I have a video that I consider a failure, it's a video that performs 30 to 40% worse than the video I uploaded before. And it doesn't matter if that video performed 30 to 40% worse. People watched it, right? And that's something I need to remember, is like, for me, if something is a failure performance-wise, that doesn't mean nobody watched it. So there's probably somebody who watched that video, and there's probably somebody who really liked it. Recently, the stuff that I've been putting out that's been doing the best is just me yelling at the camera about a subject, which YouTube really favors right now, right? Like that Big Weight is Dead video. Did really well. That video is soulless and pointless, in my opinion. Like, I'm just explaining what I consider to be super well-trodden, well-known common facts about this video game. But turns out that's the kind of stuff that YouTube promotes, and it's the sort of stuff that people do actually like watching right now. So for me, it's like not particularly fulfilling to make, but it does well, so it promotes the channel. something that I know doesn't do well that's very fulfilling to make that will always hurt me when it doesn't do that well are the videos like the interviews I do. Which, I mean, the ones I do with Tarn Adams do great, but that's because it's Tarn, right? The one that I did on Rift Wizard recently performed pretty bad, but was very fulfilling and satisfying to make. And I've got another one that I'm trying to get done this week, which, again, I don't think is going to perform particularly well. But, I mean, that video did more damage to me than helped me, really. I mean, it made money, but I don't know. Yeah, it is difficult to really state, oh, this failed, which is why I can't upload more of it. It's like, well, it's highly possible and actually very likely that it didn't fail. People watched it and they liked it. And that just makes me feel like an asshole when I say that. Oh, this video that you liked and enjoyed failed because not enough people watched it. It's like, well, rarely the case. Anyway, we're filling up the lava reservoir now. Old streamer yells at cloud. But it's the reason I will always favor Twitch, I think, and live streaming over YouTube stuff. But at the same time, you know, the YouTube channel is more consistent, profitable, and healthier right now than I think it's been since the launch of Dwarf Fortress on Steam. So that's a good thing. And it is improving and getting healthier as time goes on. And it is gaining traction. Videos are more consistently doing well. I'm figuring out ways of, like, widening my possible YouTube audience outside of just the, you know, people who like Dwarf Fortress kind of circles. And it's a positive thing. It will improve, and it is improving. And as the channel gets bigger as a whole, then, you know, series can come back. I'm just kind of rambling at this point, so. YouTube is better long-term? Pah! That's funny. Sorry. YouTube is the most wildly inconsistent of the popular platforms that people make content for. So saying that YouTube is better long-term, to me just kind of says a lot. I don't know. That's funny. It's interesting that you think that. I would never have been able to have the confidence to go full-time making YouTube content. YouTube is like the bitchy mistress that doesn't like you that much, but still shows up to take your paychecks. YouTube has screwed me over more than Twitch ever has. None of this content would be here if it wasn't for Twitch. The only consistency I've ever had in my entire content making period of existence is Twitch. Confused on how the lava pumps work? It's pretty simple. They need to be made entirely out of lava-safe materials, which they are, right? And then this side right here needs stability, so it needs to be on top of floor, basically, or a constructed floor. And then this side doesn't need to be. They can be powered from any side or above. And they themselves create power, or transfer power from one place to another, because they're considered mechanisms. So this layer is connecting to this, or rather this spot right here is connecting to this, which is powering the one above. This is connecting up one, which is powering this, which is powering this one, which is powering this one all the way up. So I only need to connect them to power in one spot for the whole thing to be powered. It's a pretty simple system, actually, once you kind of wrap your noggin around it. Problem is wrapping your noggin around it. Weird that these are out of sync. Certainly. But how many hours a day do you think I put into content making, Hubby? Or how many hours a week do you think I put into content making? And I do highlight small chunks of content from the YouTube VODs already, which this past week, just as an example, I made that one highlight, which took me about 2 hours. So, for reference, I generally stream about 3 days a week unless there's something special happening, right? Sometimes 4. My streams, on average, are 8 to 12 hours long. So let's just say it's a lazy week for me and I only stream 10 hours those 3 days. So that's 30 hours. It is very, very easy for me to put an additional 15 to 30, depending on the week, hours into YouTube stuff. So if I'm planning future content, if I'm scripting out stuff, if I'm editing stuff, if I'm working on things, that's all work, right? But on top of that, whatever is also work is interacting on Discord, following emails, responding to emails, doing my taxes. That's what I spent most of this past weekend doing, by the way, is prepping my taxes to get my taxes stuff done and paid. So yes, I completely agree with you, Tubby, that I have a huge amount of content. But it's not even remotely sorted. It's not even remotely, like, not usable's the wrong word. It's not in any way prepped or ready to be used as that type of content. I've tried to set up my streams in the past to be ready for that kind of thing, but it's never worked. And I've tried to figure out methods of doing that. But at the end of the day, going back and re-editing VODs as story content is practically a full-time job in and of itself when we're talking like 8 to 10 hour long VODs. So on average, a 1 hour editing a, let's just say I'm taking 16 hours of VODs and cutting it down to 10 minutes for a little story bit of a fort. That would take roughly twice the length of the VODs. So if I were to do that well, in the way that you're suggesting, I could do it shittily, and I've done that. It's called the Today in Dwarf Fortress, which I brought that series back once just kind of as a nostalgia kick on a whim, and it performed terribly. It was fine for the time, but like, it was way more effort I put into that. I put like, it was like 10 hours of editing into that video for like a 4-minute video. And I just, no. So in a world where, yes, absolutely I agree. In theory, that is a huge resource of content that I should be using and utilizing. But the reality is, I'm one dude. And I'm one dude that doesn't have the money to pay a full-time editor. And before you're just like, oh, hire an AI, no. And also before you say, oh, don't pay the editor, get a volunteer, no. That's not ethical. I'm sorry. I cannot do that. There's no point in my life where I will be able to do that and not feel like shit about it. So the reality is, I'd have to pay somebody to do that. Unless I'm willing to do more than 50 hours a week consistently. And I'm sorry, but I'm human. And there's been points in my life where I have absolutely worked myself to death with hours trying to do things that you're suggesting. But the reality is, I'm not physically capable of doing that anymore. There was absolutely a point in my life where I was physically capable of doing that. I can't do that anymore. So, yes, you are correct. Absolutely, I agree with you. You are correct. I have thousands of hours of backlogs of VODs that I should go back and repackage into story content. I don't have the energy or the hours in the week to do that. Merge Carp gets a dwarf in chat. None of you have posted beers. Merge Carp, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard? Do you have an approximate job that you would like? Basically, the amount of output I do right now is what I'm physically capable of outputting. And it's about that simple. Must keep beer emote. Thank you for your consistency, friend.
Just wanted to give something back to you with what I can afford. I've really been enjoying the VODs channel and I've recently picked up Dwarf Fortress because of you.
Cheers.
So thanks, mate.
Appreciate you. Doesn't matter beard or not. Okay, so you just want just a minor. A minor. Not a major? Oh, about Stinthad. Wait, hold on. Stinthad is the, this dwarf showed up recently on an engraving. This is the, or no, they were telling a story about this dwarf. This is the original expedition leader. How's that sound?
So far.
Thank you very much for the $10. Like, at this point, you know, for years what I did originally, when I was still streaming like 6 to 7 days a week, is I would just put the VODs onto the main channel, right? And people would just watch them there and it was fine. And the biggest complaint that I would get was, Blind, edit these down and highlight these. Don't put the whole VOD up. Just edit them down and highlight them. Don't put the whole VOD up. Just edit them down and highlight them. Don't put the VOD up. And for a very long time, the views on them were consistent enough that it was like, well, it's getting the same views as everything else I do, so why would I change the way I'm doing this? When I finally decided to cave on that and actually, you know, start uploading highlights, people ask me to edit the highlights more. And so what's happened is instead of streaming 6 days a week and just archiving VODs on the main channel and uploading an edited video once or twice a week, tops, I'm putting up a significantly higher amount of edited content at a higher quality way more consistently. Yeah, I get like 4 to 5 videos a week up. But they're all like unique videos for that channel. They're not just like whole hog VODs outputted, right? And the VODs channel exists for that. So that's a lot more work and a lot more hours that I have to put in. I really wish I could just snap my fingers and output content the quality level of Krug Smash, but like realistically, what that dude does is just like, he puts like 70, 80 to 100 hours into every one of those videos.
I will be able to afford newer, more expensive leather jackets, Jensen.
All right. Ryken, thank you very much for the $2. Cyrelac, thanks for the 44 months. Tubby Youngbro, thanks for the $10. And Suited Giraffe, thanks for the $12. I greatly appreciate your kindness, chat room. This dwarf is going to be Magikarp, who is Stinthad, State Guard, the original founding member of this fortress. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, has a very calm demeanor, and is very quick to anger. Tends to hang under grievances and is curious and eager to learn, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and isn't particularly ambitious, can handle stress, and is occasionally overindulges and tends to not reveal personal information. She gets distracted from conversations easily when she's angry, and she shakes her finger up and down when she's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world and believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are of the highest ideals. And is offended by those who fail to maintain it. Finds so-called dignified people disgusting and holds nature to be one of the greater aspects of life. Shake Break, thanks for the resub. Appreciate you, mate. For 12 months, that's a whole year. Check, can I get a round of beers for a whole year? It's a whole year. It's a whole goddamn year. Holds nature of greater value than most aspects of civilization and believes that peace is always preferable to war. Well, I'd want to add you to the, like, Captain the Guard, but you believe peace is always preferable. Certainly seem like a pacifist. So the Loyal Creed. What does the Loyal Creed worship? It does say 284 dwarves. We're aiming for 400. We actually had some deaths, too. I had one die on a siege, and somebody die of old age this past year. I mean, yeah. I don't know. That dwarf has stayed pretty sane the whole time they've been here, so. A loyal creed. So, new temple. Loyal creed. God of torture and thraldom. They worship a god named Kerr, the god of torture and thraldom. A dark god. Yeah, it's literally like next week, mate. Like, quite literally, my plan is to stream today and tomorrow and then take a day off and prep YouTube stuff and then stream a day of Manor Lords, which I'm allowed to stream as of Friday, and then take my normal Tuesday day off prepping stuff because I should have adventure mode access by then, and then stream basically nonstop for the rest of the week, and then take Saturday off, stream at some point on Sunday for a little bit, and then stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, blah, 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 until I die. Or until people get bored. Yes. I've done multiple. Michael Flynn. Till I die, yes. Stream till I die. Naturally. How else would you stream? Chat room, there's a hype train happening. If you happen to have bits on your account or a resub or a Prime subscription, pop it now to get emotes you probably don't want. But it's the point of FOMO where the internet reminds you, hey, if you support streamer, then streamer make money. And you will have slightly less money. But that's good, because then streamer will have money, which is a thing streamer didn't have as much of before. Now streamer would have slightly more after. I don't see how this is a good sales pitch. I'm going to stop now. But thanks for the hype train, chat. Appreciate you guys. Greatly appreciate the tips. Maybe streamer get normal job? Maybe streamer ban dumb naysayer who thinks streamer should get normal job. Mm-hmm. Try that on for pies. Human Caravan has arrived. Maybe viewer go watch new streamer. I mean, I've talked about this many times. I could lose like 40 to 50% of my audience and it'd still be okay. I'd just be slightly more stressed. Nice where I'm at. Not stressed these days. All right. How much power do you need? 1898. 1800. All right. Well, I don't need that many more. How the turntables, how the cookie crumbles. But no, streamer hasn't had a normal job since... I don't know why I'm talking in third person, by the way. I haven't... All right, sorry. Don't know where that came from. Had to hold that in for a second. Tim Texagon meets with the chief treasurer of the humans. Anyway, I haven't had a normal job in a very long time, and I've survived in this industry longer than most people who have started since I've started. So I have no intention of stopping anytime soon or going back to traditional jobs. In fact, like if this audience died, I already have multiple. Well, not multiple, but I already have at least two. I guess that counts as multiple possible backups of other ways I could go make money without streaming. So, yeah, no, I'm pretty entrenched in the never having a normal job again kind of direction in life. Which is actually kind of funny because, like, kids always want to do the cool job that they see people doing, right? You know, before my generation, it was people wanted to go be a rock star, right? Or an astronaut, right? They want to do the big cool job. And putting it pretty simply, there's a lot of negatives to this job. A lot of negatives. Streamer will make a lot of money on adventure mode. You know, someone over there, I'm not, I think you're trying to just play along with my hype train bit. That is a hype train bit I do literally every hype train because I'm aware that it's just FOMO bullshit and I try to make it funny. You're making it very not funny to me. I hope it's funny to people in the chat, but it's not funny to me, so. This bit's lost its humor. How many more mechanisms do I have? 1. The bit needs more bits. There you go. Some forgotten beast has arrived. It's fine. And as far as me making a lot of money on adventure mode, maybe. Probably. But I don't think that's something that's really worth focusing on. And the thing that I always like to remind people is if I was doing this job because all I wanted to do was make a lot of money, I would either A, not be doing this job, or B, I'd be doing it completely differently. And I certainly wouldn't be streaming Dwarf Fortress if all I wanted to do was make money. The goal for today is flood the caverns with lava and part the sea. Yes. I want to get this thing working. So that we can actually use it tomorrow. But we're almost there. It's also not a sea, it's just a lake, but it sounds cooler when you say sea, so. I say, why are you not spinning? Is the game paused? Oh, anyway. It's just odd. Yeah, I mean, when games do well, streamer thrives. When streamer thrives and game doesn't do well, streamer then moves on to new game, usually. So I want adventure mode to do well. And yeah, sure, you could point at it like a selfish thing of like, well, if it does well, you make money. Yes. But to me, the biggest bummer post-adventure mode, or post-fortress mode coming out, is the Dwarf Fortress directory on Twitch turned into what it was before Fortress mode came out on Twitch. Which was, or not came out on Twitch, came out on Steam, sorry. I've been streaming long enough today that my words are starting to get jumbled. But the worst part about Dwarf Fortress coming out on Steam for me was within 5 months, it was back to exactly what it was before. More or less just me in the directory with maybe 1 or 2 other people. Except the 1 or 2 other people were different than the 1 or 2 other people than it was before. My big hope for adventure mode is that that isn't the case. Because what's more important than making lots of money in a short period of time? I do fine. Like, I don't need to make more than I normally do, and I will be okay. My hope is that, yeah, that's a silly thing to say and not the point of what I'm stating. Someone over there. There are lots of niche games with extraordinarily active communities on Twitch. So it's a it's a moot point, and if that's your entire argument, I don't want to hear your input anymore on this subject. Someone over there. You know what? Actually, I won't finish the thought. Let's just do this because you don't want to hear it. All right. So once these are all constructed, we'll have enough power that I can flip a switch and engage this gear right here and turn all of these pumps on. When we can do that, we can then walk along here and then build a ramp coming out of here, which is going to connect to the ground up here. That is what we are aiming to achieve here. And that's what I am slowly working towards. We're also slowly trying to reshape the beach here in a way that, you know, will make it easier to build around and give us a better direction to move towards. Because right now, if I just turn it on as it sits, what's going to happen is, well, water's just going to go fucking everywhere, and it's not going to be very convenient or good for us. You dropping up? No, you're not dropping up. God damn it. Anyway, chat room, I would like a round of beers, please. Because I'm tired of reading chat right now. I need a reset on the last conversation. I can't decide if I want to leave this row of obsidian blocks here or not. I can't tell if looking at the top of these pumps is cool or not. Hard to say. Red October, you didn't need to do that. Thanks for the 20 pack. Cheers, man. Like, seriously, you didn't need to do that. We are good, dude. Last week was plenty. Holy guacamole. Is that what you're doing? Orc dork? It doesn't matter what people say, Bula Beeler, in YouTube chat. This will never be a normal job to people who haven't done it. And it will always be offensive when people are just like, oh, a normal job. Fuck you. Get bent. You do this and then call it a normal job. Or something other than a normal job. It's a strange job. Well, definitely a of a 500-year-old world gen. The difference in world gen length isn't really a pros and cons thing. It's flavor. It's what kind of flavor do you want? Older worlds, the older a world is, the more necromancy and weird mutated monsters and zombies and kind of more grimdark fantasy stuff you get to deal with. The younger world, the more titans, the more big creatures are alive, so more dragons, more giants, more entons, more high fantasy stuff. It depends on the flavor of world you want. Do you want something that's more low fantasy and darker, or do you want something that's more high fantasy and more that kind of direction? That's really all it is. It's world flavoring. So if it's a younger world, it's going to have a lot more high fantasy elements. If it's an older world, it's going to have a lot more dark fantasy elements. Okay, well, we have enough power now. So that's kind of the difference. I think that pros and cons is maybe a little bit hard, weird way of wording it, I guess. Wait, is asking for pros and cons an engineer habit? For some reason, people seem to think, and this is something that I've heard a lot from people seem to think that younger worlds are easier and older worlds are harder, and some people think vice versa, which I think is weird. I don't think that's true, kind of at all. But cheers, Magikarp. Enjoyed having you around. What are the OBJs? Is that just like because you're on an iPhone? Is that what that is? Now I just need that to be hooked up, but on top of that, I can also plop you up here. Just realized I need to connect another lever to that bridge. I need a separate lever connected to this one. Tricky. What's up, Corey Fancy Pants? I mean, not much. I guess I would agree with you on that, Kaynord, in older versions of the game. Because older versions of the game...
I'm pro dwarf with strange hobbies.
That took a very long time to appear. Thank you very much once again for the $, Suited. I think the thing that people need to remember is... What the heck is this dwarf doing? Oh. Duh. I think what people need to remember is that... Better for creating works? Sure, but does that necessarily mean better or worse? What was that lag spike? It's not that they're better for creating works. It's possible to create works in younger worlds. But anyway, not save times. World generation times. Save times are more just the size of the world. Bigger worlds generate slower. Let's just do this instead. Yeah, world gen for a 500-year-old world, a large world, in version 47 on this computer takes like an hour and a half. This world took like 3 minutes. So, I don't know. Older versions of Dwarf Fortress used to ship with pre-generated worlds as an optional download so that you didn't need to generate worlds because of how long it used to take. Like, world gen is absolutely, like, absurdly quick in comparison to what it used to be. You know, let's just pull this lever and see if this sucker works. So this is my first time testing this. I am not actually sure it's going to work. So now we find out if I can part the lake. Oh, frame rate, where art thou? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen you in a moment. Well, not as bad frame rate as I thought. This would be a really good place for fighting a flame-based creature. I would say that works. I would say that that is a huge success. So now I need to connect a lever to this. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Well, gen just keeps speeding up. I have a question. Why do lakes and oceans have like a loamy sand base, but rivers don't? Anyway, once this is connected to down here, you. Why were you paused? Why am I asking questions to things I don't want answers to? How do you know I don't want answers to it? You don't know me. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. Okay, you know what? Actually, let's do it this way. This wasn't how I was planning on doing this, but why don't we do it this way? The ocean might want to be left alone. Hardy, hardy, har. I get the joke. But pss is accurate, yes. Unfortunately, it's not, you know, dry enough that I can just tell my dwarves to just stand there, but pretty close. Apparently, I need to go have a Discord seizure. Hold on a second. Wish me luck, chat. I shall now... You know what? There's very little written in the Discord Add a Word Stories room. So, chat, you guys have like a minute to add some words to the Add a Word Stories room over in the Add a Word Stories room on Discord. And then I'll consider reading them. Once you've, you know, added to it a little bit. Spice things up. It's an easy enough job. Sure you're capable of it. Once that has been completed a little bit, then I will go back to reading. So right now I could very easily flood my whole fort by simply disabling the power to this. Just for reference, very easy to flood the whole fort. I'm actually amazed at how well the game is running right now with all of the water physics. Like, I did something like this years ago, and I think Krug Smash has actually done stuff like this too, where I had like single-digit frames. Yet here I am running at 20... We're running at... Can we just like think about this for a second, chat room? I am running at 23 frames a second with 280 dwarves with all of this liquid displacement happening. Force Dig? Force Dig has been in DF Hack for a while. What do you mean Force Dig? Like dig now? Or do you mean like ignore wet zones? Yeah, absolutely. I will never use that. I have no desire. You're never going to hear me complain about water, and wet stone. I think it's a useful feature, and I stand by that statement. Blind draining a swamp? No, it's a lake, not a swamp. Anyway, let's see what the add a seizure has happened. Well, you guys have had your opportunity. We'll make commas to question days end over me. We try endlessly to procreate for alpacas that are probably not all caught up. One man's lake is another dwarf's swamp. All right, let's see if the dwarves can set all this up. Well, also... Okay, that's kind of funny. So there's a lot of, like, materials and stuff in the lake. Like skeletons, body parts, etc. The stuff that's, like, in the general proximity of this thing is literally getting sucked into here. No, rivers don't have a loam floor because there's no assets for river floors. That's why they don't have a loam floor. Anyway, we're getting more migrants. Like, literally, it's just a missing asset. It's black. It's mostly me kind of sort of complaining about, like, You know how people complain that, like, babies don't have sprites in Dwarf Fortress? Well, rivers don't have any kind of base level to them. That's my complaint. Like, just go drain a river at some point in Dwarf War. You'll see what I mean. Frame rate, go away. I'll see you next time. Also, I should, you know, make an effort to mimic the other side here. Like, look, we're getting all these logs out of here. It's great. Physics. The slammable shoe has been underwater for a very long time. Got any more of those frames? Nope. No extras. Well, I mean, I could. I just need to turn these bumps off, but... That would also end with, like... That would also end pretty badly for the fortress, because it would get flooded, like, instantly. I'm a little bit worried about this. Some cage traps in there. So once this little bit of floor here is constructed, I'm going to build a flat drawbridge over top of it. Driftwood would be a cool wood type. It already exists. There is driftwood in Dwarf Fort. I wonder if you're getting missed. No, but you are getting caught in the rain. I like how this dwarf is just annoyed about the rain. Like, of all of the things around you right now, you're annoyed by the rain. You're not even remotely impressed by the force of nature-defying dwarfism that we are currently projecting onto the world. Instead, you're just like, it's raining. The heck? This is also going to need to go up pretty high. It's not a swamp, it's a lake. They're very different things, man. Come on, work with me here. Clearly not a swamp. There isn't a single ogre here. Okay? I'm not even ogre it yet. How could it possibly be a swamp? I think I've slaughtered all the donkeys. What I really need, actually, is down the middle of this, I need to make, like, a little mist generator, basically. For all the extra bits that pop out here. Okay, so I think, actually, instead of doing... Let's do this. Instead of doing a flat drawbridge, do a raising drawbridge in front of this. And around the back of it, I'm going to put a little roof on top of this. So it's actually going to be a drawbridge right here that raises this way. Just because I think that would be cool looking. Can I just say that I think it's hysterical that the reason jobs keep canceling in here is because the dwarves are literally trying to walk through that. What is happening? Normal dwarf fortress stuff. Do not panic. Nothing could possibly go wrong here. He says as he's like forbidding everything. Hey, dwarves, quit being dumb. Try not to walk through the walls of water, and instead maybe stick to the middle, you know? We want to be stuck in the middle with you and not stuck underwater and dead. There you go. Okay. Because they do legitimately keep trying to path through this, which is why stuff keeps canceling. Ooh. Actually, I just realized how I fucked up. I don't really want them going over top of these, because then the enemy can just, you know, drop down into it. So what I actually want to do is I want a second drawbridge on the other end, like this one, but up here, that goes down and lets the enemy in through up here, through an entryway on the beach. That's the way I should do this. Yeah, that's the way I should do this. Stuck in the middle with yours? Yeah, that works. Trying to make like a "you're still enough for me" kind of joke or word play thing, but it's not working. Wouldn't it be better to build the bridge instead of just drawing it? I don't understand. What? Is this because they're called drawbridges? Is that what this is? I don't know. Think about that question for a minute, and then get back to me. Feel like your dad joke might be showing. Just slight suspicion. It's your dad joke for the day? I mean, it took a second to register. That's how you know it was a good one. Well, actually. So all we really need to do now, once we've got this thing built, is I need to have a reason to use it. So you either need dad jokes or alcohol to get through the working day. Hey, at the very least, you're doing some of the most important work any human can be doing. Not like me, wasting my time on the internet. With, like, the silly excuse of entertaining people. At least you're benefiting society. So thank you. Just don't forget to remind the kids that Among Us is better than Fortnite. Because Tim Sweeney bought Bandcamp and then sold Bandcamp to a worse company, making the Among Us the objectively better product because better people made it. That is all. Still really laggy for it. I'm not gonna lie. This is really laggy. Alright, so you... no, I was gonna go up here, alright? Welcome to the Gurgle Tunnel. What, that Among Us is the better game? Yes. You're teaching smart ones. There is hope for the future. Days site as well? I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the dumber things I've built in a while. So hopefully this construction process is entertaining. When is Adventure Mode coming out? Well, I'd say you could look at the title of my stream. But if you want a, you know, a slightly more accurate reference, the Gremlin for Mayor countdown clock is back up and running, courtesy of Diamond Destruct in the Jittery chats. The beta for Adventure Mode launches in 7 days. I don't know if the hours and minutes are correct, but less than 8 days. For anybody who watched Twitch around the same time that Dwarf Fortress came out on Steam, that stream had like 500 people watching, which was just a shit post that my channel started that stuck around and kind of became our little own homegrown meme, and it was a good time. Turns out building stuff in a lake, difficult. Jobs get canceled all the time. I really want to see the dwarves fight in this. We're gonna have to go out and start some wars, I think. I have been for the last little bit, and the one that was attacking us previously has stopped, which is suboptimal, if you ask me. I will note that the frame rate is getting worse. That's my main observation right now. The frame rate is actively getting worse. Good God, what is it good? What, are we talking about good God liberate the forks, or are we talking about this contraption? Because what is God for? Controlling the masses and calming the serfs. What is this? I'm not sure. Chat, what is this? Just a James Brown quote? I don't know. Anyway. You know what? Chat, what is this? What do we call this? Hi, Potato. I thought you were a techno, but Potato works. The vacuum? Causeway? A lot of frame rate lag is what this is. Oh my God. Are you actually going to go equip equipment that's been on the bottom of the lake for like a decade? Because I think this dwarf is. I'm pretty sure Captain's Worry, expert spear dwarf, is going to go equip a helmet or something that's been sitting on the bottom of the lake for a very long time. The Moistenator. What's the music? The game soundtrack. This particular track is called Expansive Cavern. Also known as my ex's personality. I was really hoping that you would go for that, but Well, that's done. The first one. We are extremely vulnerable right now. And I have to make another temple. So basically, the final step here is to go all the way along this. And all the way along this. And build it into walls. Because these, the front of all these are considered walls. This is Bonesaw's lover. Look at this dwarf. Yeah, you know, honestly, if I was a water-based creature living in this lake, I would be very concerned at this exact moment. Speaking of very concerned, what's the wildlife around? Not the rodents. Giant thrips. Okay, that's pretty concerning. You know, I would pause the game, but the frame rate's slow enough that... The clown loach. Cool fish. This is still the easier way to leave and enter the fort, though, I gotta say. You have a clown loach in your aquarium? That's pretty cool. Neat little freshwater fish. They got funny faces. Okay. Very shy. I mean, I would be too if I was stuck inside of a box and there was giant titans walking around the outside of it. Sounds terrifying.
That was meant to be a sub-message.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that word out loud. So maybe you should get the you should have like reposted it as your sub message so that she says it so that we can confirm it's correct. You know? But Soulshiner, how you doing? Thanks for the year. If you didn't want to double post, I would have gotten the gist. It's fine. It's fine. I love how this whole area is just like stained with mud, as if like that's how they say it at the pet store. Okay, well then hopefully I'm not fucking it up then. I don't know. We've come up with name.
Loach, 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 loach for the bit.
All right, well there you go. Thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. I think that I can pretty safely say that every single one of my really dumb creations that chat likes gets a name. You know, we've got the fully automatic lava whatever something device. We got the FAMP. So what is this? If a lava cannon that uses minecarts is a FAMP, what the heck is this? I'm not calling it the Moses device. But like, what is this? It's dredge. Mechanical ocean. Trying to make it abbreviate to moist. Dredge area moving pump. Okay, I mean, we could call it a damp. Hold on, workshop that for a second. I'm gonna go close the or shut off my tomato lights. H2 nope. H2 nope. Displacement of all marine... The supinator? Supinator. Wouldn't it be like the desupinator? Because it desoups the tomato? So all I need now is I need a reservoir above it full of lava so that I can dump lava into here. But that would just be very redundant. It's certainly like the frame rate destroyer. Are you building stuff? Yay, you're building things. Get to it, Arende. Finish her up. Get her done. I'm also finally like reclaiming all of the crap that's up here. I cannot wait to pull this lever and let all the water just flow back in. Most oceans is slightly terrified. I'm terrified of most oceans, so. I mean, MD for short, the Moses device. But I do like I do like damp. Damp is pretty funny. Dwarven aquatic mechanical pump. Dwarven... something. Yeah, I don't know. Draininator. I mean, Draininator is pretty good. Certainly. Now, the question is how full stupid do I go with this? Because what I could do is I could channel like a bunch of this down and then make it so that I could just pull a lever and then drop it like, I don't know, 4 layers down to here and then just like use that as a way of getting gear out of it. Nah. I think we'll just use the pumps. Goblin Gulper. The big double G. I think the damp goes best with Famp, so might have to be my go-to, I think. Where are you going? Oh, I know where you're going. It's quicker to go out the front door. Just wait until the dwarves invent the ramp. What would ramp stand for? Bamfs? What's a Bamf? I mean, it's a place in Canada, but... Badass motherfucker. Oh, okay, right. Banff is also a place. Check him out. I mean, okay. Shot yo fly catcher. Talkative son of a dweeb. Okay. Hard part is done. I don't think it's spelled quite that way. Oh, it's spelled with 2 F's. Banff. So it's in Alberta. It's a very beautiful place. It has a very famous lake in it. Yeah, it's very pretty. But you know. I have weird, really weird memories of Lake Louise because the one time I went there, I was pretty young. It was a pretty late in the year trip, but the weather was still pretty good. It was in 2001, and we were there from the 8th until the 14th of September, 2001. So it was a weird trip. The second half of it was weirdly somber, and I was like a young enough kid that I had no idea what was going on. My parents weren't going to tell me. So it was a very weird trip. All right, so that's hooked up. It was clear walking up to whatever you were doing, and then a snowstorm, and then you couldn't see across the lake. Oh, really? Yeah, we were camping in the area and just kind of traveling down to the hotel, looking at it. It's one of those lakes where it's like, if somebody hasn't heard of it, it's like, well, you've seen pictures of it, and they're like, what, really? And it's like, yeah, on every fucking postcard on Earth. Like, every single place in the world that happens to have postcards, you've probably seen it. Somewhere. All right, let's get my frame rate back. I miss it already. All right, so this is going to close these drawbridges. This. And that. Okay, that's already improved. Look at the frame rate going up now. Because dwarves aren't trying to path through this. That's actually crazy. Whoa. So it's not... Wow. It's not the water displacement that's hurting the frame rate. It's the dwarves trying to walk through this, probably. Huh. That's kind of nuts. Huh. I'm like failing to brain at this exact moment. That is wild. Radically ascending movement piece. So a ramp would be a radically ascending movement piece. I don't know. I think a ramp would literally just be jumping a minecart across a cliff. You miss flip phones? You can still get one. Go buy a flip phone. There are flip phones that run Android. And I don't mean like those smartphone flat screen ones, like they have like touchpad, like they have like keypads and stuff, but they have like bigger top screen that is a touch screen that runs Android. They make those. The flip phones last month. Are you a dumb phone connoisseur? Like I aspire to be? Or do you just like flip phones? All right, so now that the game's saved, let's grab this and shut this sucker down. I really want to see this fill itself back up. Like, real bad. Oh, anytime now. I'm amazed by how much the frame rate increased when I simply just locked the gates. That's the crazy part about this to me. Here it goes. game's pretty cool, chat. This game's pretty cool. I mean, I am in the process of importing a Nokia and getting it set up so I can use it on local networks. So I'm straight up going to not quite a dumb phone, but like a pretty dumb phone. How deep is it? So 6 of 7. So this is 6 deep, basically. This area up here is 5 deep. The problem, really, is this. This is where all the power is coming from, and it's actively raining. Cliff. Which maybe also ain't great, actually. Because it never fully drains now. And takes way longer to fill back up. Speaking of things taking time to fill up, I should figure out how to block this off. But how is the bottom of you doing? Man, I really wish this thing would fill quicker. Like, kind of obnoxiously slow, actually. I mean, at least it's, like, flowing down and, like, filling up slowly. Now we're back up to 50 frames, which is still bonkers. Curious about something that I bought on Amazon this morning. Oh, apparently it was delivered, which means it's probably sitting in the lobby. All right, so this is back on, which means this can start filling up here again. We're gonna hopefully fill this thing up, because in order for this thing to actually work, like it needs to fill up above these. And it needs to have a bit more time to keep filling before it's actually gonna be super useful, but you know, at least it's filling now. This is filling up to here now. There's just smoke everywhere in here, which, you know, it's probably all just, what, cobwebs burning or something. That spider meeting its match. Or it's lava, I suppose. That's pretty much it, Puffy Walrus, yeah. It's just, I'm more just amazed how good the frame rate is while all these pumps are running. Like, I don't know, like Premium Dwarf Fortress and like this version of the game just constantly impresses me. It's kind of absurd. All right, well, let's go stab some things. Specifically, the faction that we're already at war with. We know for a fact that we're at war with these elves. So why not go attack them? Let's go attack one with a smaller population. Ooh, you've got books. Just gonna send them in for a pillage. Good luck, baby Blueford. And other friends. As the dwarves run to the edge of the map and zip off into the night. Wish them luck, dwarves. Today we are the vile force of darkness. And this sect of beguiling, which sounds like a Caves of Cud thing. needs a temple. So let's drop down here and make a temple for the sect of beguiling, I suppose. Because I did just make this one, which is a completely unrelated temple. Although I will give this one a offering place. These are all guilds. Caravan. Oh, never mind. Instead, we're just going to trade. I might actually just, like, accept and forget about that one. I don't really want to make another temple, but I do want to trade. So let's do that. So chat room, what are you doing as you wait for adventure mode? And also, are you going to dive in right away? Or are you going to give it a little bit of time first? Are you the sort of person to just dive into the new thing as soon as it goes into beta? Or are you going to wait a day or two and see how it is? So 3 new game plus. That's a lot of pluses. I'm just going to take your word for it that it's a lot of pluses and it very hard. I hope you enjoy one of the most recognized, enjoyed, wonderful rhythm games ever made. Dark Souls. Is that a dog barking? But it's like upset dog barking. I hate that. Sound of dogs in distress upsets me. It's like the one thing I genuinely hate about living in an apartment building is just like, why is there an angry dog on the floor above me? What are you doing to that dog? And please stop. I don't like the sound that dog is making. That singed your arm? What the what?
No,
What?
No!
Working the day job, but next week for the rest of the month you're doing DF adventure mode and bonus streams. You're taking a break from writing? Mate, I would do your writing. So I'm pretty sure they've just been encrusting large cut gems with gems. Huh. Well, I guess I can sell all these. And also sell these pipe sections. And these corkscrews. Only 170 items. I mean, pretty high value, though, I think. I heard you like gems, boy. So I put some gems in your gems. What gems? What flavor are those gems? Gem flavor. Same vibes. Also sell some scepters. Oh boy. Well, like 200 pitches? Trying to sell stories, or? I'm assuming to publishers and stuff, yeah. Wow, that's... I mean, for whatever it's worth, it's certainly not an easy time right now to get into fiction. It's probably the most competition you could have ever possibly had. Same goes for music, though. Alright, so I am still looking for more dwarves that could join the military. Need to look at this. Dreams of mastering a skill. Keep things orderly, keeps things practical. This is gonna be Solon. Well, I actually can't do that. So we'll just have to go through and find dwarves that want to join the military after the fact. A pet rabbit, you're a bad person. How I long for the beautiful spectacle of war. Well, Percy sees war as a useful means to an end, low willpower. You want to watch it, you don't want to take part. You like a little tumult in Discord. Okay, but there's a fast-paced life. She's rarely happy or enthusiastic. Likes a little excitement. You'd be fine. That dwarf yearns for the spear, not so much for the mines. So I desperately need to make, like... Shh, there's a donkey. Don't make the Shrek reference. I desperately need to make more bedrooms. Because currently,
You fucking donkey!
yeah, okay. Because currently I don't have enough, I didn't have enough bedrooms for the dwarves I had a minute ago, and we're probably about to hit 300. Especially once all these dwarves come back, because the population's actively dropping right now. Also, oh man, I love this bug. Okay, well, at least you're going to leave now. I love this pathway that's formed. All the way along here. What kind of sandwich is an idiot sandwich? I realize that's probably a dumb question, but like ham and cheese? A salami? Bologna? You forgot you were watching Hell's Kitchen. You need to get back to that. It makes the manager sad. I hate Hell's Kitchen. I like Hell's Kitchen because I think it's funny. I hate Hell's Kitchen because I think it is like... It is kind of hard just to watch Gordon Ramsay be a dick to people because he's not actually that mean of a person. And the number of people that I've encountered over the years who genuinely think he is just an absolute abusive monster because of the way he acts at Hell's Kitchen kind of sucks. It's like, oh, I would consider myself a Gordon Ramsay fan. And like just, I enjoy the various shows his company produces, all right? And I've gotten some good recipes from him, genuinely. But it is kind of difficult hearing people be like, oh, he's a horrible person. Like, listen to how he talks. It's like, well, there's lines in those first few seasons that don't age that well, but like, kind of, it makes it like retroactively difficult to watch, I guess, for me. He's only harsh on adults because they signed a contract saying he could be. Like, quite literally, it's a, you signed up for the show where you get yelled at by Chef. So that's why I'm being harsh to you. Yeah, no, he's like a caricature of himself almost, but it does make it kind of difficult to watch. At least for me, anyway. I'm gonna build a wall on top of these so stuff can't climb in. Gets mad at me close to the kitchen. Yes. Oh, that's funny. Does seem like the appropriate response. What am I planning to do? Well, I made this sucker work. And I'm also filling up a tube to pressurize lava in. And I need to figure out how to dam this. Which is gonna be a little tricky, potentially. Are you making your 4th cup of tea? Only your 4th? Why don't you just make a pot? The children's MasterChef? I've never actually watched MasterChef. Calcium Crypt, the mayor, meets with Nomal, the Baron Consort of Voicelanced. They still want me to move up. I think we will move up when... Ooh, I was going to say when we have over 300 dwarves, but technically when my squads get back, we'll have over 300. Yeah, bedrooms first. We'll do that tomorrow. Just waiting for U-Ball. They've all left. They've all left. U-Ball is where? Sleeping. Okay. Well, glad you're being productive there, Dwarf. Let's go make some bedrooms, shall we? It is always when they are responsible for serving a bunch of people. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really watched any cooking shows that are focused on little kids because I don't like kids. So it's like kind of I'm not interested just based on the concept of the product. It's like I'm already just not the target audience for a show like that, so I just wouldn't watch that to begin with. But cooking TV. You know, I actually kind of wonder how much of, like, Gordon Ramsay and the Cooking Channel and all that are... So, okay, I'm going to say a thing. This is just an opinion. I think boomer cooking sucks. Is that a fair thing to say? Am I allowed to say that without getting yelled at by people on the internet? Like, there is multiple generations of people from, like, pre-World War I to almost current day where people were really, really, really bad at cooking. Define boomer cooking. The amount of knowledge of cooking the average parent had at home in North America, as in the northern continent of North America and the Western world. It's not good food. It's not healthy. It's not particularly tasty or flavorful, unless you're talking about, like, burgers, basically. That stuff can be pretty damn tasty. But in general, the average cooking skill of that generation was pretty low. Boiled potatoes cooked to death, boiled carrots cooked to death, boiled broccoli cooked to death, slab of chicken overcooked dry, or chicken strips frozen. It's like basic. Well, I'm talking about, like, post-industrialization of food, like post-easily accessible industrial food. Really. Butter mayo Jello is delicious, though. I will respectfully say I disagree, but you're allowed to say that. I do wonder how much cooking TV has improved the average knowledge of how food can taste good to people. Like the media, like kitchen media, basically. Like things like, you know, Hell's Kitchen, things like Kitchen Nightmares, things like all of, like, Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives even. Like all of those cooking shows. Still unloading. Oh. I think that siege went badly. Yep. It went really badly. We've lost a bunch of dwarves. What is it with elves and being so difficult to attack? They're really weak when they attack you, but when you attack them, they can be really strong. From casualties, certainly seems like it. Curious until the squads get back. I just think it's interesting that they're so good at defending their locations. It's like, I know that they generally have pretty high ambushing skills, but I've had more casualties attacking like a tiny elven site with like 50 people in it than attacking a goblin site with like 1,000 before. Not to mention web access for recipes. No, that's certainly helped. I mean, here's the thing. Web access for the internet for recipes being dog shit, I think is kind of a recent thing. Like, you can thank, you know, OpenAI for a lot of that. And also Google and SEO and all that. Like, I think for a very long time, recipes were some of the best things on the internet. You know, I'm really happy that I decided very early on in TikTok's existence, I was just never going to use that platform. It's like, if I had to use it for work, like if it suddenly turned into a platform that was not just an artificial traffic inflator and actually something that would be useful to me, I would consider using it. But really, everything about that platform and every time I hear people talking about it, it just sounds like the worst thing on earth. So, I don't know. Pretty glad I decided to just not worry about it. Who the fuck is using AI to make recipes? Well, it's not about, well, all the recipes have already been made. People just use AI to build a really shitty recipe blog really, really quickly, and then try and get traffic. All right, let's do that. Go here. All right, let's see how many dwarves need bedrooms. Appears that my military dwarves are returning. This is a pretty far away condo, but hey. Yep, they've returned. How did this go? Attacked a small location with like 40 dudes at it. The elves were led by Favi, and Baby Blueford led the attack. Favi outmatched us, and with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. 26 tigers, okay. We struck down an elf. Mingcot was struck down by an elephant. Oh, that's why we lost. And then everybody else was imprisoned. They also have giant jaguars. Okay. Well, at least they're not dead. So Potpourri, Merc, Baby Blueford, and Stingray were all kidnapped. Yeah, they have 75 people at that location. Speaking of elephants, how many elephants am I up to? I think it's time to acquire vengeance. So, one benefit that I've noticed about this faction is that the vast majority of them want to be in the military. Peasant squad, go. Big problem that I have is I've got very, very limited weaponry. Like, very limited. Because tomorrow is the last day, pretty much, for this fortress. Might as well prep to go out with a bang. Right, now that I've done that, shields only use one. I could do bronze shields. What juicy thick thighs? All right, dwarves, get to it. An odd place to sleep, Notakasa. And then I also just have a bunch of dwarves that just have no weapon. Also 9. Let's do steel spears, 4 of them. And let's trade. What? Still unloading? Come on. Unload faster. I need to trade with you. Frame rate just... Chat. The frame rate just went from 50 down to 30. Hey, chat. Can I get a round of beers? Possibly. It also could just be the pile of rodent men. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's just a pile of rodent men. You know, I do myself wonder, what would it be like if Dwarf Fortress had a battle pass? It wouldn't be a game I enjoyed playing. It would be a sad state of affairs for both the people who play the game and the people making it. It would mean that the morals and ethics of the game have changed, or the IP has been sold. I feel like that would be largely a net negative for both the game and the community at large. Dr. Phineas used to be rich. Chat, can I get 1 or 2 extra beers? Because Dr. Phineas used to be rich, and that's just a very impressive feat unto itself. So thank you very much, Dr. Phineas. Thanks for sticking around as long as you have, mate. and continuing to, you know, get this channel funded. Appreciate you, mate. You know, I realize that this makes me sound and feel like an old man when I say this, but I remember when people used to complain that skins were for, like, characters and DLC for characters in a video game were on the disc, and people were really mad that downloadable content that you had to pay extra for was sold alongside of the game. Now people just, like, they usually mean it as a joke, I assume, but, like, what would it be like if Dwarf Fortress had a battle pass? It's like, well, I probably wouldn't play it, for one thing. So, my tutorials wouldn't exist. I could say that much. Lava tube going good? It's filling slower than I wanted it to, but it's filling slowly. Just slower than I wanted it to, unfortunately. I'm having a bit of a hell of a time transporting lava to the point where, like, I'm kind of tempted to just, like, dig down into here and double the size of the... Actually, you know what? Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just, you know, build a second pump stack to fill the first pump stack faster. That's what I should do. That's the logical decision, right? I mean, it doesn't even need to go that deep. Literally just, like... Like, down to here. I'm assuming that's not going to hit a cavern layer. It might, though. Easy peasy. Well, I mean, if you want to pay for extra things, you can give them money on Patreon. But at the end of the day, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is a game that's ever going to have rapid growth, ample growth, large amounts of growth in short periods of time. I mean, this past year has been more active in, like, the game's development than any other point in the game's history, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress has improved for the better more so in the past year than it ever has, with the exception of maybe jumping to 3D, but even that was a negative for a lot of people for a long time. So, I don't know. It's just kind of outside of the scope of the game's development more than anything. I guess I'm just... You know, I guess the first people who see something that sucks complain about it. And then eventually people forget and they accept it. And that's just kind of where we're at with that type of monetization in games. And all I gotta say is, man, I really feel like that sucks. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to really be in a position where me, myself, can, like, unironically just state, yeah, this is fine. Because I don't like it so much. It is not a type of business model that I like participating in. Like, it just leaves me with icky feelings, and no matter how it's implemented, it just makes me feel like crap. I don't like battle passes. Really don't. I don't think I ever will. So now I've been asked a second time to make a Miners Guild, and I will actually finish it this time and not forget. Because the last time it was multiple guilds. But I don't know. To me, all that paying for features does, Brosifer, is it splits the community. Because not everybody will pay for the features, right? It's the classic problem with like Call of Duty maps, right? Call of Duty comes out at the beginning at the same time every year that it comes out, and then some people buy the first map pack, and then your friends on Xbox Live go, "Hey, you should buy the map pack because we all bought the map pack." And then you go, "Crap, well, I need to like keep doing runs on my paper route to make some money so that I can pay for the map pack." So 4 weeks later, you buy the map pack so you can play with your friends again because they're all playing in a different player hopper. And right when you buy the map pack, then suddenly you can't play with them again because they're playing in the second map pack hopper alongside of the first map pack hopper. So they are still playing in a way that you can't play with them. And that's kind of what paying for features does, which is to a degree the problem with expansion packs, because you can go into them very, very well-meaning, right? But in games with active modding communities, that can really, really, really wreck things, because every single time the game gets patched, all of the modders have to update their mods, which can make mods not compatible if you don't have the DLC, and can make mods not compatible if you do have the DLC. So I'll be honest with you, having never really played Rocket League, I have almost no idea what Epic did to it. And from what I can tell, that game is still incredibly popular, so I'm not sure. Is a subscription feature. I would pay more for non-Dwarf Fortress video game related things. Like, I would buy an art book. I would buy a part 2 of the soundtrack if they don't send it to me. I would buy merchandise if they hadn't sent it to me. God damn it. That kind of thing. But the second we're talking about, like, stuff in-game, especially for a game that's traditionally free, and you do need to remember that a portion of the player base is still playing the free versions. Most recent free version, as well as older version. You're kind of betraying 20 years of development history if you suddenly, tell them they have to pay if they want this content. You're suddenly betraying that user base, and I think that would, like, I'm having this discussion as, like, frankly as I can, because it's like it's such a ludicrous concept for a game, for this game in particular, that it's just never really gonna happen. So yeah, I don't know. Sequel to Starzu. You know what I would really like? I would really like them to take as many of their old Curses games as possible, wrap them in a way that they work on most modern OSs, and then just stick them up on Steam for $5, like, a kind of a classics collection, if you will. I'd be super down for that. I think that would be awesome. But I mean, I don't really see it happening, so Starzu works if you get the right DLL. Sure, I mean, but they could also do like Liberal Crime Squad, and like maybe package together a version of Armok that works, sort of, stuff like that. I would like to see that. I think that would be a neat project. It'd be cool to see that, but I'm also not super expectant that it'll ever actually happen. Like World War II Medic. It's classics of the Bay 12 Games catalog. Well, one thing is for certain, the frame rate is still ludicrously good. And I'm gonna sit here and hit update equipment a couple times. Frame rate is still ludicrously good. And I have a lot of goddamn dwarves in this fortress. So that's kind of cool. Well, you want martial training. Here's hoping that starts to clear you. $190, yes. We were at what? 200 when it was like 210 when I started today. And they get back in there. Back to wrestling. Do you remember how I said package them in a way that works out of the box? I meant like package them in a way that works out of the box. Man, having to swap out DLLs does not equal packaged to work out of the box. So you're just like, yeah, they work. Sure. Yeah, you can make them work. But that's not what I said, so. Why the ramp stair things rather than simply stairs? Why simply stairs instead of ramps? Almost everything I do in Dwarf Fortress ADR is for aesthetics. This particular ramp is here because I would like traders to be able to drive into my fortress and then trade with me. Although, actually, in this particular spot, they can't do that, so I would need to make a bigger ramp this way. And anyway, currently, they wouldn't be able to use it because it's too thin right here, so they wouldn't be able to get around. But almost everything I do in Dwarf Fortress is for aesthetics. Right? Aesthetics over just about everything else. Or I could just have them go straight down here, and then up here, and then pop out there, and then back down. Which could be cool, too. Maybe we'll do that. But almost everything I do is for aesthetics. I think ramps look really cool. And wagons can use ramps. Wagons can't use stairs. So it really depends on what kind of fortress you're building and what you're planning ahead for. I think ramps can be very useful at times. Why is there a giant Wolverine in my living room? I mean, in this... In not my living room, but in this room. Why is there a giant... Just kill the goddamn giant Wolverine, please. Go stab it, dwarves. Fight it. Come on, you got it. There they go. Sweet. Okay, good timing on that, by the way. Great timing. Anyway, now they need to get back to training. Oh, you need to not be on a custom uniform. That's the problem. How do you keep a good FPS with 290 dwarves? Have a big computer? Good question. There's a lot of small things that can change your frame rate. I think the biggest frame rate impact I had actually was when I built this massive open tavern. Smaller hallways, I find, make better frame rate. But really, I have absolutely no idea. I get the exact frame rate that I do when I build forts. So I don't know. It's the frame rate that I have. I used to try and like help people and explain to people how to increase frame rate. I don't do that anymore. The reason I don't do that anymore is, well, I'm tired of people saying, no, that doesn't work for me. It's like, well, okay. Sure. Doesn't work for you. Awesome. Battle Manor. That's such a good last name. Well, I'm not a goblin, so I've never even posted on Tumblr, so I don't know how you could confuse me with a goblin.
Happy to support one more month. As always, thanks for your content, Blind. Your videos and tutorials guided me to love this game.
Thanks, Cypher. Appreciate you. Why do they keep bringing water buffaloes? I know there's a lot of water on this map, but I don't need buffaloes. What'd you miss? That's a good question. Not too much. Mostly just trying to get military to, well, trying to make enough gear so my military has stuff to equip. Currently, there's nowhere near enough stuff for them to equip here. I also don't really have stuff that I can melt down for them. It's quite the shame, actually. Everything from the moment you stepped away? Yeah. Who that is. I need to mine around and find more iron is what I need to do. And those water buffaloes are getting slaughtered. Well, at least that's good. Keep space not up for another, couple seconds. Just like the bot said. But this has been a hell of a project for it. And I'm going to kind of miss it. Like, there's always something kind of bittersweet about retiring a world when a major patch comes out. But tomorrow is the last day that I will be streaming this here Fortress. I do have some plans for it post adventure mode release, but mostly I will probably just be retiring it at some point tomorrow. So, things I have to finish up on this fortress today, or rather, by the end of tomorrow, is I'd like to get the population up to 400. We're getting there. And I would like to actually get to use this as part of a siege. I hope that I've annoyed the elves enough that they'll attack me, but if they don't attack me, that's fine. We have many other options. Are you agitated or just giant? Yeah, you're just giant. We are slowly pulling back the edges of this and trying to get some more mining started. Yes, but I can't tell you when. I can tell you I'm taking Tuesday off, though. Unrelated. I need to relax. Take a break. A break. Yep. Just a break. Restful break. I slept terribly last night. I should actually try and do that better. The sleeping thing. But we will be playing this fort tomorrow. Then I will be taking the day after off. And then the day after that, I will be playing a little bit of Manor Lords. Try and get a video up to that day. So, The friends of nature, these elves, just got spooked by a giant wolverine. And you know what? I'd also be spooked by that. Hold on. Are they attacking me on giraffes? That's amazing. That is fucking incredible. They are attacking me with giraffes. So that is kind of incredible. Okay, well, let's get these dwarves inside, or try to. Uh-oh, well, I was gonna say you should turn around, but...
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
What, giraffes have horns? I mean, naturally. Where'd they all go? I think they've left as quickly as they got here. So I think we actually scared them all away. Yeah. So they arrived, they saw a giant wolverine, and then they all ran away. While I was beginning to prep, they literally just fucking booked it. I don't blame them. I think I would too. But man, that is really funny. I mean, I would do that if I saw a normal-sized wolverine. Doesn't even need to be a giant one. But if it was one the size of a short bus, you could bet your ass I'd be running. That is very funny. All right, well, hopefully that is a tease for tomorrow. That or they saw my water to be a little bit too terrifying. But chat room, your streamer friend here, Blindrill, is going to call it a day today. All right? And the reason I'm going to call it a day is because I gotta actually record that Future of the Fortress video at some point and get that edited. So I'm going to try and get that done tonight. And yeah, I got to make a sandwich for tomorrow. Both very important things. So thanks for the 10 hours and 37 minutes of Dwarf Fortressing, two dadles, and chat room. It's that time of day where, if you like, you can say goodbye, YouTube, to the YouTube stream. Because we are saving. Turning to title. Happy to help. Endorphins. Like your username. And Nathan, sorry, we're just headed to bed. We're just calling it for the day. So, if you would like, YouTube chat, to come raid with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow. Normal time. For the final Dwarf Fortress stream. Or I vanish off into the ether. Or adventure mode. I will come back briefly for, you know, slightly diverse shift in pace, briefly. But, for today, we're going to call it. Thanks for hanging out, YouTube. You know, chat room, Twitch chat, between you and me, half of the reason I'm taking Thursday off this week is to dodge the RimWorld launch because